I didn't eat or drink for 10 years to raise my daughters into talents, but they injected poison into my body one after another, wanting me dead. I once gave up everything for them. I gave up a great future at Harvard. I disregarded everyone's opposition and went to the countryside to teach them. However, in their eyes, I am a despicable scum, worse than a beast, a despicable person who wants to take everything from them. In order to make me receive the punishment I deserve, they took me to court and strongly demanded the death penalty for me. In the courtroom at this time, my 10 students and 2 adopted daughters accused me jointly of extortion, abuse, and a total of 20 charges. The judge asked me if I pleaded guilty. With handcuffs on, my face had long lost its former vigor. I looked at the 10 girls sitting in the plaintiff's seat, gritting their teeth. I sighed and admitted guilt. Everyone was in an uproar. This exemplary figure who moved Dacia, a model in the education industry, actually pleaded guilty. Before this, there were so many teachers who were eager to learn from me, and so many parents who desperately wanted to send their children to study with me. As the judge's gavel fell in the courtroom, the judge immediately announced the court's decision to sentence the rural teacher Zhang Qianshan to death, to be carried out immediately. Upon hearing this, the 10 girls in the plaintiff's seat finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but cheer and jump for joy. Good sentence. When he used to abuse us, this jerk should have thought about the consequences he's facing now. I don't deny that he raised me, but all this was just for his own greater benefit in the end. Now, it's not just the girls on the plaintiff's bench, even the audience outside the court is buzzing with discussion. In fact, my case has long caused a sensation nationwide, making waves on various live streaming platforms. After all, every girl sitting on the plaintiff's bench is a well-known heavyweight figure. Soon the gavel strikes again. According to the execution procedure, this time the plaintiff representatives are to personally carry out the death penalty. The first girl steps forward boldly. I look at Tingting, calling out affectionately. She's the student I painstakingly nurtured, now a pillar of the nation. However, the girl called Tingting shows no hesitation. With a look of disgust, she unhesitatingly plunges the needle into my body. The lethal injection spreads through my veins instantly, followed by intense pain. Next is the second girl, Shanshan, who also shows no hesitation when she takes action. Until the last one, each of them unhesitatingly injects the poison into me. As students, they personally carry out the death penalty on their teacher. By this time, I'm already in a daze, could die at any moment. Teacher, this medicine was personally developed by me. Before I could start, the girl looked at me and said very coldly. As soon as the words fell, the people below were once again in an uproar. Because she is so famous, she is a rising star in the medical world. The taste of almost dying must be very unpleasant. Do you know that, at first, I was just as uncomfortable as you? Teacher, you were obviously wealthy at that time, why didn't you want to save me? Lu Xianxian tightly held the syringe and couldn't help but shout, when you were giving me injections, did you ever think that you would face retribution? She became more and more agitated as she spoke, and even applied to the judge to view my memories. For a moment, the whole room fell silent, and almost everyone was shocked by this proposal. After pondering for a few seconds, the judge approved this request. Then, the judge struck the gavel, and the large screen in the center of the court lit up. In Sichuan in 2005, there were mountains everywhere. Dilapidated adobe houses. Outside, Hope Elementary School was painted in red. Inside the classroom, a young me had a 3:7 haircut, wearing a tank top, shorts, and a pair of worn-out cloth shoes. At this moment, the phone on the table vibrated. I, who was preparing a lesson plan, suddenly answered nervously because today was my last day of teaching support. I should have gone home, but I stayed alone. On the other end of the phone, a man in his 60s suddenly shouted, "Do you know how precious your time is now? In our department, there are several senior professors who speak highly of you, and some of them even hold a doctoral title. As long as you come back to attend the graduation ceremony and finish your doctoral studies, your seat at the next academician election is guaranteed. You will become the youngest academician in our biology department. Don't waste your time in the countryside, take the bright path. Don't you know your graduation defense is in 2 days? No matter what you're going through, you must come back now." Hearing the teacher's roar on the phone, I suddenly felt overwhelmed. Although I wanted to leave, the thought of the girl lying in the staff dormitory stopped me. I was so worried that I couldn't move. "Teacher, I have a female student named Lu Xianxian. Her family values boys over girls and doesn't allow her to go to school. Are you really going to stay in Lejiakan for her, giving up all your future and career?" The senior professor said anxiously. "Zhang Qianshan, you must remember, the first time we met, you told me that you wanted to study hard, focus on research, and give back to society. I noticed this about you, which is why I took you out of the orphanage. Now, because of a girl in the countryside, you have given up the opportunity to graduate. It's very disappointing to me. Upon hearing this, I tried hard to explain. It's not like that, teacher. Lu Xianxian recently got a severe cold. Her family is afraid she will infect her younger brother, so she was sent to the school. If I leave, there will be no one to take care of her. Just as I finished speaking, 6-year-old Lu Xianxian ran over, threw himself into my arms, and cried loudly, "Teacher Zhang, are you leaving too? My parents don't like me, and all the other teachers have left. If you leave too, no one will care anymore." 6-year-old Lu Xianxian cried his heart out. I let out a sigh. "Teacher, can you give me some more time? Wait until Lu Xianxian gets better. I'll go back for my graduation defense right away. Teacher, I'm begging you." Upon hearing this, the old professor fell silent for a moment, then sighed and hung up the phone. "Xianxian, Teacher Zhang won't leave for now. Get up and let the teacher see if your high fever has gone down. Although I can't be with you forever, I won't leave now, Xianxian." At the same time, the whole courtroom was filled with arguments. Some people even wiped away tears in secret. No matter how tough they were, seeing the content on the screen made them want to cry. Is this teacher really the demon Zhang Qianshan? He was a good person at the beginning. How did he become like this? To give up his brilliant future for a girl from the mountains, how determined was he? In the plaintiff's seat, Lu Xianxian sat at the front with no expression on her face, but her fists were clenched tightly, and her fingertips were turning white. "Keep pretending. It's all my fault for being too naive back then, thinking that you really stayed for me. But I will always remember what you did to me that night. You, this demon, are unforgivable." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room erupted into a commotion. No one knew what had happened afterwards to make Lu Xianxian hold such a grudge. On the big screen, the extracted memory images continue. In the evening, I opened the dormitory door and said, "Xianxian, it's time to go home." Lying on the bed, Lu Xianxian suddenly sat up in fear. "I don't want to go back. My parents will definitely beat me to death. Teacher, please let me stay here, okay?" Upon hearing this, my expression turned stern. "No, you must go back. Even if you get beaten, you have to go back. The school won't keep you here." Upon hearing this, Lu Xianxian cried out, "My parents said that if I go back, I will infect my little brother with the illness, and then they won't want me anymore. Even so, you must go back." I looked at her coldly. "There's no place for you to sleep here. If you don't go home, you'll just wait to freeze to death in the grass outside." "I don't want to freeze to death, nor do I want to go home." At that moment, 6-year-old Lu Xianxian burst into tears again. But I remained unmoved, just standing there quietly, with no expression on my face. After crying for a while, Lu Xianxian's eyes were red, and she asked while sniffing, "If I go back, can I still go to school tomorrow? Can I still go to school tomorrow?" Seemingly touched by the words "go to school," she obediently went home today, and can come to school tomorrow. Having received a definite answer, Lu Xianxian lowered her head and walked slowly towards home. However, just as she reached the school gate, looking at the winding and distant mountain road, the 6-year-old girl suddenly shuddered. "Teacher, could you please accompany me?" She turned her head, looking fearful. "My home is over 10 miles away in the mountains. It's windy and dark outside. Teacher, could you just walk with me for a bit? You don't have to walk me all the way to my doorstep, just a short distance will do." Before the words were finished, I decisively refused. Seeing this scene, the voices in the courtroom instantly exploded. This case, not only are there numerous victims, but each one is also well known. Therefore, since the trial began, it has attracted high attention from all over the country. It's not just the courtroom, even some viewers watching the live broadcast online are getting red-faced and agitated. She's too much. She's only 6 years old. Even if she were a boy, she shouldn't be allowed to go like this. I can't believe I thought she was a great person who gave up her future for the students just now. As soon as Lu Xianxian left the big screen, I immediately returned to the classroom and started reading a history book on the desk. There was not a hint of worry on my face. It wasn't until a few minutes later that I closed the book and walked outside the classroom. In the dark night, Lu Xianxian looked at the continuous winding mountain road, cautiously moving forward. The frail body shivered in the cold wind, with only a thin, old coat rustling in the cold wind. In the past, when volunteer teachers went to the countryside, they actually brought clothes for the children in the mountains. But the pink coat that belonged to Lu Xianxian had long been taken by her parents and put on her little brother. As an older sister, she has sacrificed too much for her brother, and as a girl, she has been rejected by her parents too much. Watching 6-year-old Xianxian stumbling on the road, the audience inside and outside the pavilion couldn't help but have red eyes. Some even cried directly. Such a pitiful child. If she had died there, the country would have lost a pillar of the nation. At first, Lu Xianxian was full of expectations, looking back from time to time, wondering if her teacher was secretly following behind. But each time she looked back, her pain deepened, turning from hope to disappointment, and from disappointment to despair. At this point, she thought of her parents and felt they were a different kind of people who didn't care about her life or death. However, at that moment, there was another exclamation in the courtroom. In the picture, I didn't return to my teacher's dormitory, but carefully closed the school gate. I quietly followed in the direction Lu Xianxian had left. My body trembled slightly, Lu Xianxian was crying, and I choked up in the mountain stream. Xianxian, I'm sorry, but the teacher must do this. You're still young and don't understand what it means to favor boys over girls. You think they are your family, but they see you as a burden, just because you are a girl. Teacher must make it clear to you early on, the cruelty of favoring boys over girls. They won't let you go to school, they'll make you cut grass and feed the sheep. But do you know, the money for feeding the sheep will be used to buy new shoes and toys for your little brother. When you grow a bit older, they'll send you to work in the factory. By the time your brother is old enough to get married, they'll be selling you off for the dowry. This is how they'll have squeezed out all your worth. The final step. You'll be sold to another family, becoming the disposable commodity they've spoken of. You must remember, you are a girl, in this world, the only person you can rely on is yourself. Off-screen, the crowd was in an uproar again. I said, if Zhang Qianshan is willing to give up his future for the students, how could he really not care? Now she is following behind, isn't it to protect Professor Lu? I think when we get there, Zhang Qianshan will definitely communicate with Professor Lu's parents. By solving the issue of favoring males over females, it's obvious that they were all moved by my actions. Of course, there are still those who maintain a skeptical attitude, including many professionals in the teaching industry. One of the comments said, as a homeroom teacher of a first-grade elementary school, I think this approach is extremely unscientific, extremely irresponsible. Children are so young, not to mention weather accidents are likely to happen. Just psychologically, there may be serious trauma. As is well known, children at the age of 62 are in the best stage of their memory in life. Any good or bad memories may have a profound impact on their future. For example, our academician Lu Xianxian, why does she have such a deep memory of that matter, even becoming a childhood shadow? It's precisely because of this reason. As soon as these words were published, they immediately received unanimous approval in the comments section. Opposing opinions quickly followed, soon drowning out those attempting to whitewash the situation, leaving them speechless. At this time, Lu Xianxian had already returned home. In the dim light, the dilapidated door was forcefully pushed open. As soon as she entered, Lu Xianxian hadn't even had a chance to catch her breath. She was then dragged out by someone from inside. It was a tall and burly man. Pointing at Lu Xianxian, he scolded her and told her to get out. Who allowed you to come back? You're nothing but trouble. Why did you have to be born into this family? Can't carry on the family line, can't work, just crying all day. We said not to come back until you're better. Are you trying to harm your brother? The more the man spoke, the angrier he became, and he kicked Lu Xianxian to the ground. The 6-year-old Lu Xianxian fell to the ground, blood flowing from her arms and legs. She cried loudly, her sobs tearing at the heart. However, her biological father paid no attention. With a bang, he turned and closed the door, locking it. Seeing this scene, people inside and outside the pavilion shed tears and accused such a father of being despicable. Some people also comforted me, saying it's okay, Zhang Qianshan is still outside. So everyone stared at the big screen closely, wanting to see where I was. After following her for so long, she must save her, right? Otherwise, on such a cold day, Lu Xianxian's illness won't get better. She might freeze to death outside. However, just when everyone was expecting it, Lu Xianxian, who was originally in the seat, suddenly looked excited. It's ridiculous that you all thought he would help me. That night, no one stood up to say a word for me. It's only now that I know, this bastard demon, it was him. He was actually hiding nearby, watching my humiliation. When this was said, the audience was even more furious, almost exploding with anger, and cursing me as despicable. Especially when it started raining in the picture, this emotion escalated again. Lu Xianxian, who fell on the ground, cried and shouted, struggled to get up, and rushed towards her own house, calling for her parents. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let me in, the rain outside is so heavy. The rain became heavier and heavier, but the small wooden door remained unmoved. Lu Xianxian was full of despair, helplessly leaning against the wooden door, crying, why won't they let me go home? Why do they love my brother more? Why do they even give my school bag and clothes to my brother? At the same time, from an unknown time, there was already a slight sobbing sound coming from the courtroom. It's so terrible, Zhang Qianshan is really heartless, she should die now. Xian, quickly give him the final dose of poison. No wonder Professor Lu has always said he dislikes Xiaoyu, it's because of this. And under the gaze of everyone, in the picture, I am running madly in the rain, my wind-blocking clothes are already soaked through. But in my arms, that records of the Grand Historian was firmly pasted. This scene once again provoked a group of people to angrily curse, truly a scumbag. A scumbag who abandoned students in the wind and rain, only thinking about running away himself, really bringing shame to the entire teaching profession. In the picture, I am still running, and after running for several miles continuously, I finally found a household. When I knocked on the door to ask to borrow an umbrella, upon hearing this, the old man immediately closed the door. Seeing this, I quickly reached out to block it, but my hand was directly pinched at the door, causing me to scream in pain. This caused the people outside the screen to cheer one after another. Lu Qianqian also coldly snorted and angrily said, "Serves you right." In the picture, I said to the old man, "Don't worry, I didn't borrow it for nothing. I'll exchange something with you, just borrow it for one night. I'll come back to return it to you early tomorrow morning." After speaking, I took out the records of the Grand Historian from my arms. It's the internal collection edition from Tsinghua University Press, not available for purchase outside. But the old man took the book and threw it on the ground. "I can't read. What use is this tattered book to me? Hurry up and leave, don't cause trouble here." Watching the books gradually getting soaked by the rain, I felt a bit desperate. I didn't care about saving the books and quickly said, "Darling, please don't close the door yet. I live at Hope Primary School. I will definitely return your umbrella, and I can give you my mechanical watch. This is very expensive," which made the old man hesitate and ask, "Are you here from the city to support education?" Upon hearing this, I immediately replied, "Yes." After hearing this, the old man turned and took out a large umbrella from the house. "You don't need to give me the watch. I'll lend you the umbrella for just one night. Please be sure not to damage it." Seeing this, I was overjoyed, quickly thanked him, and then reached out to take the umbrella. I then carefully picked up the records of the Grand Historian that was lying on the ground. My face filled with heartache. In the court, everyone discussed again, loudly condemning. I thought this guy really loved reading, but it turns out he did it just to exchange for an umbrella, even using the identity of a rural teacher as collateral. Absolutely disgusting. But there were also rational people present. Do you think it's possible that Zhang Qianshan was borrowing the umbrella for Lu Xianxian? However, she didn't have a chance to finish her sentence. She was drowned out by the voices of criticism. In everyone's eyes, it was because I wanted to drive Lu Xianxian away from the school, so I suffered these accusations. They all thought I was going to walk back with the umbrella. But unexpectedly, in the picture, I rushed out without even opening the umbrella. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wait, he's not heading to school, he's going to find Lu Xianxian." In the scene, I arrived at Lu Xianxian's side, only to see her curled up, huddled in a corner, trembling. It broke my heart, murmuring to myself, "You must remember tonight, remember this heavy rain, remember their cruelty towards you." The courtroom fell silent. My actions once again shocked everyone, especially my swollen hand holding the umbrella, causing many to wipe away tears quietly. At that time, Zhang Qianshan was truly a good teacher, willing to endure hardships just to help the children see the world, even suffering more than the children. Compared to those nowadays who only push students to study desperately but refuse to empathize with them, he was truly much stronger. So, is this Zhang Qianshan really a demon? Many people's eyes turned back to Lu Xianxian, seemingly questioning if she had made a mistake. Sure enough, at this moment, Lu Xianxian remained silent, and after a long time, she slowly said, "It seems I misunderstood this matter. I apologize." Her expression became excited again, but because of this, my nearly healed cold became more severe. Zhang Qianshan is a demon, a jerk. Not only did he not get me a doctor, he even used a syringe to poke me. Finally, a doctor came over, but he was still driven away. If I hadn't endured it myself, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to stand here and accuse him of his misdeeds. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room was once again in an uproar, with a chorus of curses. If the current events can still be explained by the concept of empathetic education, then what Lu Xianxian said about Zhang Qianshan using a syringe to stab her is truly an act of abuse. And it's almost unforgivable. This bastard. In my opinion, Zhang Qianshan's performance is very likely just an act. If Academician Lu wakes up while he's holding the umbrella for her, he will praise him for his kindness. If Academician Lu doesn't wake up, he might be the first to be taken away. Let's just wait and see. Anyway, with the advanced technology nowadays, Zhang Qianshan's ugly behavior will eventually be exposed. While there was a chorus of curses inside and outside the venue, the following scenes once again disappointed them. In the wind and rain, Zhang Qianshan didn't move a step, not even a fraction. Despite being cold and tired, despite yawning endlessly, he silently stood guard, afraid that any slip-up would wake up Lu Xianxian from her sleep. When the heavy rain stopped and the sky brightened, he quietly left. Arriving at the old man's house, Zhang Qianshan found the door tightly closed and hesitated to knock. He carefully put away the umbrella and then returned to the school. Not long after Zhang Qianshan left, Lu Xianxian woke up in the deserted courtyard, with the familiar wooden door tightly locked. Her eyes were red and filled with sadness. She fought back the urge to cry and slowly made her way to the school. On the other side, Zhang Qianshan had already returned to the school, brushed his teeth, cooked porridge, and, after taking a few bites, leaned back in the classroom, waiting wearily. Soon, there was a commotion outside, and Zhang Qianshan instantly woke up and resumed his demeanor from the day before. "Teacher Zhang, I'm here." "Good." Outside the door, Lu Xianxian didn't come in but looked at Zhang Qianshan and weakly said, "Teacher Zhang, you promised me yesterday. As long as I go home obediently, I can come to school today." "Yes, come in." Zhang Qianshan turned around and wrote two big characters on the blackboard, "Xianxian. The next lesson I'm going to teach you is how to recognize characters." "Xianxian, do you know what Xianxian means?" Lu Xianxian shook her head slowly. Zhang Qianshan put down the chalk and said seriously, "The meaning of Xianxian is to attract a little brother. Your parents gave you this name in the hope of having a little brother, not a little sister. Because in their eyes, whether it's you or a little sister, neither is as good as a little brother. Just because a little brother is a boy." "Why?" Lu Xianxian looked aggrieved. Faced with this question, Zhang Qianshan didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "What's your little brother's name?" "Yaozong." Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Qianshan picked up the chalk and wrote Yaozong on the board. On the blackboard, the two words Xianxian and Yaozong looked so glaring when put together. It felt like two huge mountains pressing on the chest, making it hard to breathe. Lu Xianxian was still young and didn't understand what the names meant. But Zhang Qianshan was different. At that moment, he suddenly realized that nothing could be more straightforward than these two names. He finally understood why there were so many more girls than boys in the orphanage when he was young. Looking at the names on the blackboard, Zhang Qianshan felt a sense of suffocation in his heart. No wonder most of the girls were left to do chores and take care of the sheep in the mountains. No wonder the parents treated their children differently after the older siblings left. They would do everything to send their sons to study outside, while the daughters, like Lu Xianxian, would be left behind to work or do housework. It seemed that for them, the existence of girls was a burden, a liability. And then they became a tool, a commodity that could be exchanged in the future. The better ones could be exchanged for dowries, to marry off the little brother. The lesser ones could be directly exchanged for marriage, to marry a man they had never seen before. That man might be disabled, blind, or even a fool. A man who was despised by everyone and couldn't find a wife other than through marriage exchange. Zhang Qianshan looked silently at Lu Xianxian. He watched her practice writing strokes on the desk without a textbook. At that moment, she didn't understand the meaning behind her name. She only knew that her family preferred her little brother and didn't like her. In that instant, Zhang Qianshan suddenly felt that he probably couldn't escape. "Xianxian," he called softly, and said to the bewildered yet innocent face, "In this world, not all parents will love their children. Because becoming a parent doesn't require taking an exam. So some of them may be ignorant, some may be uninformed, and some may only know how to be conservative. So even the person who gave you life does not necessarily mean they will do the right thing for you. Like they love their sons more than their daughters. Like they don't like you, they only like your younger brother. Like they favor boys over girls." Zhang Qianshan's words on the screen ignited the emotions of the audience outside the screen. Because of what was just said, many people started to argue. Some supported it, because in the current era of equality, favoring boys over girls is a bad habit. Some opposed it, because they felt that telling the truth to a 6-year-old child is a cruel thing to do. And filial piety comes first. Even if the parents are not good, they are still parents. This scoundrel Zhang Qianshan, not guiding the child to learn filial piety, actually encourages Xianxian to oppose her parents. It's simply outrageous. For a moment, the related topics #Zhang Qianshan is extremely rebellious # and #Zhang Qianshan should be executed immediately # surged to the top of the hot search, quickly becoming the absolute top trend on platforms such as Douyin, Kuaishou, Weibo, and other new media. Why does Zhang Qianshan say this? Leaving aside the topic of favoring boys over girls, Xianxian has already become successful. She is even the youngest academician of the Daxia Medical College. And Xianxian's parents were not good people to begin with. Yes, if it weren't for Zhang Qianshan, she might have frozen to death in the rain that night. There were also people who diverted the topic to discuss Zhang Qianshan, but because their voices were too small, they quickly got drowned out in the crowd. Judge, please quickly access the memories. Please fast forward to the time when my severe cold relapsed. In the plaintiff's seat, Xian seemed unwilling to face this part of the content and made an application to the bench. However, the response from the bench was a refusal. Holding a fair and just attitude, they wanted to understand the entire event. Glancing at Zhang Qianshan, who was tied up there, Xian said, "Thank you for holding an umbrella for me on that rainy night, but that doesn't make me forgive you for everything you've done to me. Zhang Qianshan, you deserve to die." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianshan's lips moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. Xian, I'm asking you. Back to the screen, Zhang Qianshan put down the chalk and leaned on the podium with both hands. What do you think a girl should be like? She should be. Xian thought for a moment and said naively, she should be like a flower, like candy. She should wear cute dresses, have pretty high heels and hairpins, and dress herself up beautifully. She should be innocent, she should be kind. In the picture, the childish girl was indulging in her fantasies. And in front of her, Zhang Qianshan's face was expressionless, even gradually becoming cold. Are you done? He asked coldly. Then, with a bang, he slammed the podium and shouted at Xian, stand up. Xian was suddenly frightened. She stood behind the desk in a fluster, looking uneasy and uncomfortable, like a child who had made a mistake. Of course, she hadn't done anything wrong. Or rather, this was not her fault at all. Zhang Qianshan understood this in his heart, so he suppressed his anger and explained to her, emotionally speaking, a girl can also be made of steel, not just flowers. A girl is made of steel, made of hard work and strong independence, made of perseverance and fearlessness, made of courage and clenched fists. Xian, you must remember. What boys can do, you can do too. The qualities boys can have, you can have too. The achievements boys can reach, you can reach and even surpass. Because you are not someone else, you are yourself. You are made of steel and courage, not flowers and softness. You are not someone's daughter. You are not someone's sister. You are not someone's wife. And certainly not someone's mother. You, just yourself. Outside the picture, the people present fell silent. Obviously, they were once again shocked by Zhang Qianshan's remarks. Perhaps in the city, there is still some degree of equality between men and women. But what about in the countryside, in rural areas, in the mountains, in those poor, backward, and conservative places? For thousands of years, the secular society there has been disciplining women, demanding their obedience, wanting them to be like flowers, beautiful, soft. Now, Zhang Qianshan stood up and told them that they can be the same as men, even surpass them. It can be imagined what kind of spiritual impact this would be for them. In the courtroom, people looked at Lu Xian, then at the other girls sitting in the plaintiff's seat. Among these 10 girls, there are the strongest of the new generation in the medical field of Daxia, renowned entrepreneurs, and countless contributors to the country in the engineering academy. Each of them is undoubtedly the backbone of the country. They are the hope for Daxia's rise to strength. Just as Zhang Qianshan said, they are not just decorative flowers, but steel. They are the backbone of the country, made of steel. Outside the gallery, a female intern journalist was earnestly recording. Girls can be steel, can work hard, and can be strong and independent. The achievements that boys can reach, you can also achieve, and even surpass. You are not someone else, you are yourself. She looked at her messy notebook and finally couldn't help but bow deeply in the direction of the defendant's seat. Thank you, she murmured, I have learned. And there, Lu Xian, holding the needle, was also trembling slightly. In the needle, there was the poison originally prepared to execute Zhang Qianshan. Although many years had passed, and she had almost forgotten the original admonition. But every time she encountered difficulties and wanted to give up, the spirit conveyed in Zhang Qianshan's words would become her strong support. It enabled her to muster the courage to persevere and surpass herself. But teacher, they all say that as long as a girl grows up peacefully until she's 16, and then finds a good husband's family, it's enough. In the picture, the 6-year-old Lu Xian weakly spoke up. Zhang Qianshan frowned slightly and looked at her, saying, Who said that? Dad and Mom said it, and also second uncle and third aunt, and those sisters who often play with me. Then Xian, do you remember the words I just said? Yes. Lu Xian nodded and repeated those words again. Zhang Qianshan looked pleased and continued, You are still young, and you have a long way to go in the future. On the way, you will encounter all kinds of things and hear all kinds of voices. Now you are only 6 years old, and they tell you that as long as you find a good husband's family at 16, it's enough. When you go to junior high school, they may say that girls are more suitable for liberal arts, and the focus should be on physics and chemistry for boys. When you reach high school, they will say that a girl's good grades are only temporary, and when boys react, they will quickly catch up with and surpass the girls. When you go to college, they will interfere with your major. They will make you choose teaching, accounting, and other so-called more suitable professions for women. When you graduate and want to make a career, they will tell you to support your husband, raise children, and live a stable life. It seemed that Zhang Qianshan was waiting patiently to give her some time to digest. Finally, Lu Xianxian asked, "Teacher Zhang, are all those things they said true?" Zhang Qianshan did not directly answer the question. Instead, she continued, "Some people think that boys are more suitable for science because they believe that women's thinking ability is weaker and their spatial imagination is poorer. They will say that girls are not physically strong enough and cannot do the work of engineering. They will think that girls' physical fitness cannot keep up and they cannot do outdoor research and other scientific work. Is that really the case?" Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Qianshan wrote Marie Curie in big letters on the blackboard. Madame Curie, the renowned recipient of the Nobel Prize in Physics and the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. She is a woman. Xian, studies have shown that the human brain does not have gender distinctions. Whether it's a man or a woman, their brain structure is equally complex and can exhibit characteristics of both genders. They say women are emotional, but does that mean men are not emotional? They say men are rational, but are there no rational women? So I'm telling you, the things boys can think about, you can think about too. The achievements boys can reach, you can reach as well, and even surpass. Mulan could take her father's place in the army, who says women are inferior to men. Hearing this, Lu Xianxian's eyes seemed to brighten. She blinked a few times, as if to remember the truths Zhang Qianshan had spoken. "I just told you. Girls are made of steel, made from earnest effort and strong independence. Made from perseverance and fearlessness, from courage and clenched fists. Of course, this is from an emotional perspective." Zhang Qianshan chuckled. "If we look at it from a scientific perspective, the material that makes up a girl is 65% oxygen, 18% carbon, 10% hydrogen, 3% nitrogen, 1.4% phosphorus, 0.3% sulfur, and 3% other elements. What about boys?" Lu Xianxian asked with curiosity written all over her face. "The same. 65% oxygen, 18% carbon, 10% hydrogen, 3% nitrogen, 1.4% phosphorus, 0.3% sulfur, and 3% other elements. So you see, whether it's a boy or a girl, they are all human. There's no difference at all." In the courtroom, the crowd was in an uproar. Although contemporary society advocates for gender equality, there is still a significant portion of people who hold on to traditional gender biases. It was at this moment that everyone noticed that Zhang Qianshan's students were all girls. A female journalist who was taking notes looked up and suddenly asked, "Is it because Zhang Qianshan noticed this issue, felt that it was unfair to girls, and that they were denied the opportunity for education, that's why he admitted so many female students?" As soon as this question was raised, it sparked intense discussions among the audience. However, a young girl sitting in the plaintiff's seat completely silenced these voices with her statement. "This is a facade. Everything is a facade." The girl's expression was impassioned as she pointed at Zhang Qianshan and accused loudly, "Zhang Qianshan is a demon, morally bankrupt, devoid of humanity. I accuse him of having committed sexual assault against me. And I was once this beast's foster daughter. The reason he took in so many female students was actually to satisfy the ugly desires hidden deep within his heart." Silence, a deathly silence. The female journalist who had just been defending Zhang Qianshan froze, her face filled with disbelief. If abuse could be attributed to the passage of time and the inability of children to discern right from wrong, then how could one explain sexual assault? And to make matters worse, the person making these accusations was none other than the wealthiest man in the Great Xia, the renowned entrepreneur Lu Qiannan. In the courtroom, Lu Qiannan's voice was hoarse as he exclaimed, "Or have you forgotten, after you adopted me, the things you did to me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the previously silent courtroom erupted. Whether it was on Douyin or Kuaishou, Weibo or Tuxiu, a wave of condemnation swept through. The charge of sexual assault itself was already very serious. If the victim of sexual assault was a minor, wouldn't 100 death penalties still not be enough? That's exactly it. I said it, teaching boys is teaching girls is also teaching. How can a teacher treat them differently? Girls who have no access to education are certainly pitiable, but what about boys who have no access to education? Aren't they pitiable too? It's really bad, pretending to be a saint, but doing such dirty things behind the scenes. I really don't know how many students have suffered over the years. Beast! In the midst of the storm, Zhang Qianshan, deeply poisoned, weakly opened his eyes and spoke with difficulty. "Qianan, some truths are far more cruel than lies. He. Lu Qiannan smiled and shook her head, saying, "Zhang Qianshan, you deserve to die." After that, she looked at Lu Xianxian again. "Xianxian, inject it, I don't want to wait." "Yes, Xianxian, inject it." Lu Tingmei also followed, saying, "This demon who has no sympathy for seeing other people's parents die, has guilt for every second of life. Academician Lu, take action." Not only the plaintiff's seat, but even the audience in the gallery urged. However, looking at the collapsed Zhang Qianshan in front of her, Lu Xianxian, holding the syringe, hesitated. Because in her mind, the image of Zhang Qianshan holding an umbrella for her on a rainy night had already become an indelible impression. "Teacher Zhang." The hand holding the syringe trembled slightly, and Lu Xianxian's voice also trembled. "Why did you use the syringe to torture me? Why did you drive away the doctor who was treating me? Why did you insist on taking away everything my parents left behind after they died? Why? Tell me why. Teacher Zhang, I trusted you so much." Sigh. Zhang Qianshan gently shook his head on the chair. "It's all in the past, let it go." "You." Lu Xianxian looked at Zhang Qianshan with hatred, then looked at the judge's seat. "Judge, please continue reading the memories. Even though so many years have passed, I must make a resolution." In the scene, 6-year-old Lu Xianxian was like a curious baby, listening to Zhang Qianshan talk about the elements of the human body. But because she had no foundation, she was completely confused and had no concept. "Teacher, what is oxygen?" she asked. "Two oxygen atoms make up an oxygen molecule, that's oxygen," Zhang Qianshan explained. Lu Xianxian was even more confused. Zhang Qianshan continued, "There is a lot of oxygen in the air, try taking a breath." Lu Xianxian opened her mouth wide and took a deep breath. "Now, you have breathed in the oxygen," Zhang Qianshan said. "Of course, the oxygen content in the air is not the highest, but for many living things, it is the most important. Whether it's you, me, the livestock at home, the birds and beasts in the mountains, or the fish in the water, they all need oxygen. A person can live for several days without water, but without oxygen, they will die in a few minutes." Suddenly, Lu Xianxian raised her hand. "Teacher, what happens when a person dies?" Zhang Qianshan thought for a moment and asked, "What do you think death is?" "I don't know," Lu Xianxian shook her head. "But my dad always tells me that he's going to die soon. Dad also said that after he dies, I won't see him again." Zhang Qianshan was suddenly stunned. He frowned and asked, "Why did your dad say that?" "My dad said he has liver cancer," Lu Xianxian said uncertainly. After all, at this age, and living in the mountains, she had very little exposure to things. "Teacher, what is liver cancer?" "That's a kind of cancer." "What is cancer?" "Cancer is an incurable disease." "So what is an incurable disease?" "It's a disease that is difficult to cure," Zhang Qianshan continued. "When a person is sick, they need treatment. If the treatment is not effective, they will die. So if my dad dies, will I really not see him again?" Zhang Qianshan looked at her and nodded slowly. "Yes." Lu Xianxian fell silent for a while before asking, "What will a person look like after they die?" "At the beginning, the heart will stop beating," Zhang Qianshan told her. 3 hours later, the body will stiffen, and livor mortis will appear. After 12 hours, it will soften again and start to decay." Lu Xianxian seemed to understand. Zhang Qianshan looked at her and then asked, "If your father died, would you be sad?" "I don't know," Lu Xianxian shook her head slowly. "Although my father always hit and scolded me, if he died, I would no longer have a father." "Teacher Zhang, is cancer really incurable?" "For us now, yes," Zhang Qianshan said, rubbing her head. "But technology is advancing, and the era is developing. Someday, we will be able to completely conquer cancer. Then, teacher, can I conquer cancer too?" Lu Xianxian's face was full of hope. "Of course." In the courtroom, the crowd sighed. It turned out that at the age of 6, Lu Xianxian already wanted to conquer cancer. What's even more shocking is that the once naive and ignorant girl has now become the respected academician Lu. She has made significant breakthroughs in the diagnosis and treatment of cancer, allowing countless patients to continue their lives. Moreover, in her many years of medical career, cancer-related research only accounts for a small part. It is believed that in the near future, she will be able to explore and discover more mysteries of life. Most importantly, she has already fulfilled her dream at the age of 6. Although academician Lu's achievements are admirable, she was only 6 years old at that time. Someone in the audience said, "How could Zhang Qianshan be so cruel as to let such a young child face death directly? And teaching these things is too advanced. Even a 16-year-old may not understand." Yes, if my son in elementary school told me he was learning these things at school, I would have to ask the teacher if they got the curriculum wrong. The crowd discussed whether it was about life and death or biology. It was too early for a 6-year-old child. But it cannot be denied. It was Zhang Qianshan's enlightenment that led Lu Xianxian to pursue a career in medicine in the future. "But I think there's nothing wrong with the teacher's approach," a young woman in the audience said. As a Chinese language teacher at a nearby elementary school, she and Zhang Qianshan could be considered colleagues. In traditional thinking, our country often avoids talking about the word death. Moreover, it has various euphemisms for death. After parents' death, children have euphemisms like orphaned and abandoned. When elders pass away, there are euphemisms like gone to the back. There are also words like collapse, pass away, decease, and unfortunate. But can we really avoid it in reality by not talking about death? Is it really right to avoid talking about death? Moreover, at that time, even though academician Lu was only 6 years old, her father's death was a fact she had to face. It can be said that Zhang Qinshan's contribution is indispensable for her current achievements in medicine. This explanation also makes sense. After hearing her words, the people around also nodded, feeling that this topic was difficult to determine right or wrong. Just as everyone was preparing to discuss in detail, suddenly someone exclaimed, "Look, Lu Xianxian fainted." Sure enough, in the picture, the young Lu Xianxian suddenly softened and fell to the ground. Xianxian? Xianxian. In the courtroom, watching the panicked Zhang Qinshan on the screen, Lu Xianxian, holding a needle in her hand, felt a tightness in her heart. It's finally coming. At this moment, she just wanted to know why Zhang Qinshan, who had sheltered her all night, would later leave countless needle marks on her arm with a needle. Why did he treat her so cruelly? In the teacher's dormitory, the slender Lu Xianxian was carefully held by Zhang Qinshan and gently placed on the bed. At this time, Lu Xianxian had already lost consciousness and was in a coma. Zhang Qinshan found a thermometer, shook it, and gently placed it under her armpit. After a while, he frowned. 39.1. Why is it so high? No, if the fever continues like this, it will damage her brain. Zhang Qinshan hurriedly searched everywhere, almost turning over all the faculty dormitories. However, apart from a packet of Banlangen left outside, there was nothing else. It was then that he remembered that before the senior brothers and sisters left, they took away some emergency medicines as well. Why didn't I think to leave some? Zhang Qinshan sighed and quickly put on his clothes before running out. Lu Ji, help me find a doctor. Running unsteadily to the village leader's house, Zhang Qinshan didn't even bother to knock on the door and barged in. Inside the courtyard, the village leader was working and looked surprised, asking, "Teacher Zhang, aren't you leaving? Now is not the time to talk about this. Is there a doctor nearby?" "A doctor? Why do you need a doctor? And where would we find a doctor in this remote mountain valley?" "No doctor? What will you do if someone gets sick?" Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Qinshan continued to ask. "What else can we do? Just endure it. If we're lucky, we might come across a barefoot doctor for a casual checkup." The village leader shook his head. "Where can we find a barefoot doctor? We can't find one, we can only wait." Zhang Qinshan felt a headache and suddenly noticed a bicycle parked in the courtyard. "Leader, I'm going to the town to find medicine. Can I borrow the bicycle? As long as you return it." "I will definitely return it." Without saying much, Zhang Qinshan got on the bike and was about to leave. However, the village leader stopped him. "Teacher Zhang, you haven't said who is sick yet?" "It's Lu Xianxian." Lu Xianxian. The village leader looked at him, appearing somewhat silent. Let me tell you, you better not get involved in this matter." "What do you mean?" Zhang Qinshan frowned. "You don't know, her family is having a hard time now. Her father has liver cancer, and it costs a lot for treatment. Their relatives are all avoiding them now, afraid of being asked for money. Even if they borrow money, it's useless. Liver cancer. The medical expenses are simply terrifying. Not to mention their whole family. Even if all the money in our village is put together, it still won't be enough for the medical expenses. These days, I heard that her father's condition has worsened, and he can't even work anymore. The money borrowed for treatment hasn't been repaid, and now the creditors come knocking every day for money. Teacher Zhang, her family's situation is really difficult to handle. You can save Xianxian once, but can you save her for a lifetime? Risking everything for a girl, it's not worth it. There's nothing that's not worth it." Zhang Qinshan's gaze was resolute and decisive. "I can't control what's happening in her family, but I must save Lu Xianxian's life." After saying that, Zhang Qinshan rode away. When he returned to the dormitory, Lu Xianxian, who was lying on the bed, had already woken up and was staring blankly out the window. Zhang Qinshan approached and felt her small forehead burning hot. Of course, for Lu Xianxian, her small body was also very cold. "Teacher, I'm cold," she said in a daze. "Rest well." Zhang Qinshan helped tuck her in, then turned to tidy up. "Teacher, I'm still cold." A weak voice came from behind. "Do I also have an incurable disease? Am I going to die like Dad? But I don't want to die yet." Hearing this, Zhang Qinshan's nose tingled, and he said seriously, "Xianxian, rest well. As long as you listen obediently, I won't let you die." "Okay." Lu Xianxian obediently responded, then stared blankly at Zhang Qianshan, who was packing up books, clothes, pens, and even the teacup on the table. He packed them all into his backpack. Her small eyes instantly turned red, and tears flowed uncontrollably. "Teacher Zhang, are you leaving too?" "No." Zhang Qianshan picked up his backpack and walked out without looking back. Excessive, it's simply excessive. Taking everything, just to run away. Even took the village chief's bicycle before leaving, don't even know how to scold him. Under the live broadcast on the internet, viewers everywhere voiced their condemnation of Zhang Qianshan's shameless behavior. Inside the courtroom, Lu Tingmei was so angry that she slammed the table and said to everyone, "It's no surprise, he's just a cold-blooded beast. When my parents and sister were deceived by the developers, he tried to stop us from seeking justice." Upon hearing this, the audience present was filled with righteous indignation. However, Lu Xianxian, holding a syringe, was looking at Zhang Qianshan. "Teacher, are they telling the truth?" She trembled all over, her face full of pain. "That day, were you really planning to leave and abandon me completely? But why did you come back?" Under her questioning, Zhang Qianshan just moved his lips and didn't say anything. He was too tired. Too tired, too tired. "Teacher, do you know, you shouldn't have come back." Lu Xianxian clenched her fists and angrily said, "If you hadn't come back, 6-year-old me wouldn't have been tortured, wouldn't have been pricked all over my arms by you." Lu Xianxian raised the syringe in her hand, tears in her eyes. "I don't want to see it," she said loudly. "Teacher, you deserve to die. Let me send you on your way with this poison I've developed with my own hands." After speaking, just like how Zhang Qianshan treated her in her memory, the syringe in her hand pierced Zhang Qianshan's skin and stabbed fiercely inside. Just as she was about to push the syringe, Lu Xianxian's fingers suddenly stopped. Because at this moment, the screen on the big screen also happened to change. Zhang Qianshan, riding a bike, had already arrived in town and rushed into a pharmacy. He was dusty, his hair disheveled, and his pants and sleeves were still covered in mud, obviously having fallen on the way. As soon as he entered, he startled the shop assistant inside. He really came to buy medicine. In the courtroom, Lu Xianxian's body suddenly trembled. Her fair fingers trembled as she pulled out the needle. Fortunately, there was still time. Tears once again flowed down her cheeks, and Lu Xianxian cried out in pain, "Teacher, I wrongly accused you. You beggar, who let you in?" Before Zhang Qianshan could speak, the shop assistant inside shouted loudly. Zhang Qianshan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not begging, I'm a teacher." "Oh, a poor teacher." The assistant standing there looked disdainful. When Zhang Qianshan had just come in, the mud on his shoes was also brought in. This made the assistant very unhappy. "It's like this. I have a student with a high fever, 39 degrees. Do you have any fever-reducing medicine?" Zhang Qianshan continued to ask. "Buying medicine, why didn't you say so earlier? Stand there and don't move. Don't dirty the floor." The assistant was full of impatience and quickly handed over a box of antipyretic analgesic. Looking at the medicine box on the table, Zhang Qianshan frowned. It's not that he knows a lot about this medicine, but the words antipyretic analgesic have appeared frequently in recent reports. It was said that a certain hospital used antipyretic analgesic, resulting in many adverse events, including severe cases of anaphylactic shock and bone marrow suppression, among others. In other words, aside from its therapeutic effects, the side effects of this thing are too great. Even adults could have problems after taking it, let alone a 6-year-old child. Moreover, the medical conditions in this town are relatively backward, and there are no reliable hospitals. Lu Xianxian's condition is serious, and if there are any side effects, she can't afford to be troubled. "Master, do you have something milder? My student is very young, only 6 years old. It's good to have something to use, and you're still picky." The assistant looked him up and down and rolled his eyes. "Just look at you, with your poor appearance, can you afford more expensive children's medicine? What a waste of my time. I can exchange things for it." Zhang Qianshan put down his backpack and took out the things inside one by one. "Look at these books, how much can I get for them? And this radio, I bought it for over 100, is 30 too much for you?" Seeing that the clerk was unmoved, Zhang Qianshan became anxious. "And this pen of mine is a hero brand, it can be sold for over 200 in the market, I haven't even used it much. How much is your medicine anyway?" "Ha!" The clerk sneered, not even looking at those things. "This is a pharmacy, not a place for junk collection. If you want to buy medicine, just bring out the money. If you want to sell junk, please turn left and leave. Since you can't bring out the money, then just leave." After waiting for a few seconds and seeing Zhang Qianshan not saying anything, the clerk stepped forward briskly. "If you're not buying, then get lost. Don't block the door. It's already annoying to be on duty late at night, and now I have to deal with a poor guy like you. What bad luck." In the courtroom, as the footage on the big screen continued to play, The people in the room fell into silence once again. It wasn't until Zhang Qianshan was pushed out of the pharmacy by the clerk that the discussions began. Some said that the clerk at the pharmacy was really no good, not helping at all, with no sense of medical ethics. Others said that he didn't do anything wrong. After all, the pharmacy wasn't his, there was no need to offend the boss for a customer. And many things have two sides. If the clerk gave him the medicine this time, what about the next time he encounters someone else? Would the clerk still have a job? Would the pharmacy in town still be open? It's really lamentable. Zhang Qianshan gave up his future, coming from a big city to a remote mountain valley, and didn't expect to be looked down upon even by a clerk. It's not right, he's a person from a big city. How could he not be able to afford medical expenses? I heard that even doctoral students doing research have subsidies, although not much, but in a small place like Pingshan town, it's definitely enough. That's right. With this question in mind, the people's attention once again focused on the big screen. At this moment, standing outside the pharmacy, Zhang Qianshan sighed and took out his phone to make a call. Ling-ling. The call connected, and Zhang Qianshan's face softened. Ha, Zhang Qianshan. Where have you been hiding? The phone you bought for my brother last time, he said the memory is too small, he wants to exchange it for a new one. It's almost summer vacation, when are you coming to Shanghai to find me? On the other end of the phone was his girlfriend at the time, Zhou Ling. A series of words came out like a burst of gunfire, making Zhang Qianshan smile bitterly and say, I'm teaching in Sichuan, it will take some time for me to come back. Oh, the other party's attitude became noticeably colder when she heard the word teaching. Zhang Qianshan, you haven't sent me money for a long time. We agreed before that you would always spoil and love me, and give me pocket money every month. Ling-ling. Zhang Qianshan said softly, I don't have money now. No money? Doesn't the school give you a subsidy every month? The subsidy for teaching is very small, and it's all used up. Fine, then ask for it when you come back. Do you have anything else to say when you call? Zhang Qianshan swallowed and hesitantly said, Ling-ling, can you lend me some money? Zhang Qianshan, are you out of your mind? If you don't give me money, that's fine, but you actually ask me for it? Before she finished speaking, Zhou Ling on the other end of the phone exploded. You're a grown man, why are you so pathetic? With you like this now, how can you afford the dowry? Didn't my mom say it? 80,000. You're not making any progress. Are you even planning for our future? Ling-ling, listen to me. Zhang Qianshan patiently explained, I have a student here who is sick and has no money to buy medicine. Can you transfer some to me first, and I'll pay you back later? A student? What's that got to do with you? The voice on the other end was very impatient. Teaching is teaching, being a teacher is being a teacher. If the student is sick, let the parents take him to the hospital. What business do you have interfering as an outsider? And you know the expenses in Shanghai, my own money is not enough to spend. I won't talk to you anymore, my best friend is here, we're going shopping later, I'm hanging up now. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, both Zhang Qianshan on the screen and the onlookers outside the screen all gasped in shock. What kind of person is this? When asking for money, he's very active, but when it comes to spending money, he's stingy. It's outrageous. Scum. Looking at it this way, Zhang Qianshan is really pitiful, even his girlfriend. So did he actually manage to buy the medicine in the end? Someone asked, looking at the barely conscious Zhang Qianshan in the defendant's seat. No, Lu Xianxian said with mixed emotions. He didn't bring back the medicine. What? He didn't actually buy the medicine? Inside and outside the courtroom, countless followers became nervous once again. They stared at the screen, wanting to know how 6-year-old Lu Xianxian managed to get through that situation. After all, for such a young child, not getting rid of a high fever is really dangerous. Every minute delayed adds to the danger to his life. The phone hung up, and Zhang Qianshan in the picture almost looked hopeless. He repeatedly flipped through his phone contacts, carefully considering who he could ask for help. His girlfriend couldn't be relied on, he couldn't bring himself to ask his classmates, and as for the teacher, he didn't dare. As a long-term research scientist immersed in the laboratory, his social circle was very small, and he couldn't even find a friend to ask for money. Zhang Qianshan silently put away his phone and turned back into the store. I told you, we don't take in junk in our store, why do you keep coming back? I can work for you, Zhang Qianshan said with red eyes. As long as you give me the fever-reducing medicine, I can use my work to pay for it. Every night at 7 o'clock, I can do it. Ha, come here to work? Who do you think you are? The assistant spoke up. Don't say we don't need people in our pharmacy, even if we did, we wouldn't want someone like you with small arms and legs. Get out, if you don't have money, don't come in. Outside the screen, hearing the angry scolding, all the viewers felt a sense of inexplicable anger. They were angry at the assistant's attitude and lack of compassion. What's even more infuriating is that at that time, the world was so unfair to Zhang Qinshan. You should know that he was willing to sell everything for the students, and even worked hard to earn money. You should know that from Lijiakan to Pingshan town, there are 60 miles of mountain roads. You should know that if he returned to the capital, what lay before him was the envy of countless people, the sunny avenue. He gave up his future, was scolded by his teacher, rejected by his girlfriend. And what he got was this damn fate. It's too much, it's all too much. In the audience, a female journalist tightly gripped her pen and angrily said, "I've also done interviews related to hospital pharmacies. Those things clearly cost less than 10 yuan to purchase, so what's the big deal about giving it to him?" Hearing this, the people around also agreed. While feeling sympathy for Zhang Qinshan, they also looked down on the assistant. At this time, inside a pharmacy in Pingshan town, the official live broadcast was playing on the TV hanging in the lobby. On a recliner, a man in his 40s was leisurely chatting with his assistant, squinting his eyes. He was now well-dressed and doing well in business. The original owner passed away due to illness, and the shop was left to him to take over. Let me tell you, don't look at me being leisurely now, it was all hard work in the past. Look at you now, even 996 can't keep up with me. Do you know that when I was an apprentice, I was basically 007? Pouring tea, carrying water, working, sleeping, hardly ever leaving the house all year round. You guys, you haven't experienced the harsh realities of society, you don't know that 996 is a blessing. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in a suit noticed that everyone's attention was not on him, so he frowned. "Hey, I'm talking to you all. Boss Chow." At this moment, an employee reminded in a low voice, "The pharmacy that Zhang Qinshan went to on TV seems to be our place." Upon hearing this, Boss Chow quickly looked up. Sure enough, the employee on TV who was criticizing and cursing Zhang Qinshan, wasn't he his younger self? Seeing those scenes from the past, Boss Chow's face trembled, wishing he could slap himself. Not because he was angry at his past self, but because he was angry at himself for following the trend and watching this trial. Sure enough, the next second, someone asked in a low voice, "Boss, the person who criticized Zhang Qinshan." "What person?" "None of my business." Smack. He pressed the remote control and turned off the TV. "Is the floor clean? Have you checked the medicine cabinet? There's still dust on the glass, why haven't you cleaned it? Rest enough, get up and work." The employees below dared not speak out in anger, and could only reluctantly help with the cleaning. However, some had made up their minds to resign immediately after receiving last month's salary. This kind of boss is too heartless. In the courtroom, the scene continued to play. At this point, Zhang Qinshan had already completed the transaction with his accomplice. He took off his watch and carefully handed it over to the other party, who looked excited and happy. Then, he had time to pack up the backpack he had brought. "This is collateral, not for sale," Zhang Qinshan said again. "This watch was given to me by my mentor, and I want it back." However, the accomplice impatiently waved his hand, clearly not taking it seriously. Zhang Qinshan was somewhat helpless as he picked up the plastic bag on the table and walked out with the large bag on his back. "It's him!" Lu Xianxian's voice trembled in the courtroom. So everyone's gaze once again gathered on the plastic bag. Inside, there were syringes and drugs. Back then, he used this needle to constantly stab me. This demon. Unlike the previous reactions, after watching so many stories, the people in the room did not immediately condemn Zhang Qinshan. Instead, someone questioned, "Professor Lu, are you sure you remember correctly? The syringe and medicine that Zhang Qinshan is holding are clearly for injections." However, Lu Xianxian stopped them with a serious tone. "It's true that he was giving injections, but I clearly remember that he injected me more than once. And many times, the syringe was even empty, there was no medicine at all." As soon as this was said, there was an uproar among the crowd. Injecting a large amount of air into the body, if it's a vein injection, can cause pulmonary embolism and sudden cardiac arrest. Even if it's not a vein injection, it can cause irreversible damage to the body. It is well known that antipyretic injections often take effect with a single dose, and it's rare to encounter multiple injections. And if the syringe really only contains air and no medicine, then it can't be considered simple abuse, but rather, murder. It's a cruel and inhumane murder. If Professor Lu's claims are all true, then what she experienced in her childhood can only be described as terrifying. After watching so much, I really thought Zhang Qinshan was a good person, but I didn't expect him to be such a jerk. Thank goodness Professor Lu is lucky, otherwise, it's really a shame. In my opinion, Professor Lu shouldn't give Zhang Qinshan a lethal injection, just give him an empty needle and let him experience what cruelty and despair are. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qinshan sighed softly. He didn't say anything, and didn't want to say anything. Since sitting in this position, he no longer wanted to explain anything. In the scene, Zhang Qianshan rode his bicycle carefully all the way back to the dormitory. By this time, Lu Xianxian was already in a semi-conscious state. Upon hearing the commotion, she only glanced vaguely outside before falling back into a deep sleep. Due to the high fever, her skin had turned bright red. Even Zhang Qianshan's gentle calling by her side did not elicit much of a response. "Oh no, I neglected it." Zhang Qianshan found a wet towel and gently covered her forehead. Then, looking at the plastic bag he had brought back, he muttered to himself. The needles were there, but he didn't know how to use them. Right, when he was working on the project before, he had collaborated with a senior from the medical school. Maybe he could ask? Zhang Qianshan took out his phone. "Senior, it's Zhang Qianshan." Without waiting for the other person to speak, Zhang Qianshan said, "How do you give an injection?" "An injection?" The other person was stunned. "What are you trying to inject? If it's an animal, you should ask someone else. I didn't study veterinary medicine." "It's not an animal, it's a person, a 6-year-old child." The other person fell silent for a moment and asked, "What kind of project are you doing that requires giving a child an injection? Are you out of your mind?" "It's not for an experiment, I'm still doing volunteer teaching in the mountainous area," Zhang Qianshan quickly explained. "The transportation here is inconvenient, and we can't go to the hospital outside. Now that I've finally managed to get the syringe and medication, and can't find a doctor, that's why I'm asking you. Senior, the sick child has a high fever and we can't delay." The other person fell silent again, then sighed. "You're not a medical student, it's too risky to give a child an injection without proper training." "It's okay, I'll practice first." "Practice? How are you going to practice?" Seeing Zhang Qianshan's silence, the other person continued, "Zhang Qianshan, are you planning to try the injection on yourself? Then what? Is there a better way?" Zhang Qianshan smiled bitterly. "Senior, don't worry, I'll be careful." After that, the person on the other end asked about other things. It was then that Zhang Qianshan realized how lucky he was. Generally, there are 4 methods of drug injection: intradermal injection, subcutaneous injection, intravenous injection, and intramuscular injection. Among these 4 methods, intravenous injection is the most difficult, and it's best not to attempt it without proper training. Fortunately, the antipyretic medication Zhang Qianshan purchased was a compound of aminopyrine, which is administered through intramuscular injection, relatively simpler. However, when giving the injection, the child might move around, so he had to be very careful. Finally, the person on the phone continued, "Zhang Qianshan, come back as soon as the child recovers. These days, your teacher has been in a bad mood, saying that you don't listen and don't come home. Also, as a beginner, you might not be able to control the dosage well, so give a little less each time you inject. If the effect is not enough, aminopyrine can be administered multiple times." "Thank you, senior." The call ended, and Zhang Qianshan assembled the needle and syringe. After mustering up his courage, he jabbed it into his own arm. Ouch! It hurt. It was his first time giving an injection, and he didn't control the force well. He exerted too much force. At the moment the needle pierced his bone, Zhang Qianshan broke out in a cold sweat. But he dared not move, and could only endure the fear in his heart as he slowly pulled out the needle. The spot where the needle had been jabbed oozed with blood. Zhang Qianshan glanced at Lu Xianxian lying on the sickbed. What kind of look was that? It was like a father looking at his helpless daughter. Zhang Qianshan gritted his teeth, exerted more force on his hand, changed the position, and jabbed the needle in again. With the experience from the previous attempt, Zhang Qianshan was much smoother this time and nothing unexpected happened. But he didn't dare to be careless and decided to try several more times before giving the medication to Lu Xianxian. So on his arm, the small needle went in, came out, then went in again, and came out again. He tried dozens of times before finally stopping. An hour later, the spots on Zhang Qianshan's arm where he had jabbed the needle were already bruised. The needle marks were terrifying and pitiful, extremely frightening. Seeing this scene, Lu Xianxian outside the frame could no longer control her emotions. She cried out in pain. "I'm sorry, teacher, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Tears burst out uncontrollably. In the midst of the repeated "I'm sorry," Lu Xianxian finally broke down. She cried hoarsely, crying her heart out. At this moment, in the frame, Zhang Qianshan seemed to have mastered the skill of giving injections proficiently, but he did not immediately go to find Lu Xianxian. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. His swollen arm could hardly be lifted. The pain and weakness from the needle marks constantly stimulated his nerves. His condition was very bad. He needed to adjust. He needed rest even more. Zhang Qianshan sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at the syringe on the table, and then at Lu Xianxian lying on the bed. His eyes were full of love, as if he were looking at his own daughter. "Xianxian, just wait a little longer. Give the teacher a little more time. However, the only response he received was the faint sound of Lu Xianxian's breathing. As the scene progressed, the courtroom was already filled with cries. Outside the courtroom, the offline audience watching the live broadcast had also been infected by this emotion, shedding tears. But unlike the audience, in the frame, Zhang Qianshan did not cry. He did not complain. He did not give up. He was just trying hard to adjust his own state. He had no time, and no energy to cry. Of course, at that time, he would not have thought that in the distant future, so many people would shed tears for him. After waiting for a long time, Zhang Qianshan finally stood up again. He still did not pick up the syringe, but pondered carefully. He could give injections, and his hands were skilled, but what was still missing? Of course, it was the cooperation of the person receiving the injection. Just now, the needle was inserted into his own body, so of course he would not resist. But if it were inserted into someone else's body, especially a child, would there be any extreme reaction? It is well known that in hospitals, treating children is often more emotionally exhausting than treating adults. It also tests the doctor's skills and patience even more. Zhang Qianshan was not a doctor, and this was a mountainous area. He did not have rich experience in handling emergencies, and there were no conditions for dealing with emergencies here. Not even the slightest accident could happen, because he couldn't afford it. He was Lu Xianxian's teacher. Lu Xianxian was only 6 years old. He would never allow his own mistakes to affect Lu Xianxian's future. He would not allow any accidents to happen. Be careful, even more careful. Xianxian, wake up. To prevent the injection from disturbing the sleeping Lu Xianxian, Zhang Qianshan woke her up in advance. At this moment, Lu Xianxian, still half asleep, looked unwilling. Teacher, I'm so tired. Xianxian, how about we play a game? Hearing the word game, she seemed to perk up a bit. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Qianshan said, this game is called Doctor and Patient. The winner gets to be the doctor, and the loser becomes the patient. Lu Xianxian nodded. Teacher, how do we play this game? First, stretch out your hand with the palm facing down, Zhang Qianshan said. Lu Xianxian did as she was told, and Zhang Qianshan also stretched out his hand, placing it directly below her hand. Then, Zhang Qianshan withdrew his palm and lightly tapped the back of Lu Xianxian's hand. When the teacher withdraws his hand, you have to dodge. If your hand is tapped, you lose, understand? Okay. Lu Xianxian responded again, then asked, if the teacher doesn't tap my hand, does that mean I win? Yes. So if I win, I can be the doctor, right? Yes. Zhang Qianshan took out the syringe and medicine, and the young Lu Xianxian became even more excited. After all, what child doesn't like to play house? Let's start quickly. I request to stop reading the memory. In the courtroom, Lu Xianxian, who was crying bitterly, suddenly raised her hand and shouted in pain. I don't want to see the rest of it. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly came from the audience seat. At the front, an old man with a cane appeared, his eyes full of anger. He trembled as he pointed at Lu Xianxian and angrily said, you ungrateful person, you must keep watching. When you were 6, he cured your severe cold, and what happened? Have you forgotten? What happened when you were 7? Have you forgotten that too? You forgot when you were 6, do you want to forget when you were 7 as well? Now you say you don't want to see it. Let me tell you, you are an ungrateful person. I, Qi Jing, am here today to tell you that Zhang Qianshan is not just your teacher. He is also your adoptive parent, your savior. Judge, continue reading the memories. I want this ungrateful person to see her 7th year. You forgot when you were 6, and now you want to forget when you were 7, no way. As soon as the old man's voice fell, the people present were in an uproar once again. Those who didn't know him were shocked that he dared to scold Professor Lu in public. Those who knew him were even more surprised that he appeared here. Who is Qi Jin? He is a dual academician of the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering. In addition to his high academic status, he is also widely respected. Qi Jin, a great scholar of the Great Xia country. Even though Lu Xianxian is a rising star in the medical field of Great Xia, she still has a long way to go compared to him. Upon hearing Qi Jin's words, Lu Xianxian trembled all over, her face full of excitement. She looked at Zhang Qianshan and asked eagerly, Teacher, is what Professor Qi said true? Are you the person I have been looking for? However, Zhang Qianshan had no strength to answer. Don't ask him, you should see for yourself. Qi Jin reprimanded coldly. When his gaze fell on Zhang Qianshan, the wrinkles on his face, the gray temples, all revealed endless sorrow. What a sin! Your teacher asked you to come back, but you didn't. You insisted on staying there to continue teaching. You traded your future for their future, but what about them? Now each one wants to sentence you to death. For them, you didn't even get to see your teacher for the last time. It's not worth it, Zhang Qianshan. It's not worth it. It's not worth it for an ungrateful person like you. Zhang Qianshan, I regret it. I should have personally gone into the mountains and brought you back. The old professor with white hair wailed in the courtroom. In his voice, there was grief, regret, but more than that, there was pity for Zhang Qianshan. Weak and helpless, Zhang Qianshan just stood quietly. But when she heard Qi Jin mention his mentor, tears streamed down her face. Behind him, the people in the courtroom were also in tears. Clap. In the picture, Zhang Qianshan slapped Lu Xianxian's hand gently. Xianxian, you lost. Now the teacher will play the role of the doctor. Ah! Seeing Zhang Qianshan raise the syringe, the young Lu Xianxian looked panicked. Teacher, can I not have the injection? I'm afraid of pain. No. Zhang Qianshan said seriously. Behave yourself, or else the teacher won't care about you. Oh. Lu Xianxian pouted, looking aggrieved. As a patient, don't move when you get the injection later. As she spoke, Zhang Qianshan had already made all the preparations. Finally, the injection began. With her large palm holding the small arm, Zhang Qianshan carefully and slowly inserted the needle. Hiss! The young Xianxian trembled, but under Zhang Qianshan's control, there were no major movements. Soon, the medicine in the syringe was injected. Zhang Qianshan was not a professional doctor, and she dared not inject too much at once, to avoid any irreversible accidents. So she had to adopt the method of small doses multiple times. After the injection, Lu Xianxian, holding her arm, was filled with tears, trying hard not to cry. Although it was just a moment, it was still too painful for her as a young child. Teacher, is it done? It's done. Zhang Qianshan inserted the needle into the medicine bottle, then took out a new one. This one was for Lu Xianxian. It was also prepared for himself. In order to comfort Lu Xianxian, he had to make some sacrifices. Xianxian, do you still want to continue playing? Lu Xianxian looked at Zhang Qianshan, then at the syringe on the table, and nodded gently. Because in her little mind, there was a dream of becoming a doctor. And as a doctor, she would of course have her own patients to give injections to. Then, let's continue. Zhang Qianshan took a deep breath and reached out his hand. This time, he placed his palm on top of Lu Xianxian's. Snap! The young Lu Xianxian suddenly pulled her hand back and slapped Zhang Qianshan's hand heavily. Hey, teacher, I won. In an instant, Lu Xianxian was ecstatic. Zhang Qianshan smiled and carefully placed the syringe in her hand. Yes, you won, he said softly, then with Lu Xianxian, he injected himself in the arm. Be careful like this. Zhang Qianshan reminded carefully, but the young Xianxian didn't hold back, and she poked him hard, making him shiver in pain. Xianxian, be gentle. Zhang Qianshan said helplessly, you're going to ruin the patients. Ha! Lu Xianxian looked panicked and quickly pulled out the needle. Teacher, It's nothing, Zhang Qianshan waved his hand. Teacher will continue to play with you. The game between the doctor and the patient continued. But from this time on, Zhang Qianshan never won again. Every time he deliberately lost to Lu Xianxian, his arm would suffer another round of pain. Until 10 minutes passed, he frowned and touched Lu Xianxian's forehead. Still so hot. But fortunately, there were no adverse reactions. 10 minutes had passed, it was time for another injection. Zhang Qianshan's hand quickly patted Lu Xianxian's hand. Xianxian, teacher won. Oh. Although unwilling, the young Xianxian obediently stretched out her arm and let Zhang Qianshan inject her. This kind of game went on and on. 10 minutes passed one after another. When it came to the last injection, Zhang Qianshan's arm had no more space for the needle. Both of his arms were bruised and black, with no good flesh left. All were needle marks. On the other hand, Lu Xianxian's arm had only 6 needle marks. However, Zhang Qianshan was weak and had no more strength, even the hand holding the syringe was getting weaker. The trembling hand, along with the syringe, had already pierced through Lu Xianxian's skin and flesh. Under this strong stimulation, the young girl burst into tears. Teacher, it hurts, I don't want the injection anymore. Please, teacher, don't give me the injection anymore. Teacher, sob. No! Zhang Qianshan forced himself to stay strong, his face serious. This injection must be completed. After saying that, he used all his strength to slowly push the medicine into the syringe. Rest well. Inside the quilt, the sulking Lu Xianxian covered her head and refused to come out. Zhang Qianshan gave her some instructions, tidied up the corners of the quilt, poured hot water, and then left. The door closed gently behind him, and the exhausted Zhang Qianshan couldn't hold on any longer. His body went limp, and he felt dizzy. Finally, everything went black, and he passed out. The evening breeze in the mountains gently blew, slipping into his sleeves, gently touching the wounds. It seemed to bring a little comfort to the swollen and feverish arms. Sorry, teacher. I'm sorry. At this moment, outside the frame, Lu Xianxian had already dropped the syringe in her hand and knelt heavily. She tightly held Zhang Qianshan's thigh, crying uncontrollably. Sometimes, memories can deceive people, Zhang Qianshan said weakly. Lu Xianxian looked at him, full of guilt on her face. She immediately raised her hand and said to the judge's seat, "Judge, I want to withdraw the lawsuit. Please don't sentence him to death. I object. I object. I object." As soon as the voices fell, there was unanimous opposition from the plaintiff's seat. "Xian, have you forgotten? Who drove away the doctor who came to treat you when you were sick? After your parents died, who took away all your valuable belongings?" Lu Tingmei, sitting there, also said loudly, "If it weren't for him, my parents and sister wouldn't have died without any explanation." Lu Qiannan also spoke up, "And the despicable things he did to me in the name of my foster father must also be accounted for." Hearing their accusations, Zhang Qianshan just shook his head lightly. The truth will speak for itself, and all explanations are meaningless. It's all a show, Lu Tingmei accused angrily. However, Lu Xianxian asked, "Teacher, is that person really you?" Xianxian, Zhang Qianshan sighed and said gently, "Don't look anymore." "No." Suddenly, Lu Xianxian became stubborn again. "I must see it through." At this moment, Lu Tingmei spoke again. "Xianxian, you must not be deceived by him. When you were sick, he drove away the doctor. After your parents died, he took over the family property. Can all these things be forgotten? Can they be forgiven? No, you don't understand." Lu Xianxian shook her head, trembling, and said, "Teacher Zhang, he is the savior I have been looking for. Alas, it's hopeless." Lu Tingmei sighed and said with frustration, "Then continue to see what this demon has done to you." "Savior? What savior? Did Zhang Qianshan save Lu Xianxian's life other than this time?" In the courtroom, everyone was puzzled. Some looked at Lu Xianxian, hoping she could speak out the answer. And more people were staring at the big screen, trying to figure out what had happened through their own eyes. Just as they were patiently waiting, Lu Xianxian, kneeling in front of Zhang Qianshan, suddenly trembled and looked at the big screen with pain in her eyes. The day has finally come. This was the most painful day of her life. When the screen changed again, it was 3 days later. Lu Xianxian's condition had improved, and she could finally return to normal life. As for Zhang Qianshan, who had been taking care of her day and night, he became more and more haggard, to the point where he looked soft and lacked the vigor that a man in his 20s should have. He wasn't the one who was sick, but he had fallen seriously ill because of it. "Class." Zhang Qianshan put down the chalk on the platform. "Stand up." A young voice came from below the platform. Lu Xianxian, with a blushing face, quickly stood up and bowed deeply towards the platform. "Hello, teacher." She was the only student here, and naturally, she was the class monitor. Zhang Qianshan's chest felt hot as he said, "Xianxian, today, the teacher will give you the last lesson." "Teacher, are you leaving?" Lu Xianxian's tears flowed instantly. Zhang Qianshan did not answer her. Instead, he wrote 9 big characters on the blackboard. "Study for the rise of China." Zhang Qianshan said, "Xianxian, let me tell you a story." Lu Xianxian, in tears, said, "Okay." The story of Zhang Qianshan began on a hot and humid day after the rain, with the chirping of cicadas seeking mates. "When I was 12 years old, Zhou Xiangyu left his hometown and came to the east/north, which was the focus of contention for the imperialist powers in China at that time. In the concession area, a woman was lamenting. Her relative was run over by a foreigner's car, and she had hoped that the local police station would support her and punish the foreigner. But to her surprise, the police not only did not punish the foreigner, but also scolded her. After returning from the concession area, classmates often saw Zhou Xiangyu lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. It wasn't until a self-cultivation class that his thoughts were revealed. That day in class, Principal Wei asked, "Why do students study?" Some said, to seek knowledge. Some said, to become an official. Some said, to make money. Some said, to eat. At this moment, Zhou Xiangyu stood up. He said, to study for the rise of China. Zhang Qianshan whispered to Lu Xianxian, "What do you think?" Lu Xianxian, already captivated by the story, said firmly, "Teacher, I also want to study for the rise of China." Zhang Qianshan shook his head, wrong. Lu Xianxian, huh? Zhang Qianshan, you should study for yourself. Because for you, studying is the only way to change your destiny. Only through studying can you leave the mountains. Only through studying can you see a broader and more exciting world. The day's class quickly ended, and after Zhang Qianshan announced the end of class, he said to Lu Xianxian, "You should go home." Lu Xianxian tidied up her desk and walked towards the teacher's dormitory. "I said, go home." Zhang Qianshan called out from behind. Lu Xianxian suddenly froze. Her body stiffened, the smile on her face gradually disappeared, and she seemed a bit flustered. "Teacher, you're better now, you should go home too." Zhang Qianshan encouraged her. "But, teacher." Lu Xianxian lowered her head and spoke softly, I don't want to go home yet. Even if you don't want to, you have to go home. Zhang Qianshan looked at her with a complicated expression. Xianxian, have you remembered everything I've taught you these past few days? I have. Lu Xianxian blinked, not understanding why he was asking this. Zhang Qianshan continued, you must complete the assignments I've given you by yourself. You should also read more of the books in the dormitory in the future. When no one is teaching, you should study on your own. When you encounter something you don't understand, ask and think more. When you encounter difficulties, go to the village leader. I've applied for financial assistance for you, go to the village leader and claim it. Do you remember? You must work hard and study well. You must remember. A girl can be made of steel, of diligence and strength, of perseverance and fearlessness, of courage and a clenched fist, not some fragile flower. I believe, with your abilities, you will definitely leave the mountains. You must study. Do you understand? Studying is the only way you can change your destiny. You must study. You must study. You must. As he spoke, Zhang Qianshan's eyes turned red. He was incoherent, only able to repeat the word study to Lu Xianxian. Looking at the lovely girl in front of him, Zhang Qianshan tried hard not to cry. Lu Xianxian's condition had gradually improved, and the teacher had called and urged her many times. Yes, he had to leave. And today was his last day in the mountains. Starting tomorrow, he would bid farewell to Xianxian and the mountains. He would return to the capital to continue his scientific research. Teacher, are you leaving? Tears suddenly burst from her eyes. Lu Xianxian ran, crying out, using all her strength to throw herself into Zhang Qianshan's arms, wailing loudly. Xianxian, there is no feast that doesn't end in the world. Zhang Qianshan squatted down, gently wiping away her tears. However, the more he wiped, the more tears flowed. Lu Xianxian choked up, unable to speak. Teacher, will you come back to see me in the future? Teacher, will I see you again in the future? Teacher, where will you be in the future? Where can I find you? Zhang Qianshan also choked up. I will be in Zhongjing. Then teacher, you wait in Zhongjing. I will definitely come to find you in Zhongjing. Okay. At the school gate, Zhang Qianshan waved his hand and said, school's out, go home. Teacher. Bang. Zhang Qianshan closed the gate, completely cutting off the two of them. Go back, he said loudly. I'll wait for you in Zhongjing. Teacher. Wow. Outside the door, Lu Xianxian burst into tears again. But this time, there was no one to hold her hand and wipe away her tears. Teacher, wait for me. I will study hard, leave the mountains, and go to Zhongjing to find you. With that, she finally made up her mind and ran towards home without looking back. On the winding path, just as her figure was about to disappear, the gate of Hope Elementary School opened again. Watching her leave, Zhang Qianshan wiped away a tear. He changed into clean clothes and followed behind Lu Xianxian from a distance, just like that night. After all, the mountain road was long, and there were no classmates to accompany her, and she was just a girl. As a teacher, he couldn't rest assured. Soon, Lu Xianxian arrived home. Watching her enter the house, Zhang Qianshan finally relaxed. But at that moment, a sound of breaking and a burst of scolding came from the small wooden house. When Lu Xianxian pushed open the door, everyone in the house was eating. Dad, Mom, I'm back. She greeted cautiously, afraid of being scolded for saying something wrong. Unexpectedly, this time, her father didn't say anything, but pointed to the table. The bowl is there, serve yourself some porridge. Lu Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief. As usual, she served herself a small bowl of porridge. The family's food had always been limited, and if her father didn't speak up, no one could serve themselves a second bowl. Even the first bowl couldn't be too full, otherwise she would be labeled as selfish. Of course, this rule only applied to her and her two sisters. Carefully holding the porridge, before she could sit down, her mother suddenly stood up. She knocked the bowl of porridge out of Xianxian's hand, and even more, gave her a heavy slap. Mom! Wow! Watching the porridge spilled on the ground, Lu Xianxian's face burned. She was both hurt and aggrieved, crying loudly in front of her mother. At this moment, her father sitting on the side glanced at her indifferently and said, serve yourself another bowl and eat. No, you can't eat. I said, let her eat. No! Watching her parents arguing, Lu Xianxian was once again frightened. Wiping her tears, she cried and pleaded, Dad, Mom, Xianxian knows she was wrong. It's my fault for not coming home for a few days. I shouldn't eat. I will reflect on myself. Please, don't drive me out. With that, she thumped to the ground, kneeling heavily, constantly kowtowing. Seeing her like this, her mother, who had just raised her hand, finally couldn't bear it. She quickly stepped forward, tightly embracing Xianxian, crying and saying, Xianxian, it's Mom and Dad who are sorry. It's Mom's fault. Mom was wrong. Mom has no money, Mom made you suffer. Mom shouldn't have given birth to you, Xian Xian. Mom was wrong, wrong. With calloused hands, her mother held Lu Xianxian's face, wiping away her tears. Lu Xianxian followed suit, crying and wiping her mother's tears. Crying endlessly. Cry, cry. All you know is to cry. At the edge of the table, Mr. Lu roared at Lu Xianxian, come here and drink the porridge. Drink the porridge. Are you deaf? Drink it now. This time, Lu Xianxian was completely bewildered. She looked at her mother, who was crying in her arms, and then at her father, who was sitting coldly on the side. What was wrong with them? What were they doing? Seeing Lu Xianxian crying there, her father, who had been cold all along, finally exploded. He came over with a bowl of porridge, reached out to grab Xianxian, and tried to force the porridge into her mouth. However, at that moment, her mother, who had been sitting on the side, suddenly stood up and knocked over the bowl again. Get out of here! He shouted, raising his hand and delivering a heavy slap, knocking his wife to the ground. Damn you, how dare you! Cried the mother on the ground. She held onto her husband's legs tightly, desperately trying to stop him from approaching. At this moment, Zhang Qianshan, who had been standing outside all along, finally burst in. He opened his arms and stood in front of Lu Xianxian. In front of them was Xianxian's fierce father. Teacher! Lu Xianxian was pleasantly surprised. However, Zhang Qianshan was full of anger. Don't hit her. She's just a child. He shouted at Mr. Lu. This time, the small room finally fell completely silent. It was dead quiet. Facing the figure standing in front of him, Mr. Lu's eyes were filled with despair. He stared at Zhang Qianshan, pointed forcefully, opened his mouth wide, but said nothing. She's just a child. She's your own daughter. Zhang Qianshan's eyes were red. And you are her father. After saying that, his voice abruptly stopped. Because at that moment, Mr. Lu's body suddenly convulsed and he slowly said towards the ground. First, he coughed loudly, then he retched heavily. A large amount of blood spewed out from his mouth, filling the entire small room with a foul smell. Seeing this eerie scene, Zhang Qianshan instinctively wanted to step back, but in the end, he held back, because he knew that behind him was the 6-year-old Lu Xianxian. As Zhang Qianshan endured the nausea, a series of sounds came from the dining table, starting from the youngest brother, followed by the 2 sisters. They all held their stomachs, coughing and crying in pain. What's going on? What's happening? Zhang Qianshan was flustered. He looked at them, seeking an answer. Then, one by one, the children began to vomit blood, and finally all of them collapsed on the table, motionless. Help! Help me! The man on the ground suddenly struggled, grabbing Zhang Qianshan's pants leg with a ferocious expression, his gums exposed, looking like a yellow dog that had accidentally ingested rat poison in the village. Help! Cough! Help me! I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. It hurts. It hurts. I don't want to die. I regret it. Please, save me, save me. Zhang Qianshan hurriedly took out his phone, intending to call 120. However, before he could dial, Lu Xianxian's father had already breathed his last breath, just like her 2 sisters and brother. Teacher Zhang. Lu Xianxian's mother's voice trembled. She knelt down in front of Zhang Qianshan, crying, Teacher Zhang, I can't go on living. I also drank paraquat. It was in the porridge. My husband has liver cancer. We really have no money for treatment at home. My husband said that drinking paraquat would bring relief. We're doomed. Living is just too painful. Too painful. I wanted to go out to work, but everyone knows that my husband is sick, and they won't hire me. Our family has long been destitute. Xian Xian. She's sensible, she's flesh and blood that fell from my body. I don't want her to die. She didn't drink the porridge. She can still survive. Teacher Zhang, I beg you, take Xian Xian away, take her out of the mountains. Teacher Zhang, I beg you, please, I beg you. Bang, bang, bang. The woman pleaded desperately while banging her head on the ground. Her head was covered in mud and blood. She continued to bang her head, and soon blood was spitting out of her mouth. But she didn't stop. She continued to plead frantically for her daughter. As for Lu Xianxian hiding behind, she had never seen such a scene before and was scared and crying. Mom! Mom! Don't do this! Zhang Qianshan was busy trying to pull the woman up. Don't bang your head. I'll call 120. I'll call the hospital to come. I'll call the hospital to come. Zhang Qianshan shouted urgently, trembling as he took out his phone. Then, he was pushed away by the woman. It's too late. The woman shook her head. 120 won't come here at all. And after drinking paraquat, there is absolutely no chance of survival. After saying that, she coughed up blood and yelled at Xian Xian. Xian Xian, come here. Behind her, the young Xian Xian quickly came forward and cried as she threw herself into her mother's arms. Then, her mother forcibly twisted her body and knelt heavily in front of Zhang Qianshan. "Kneel down and kowtow to the teacher," the woman shouted, then pressed Qianxian's head roughly to the ground. Bang! "No!" A muffled voice came from there, and Zhang Qianshan's reaction was a beat slow. When Xianxian lifted her head, her fair forehead was already bruised. Zhang Qianshan felt a pang of heartache and quickly went forward to hug Xianxian as the woman continued to press her head. "Xianxian, listen to me. Zhang teacher, please." The woman banged her head on the ground heavily. She never lifted it again, leaving behind the wailing Xianxian. Heart-wrenching. "Mom!" Young Xianxian hugged her mother tightly, shaking her desperately, trying to wake her up. Of course, all of this was in vain. After crying for who knows how long, despairing Xianxian finally looked up at the silent Zhang Qianshan. "Zhang teacher, I don't have parents anymore." 6-year-old Xianxian's eyes were filled with despair and tears. Zhang Qianshan sighed. He turned and closed the door, walking out of the small wooden house. In the courtroom, as they watched Zhang Qianshan leave the wooden house, the people present erupted in outrage. How could this bastard be so heartless at a time when the child needed comfort the most? "Zhang Qianshan, are you still human?" Someone shouted at Zhang Qianshan. "You bastard, how could you abandon the child and let her face her relatives' bodies alone? Is this how you teach as a teacher? Is this how you treat children? Scum!" They scorned. They insulted. They were angry. Even Lu Xianxian, who was with Zhang Qianshan, had red eyes and asked, "Zhang teacher, why were you so heartless back then?" Before Zhang Qianshan could react, the plaintiff, Lu Tingmei, stood up. "Do you still need to ask?" She pointed at Zhang Qianshan and said, "Don't be fooled by his good appearance, he's like this behind the scenes. Xianxian, let me tell you, he was good to you before because your parents were still alive. Now that your parents are gone, he doesn't need to pretend anymore. I realized this completely when I heard the news of my mother's death. I suggest that Zhang Qianshan be executed directly. Xianxian, inject the last dose in your hand." The courtroom erupted. Outraged. Shouting, "Death penalty! Injection! Death penalty! Immediate death penalty! Death penalty! Death penalty!" Amidst the voices, Xianxian's hand holding the syringe trembled as she raised it. Faced with the anger of the crowd, Zhang Qianshan, in the defendant's seat, still did not make any gesture. He just closed his eyes quietly and patiently waited for the final outcome. "Am I going to die?" Zhang Qianshan wondered. Since deciding to plead guilty, he has been ready to face it. Moreover, the students around him have all succeeded one by one, and those who have not yet succeeded are basically on the right track. As a teacher, Zhang Qianshan has no regrets. Do you think Zhang Qianshan's goal is to let Lu Xianxian and his family have their final moments alone? Behind him, there are still people holding different opinions. However, his opinion was quickly suppressed. "Nonsense, it's obviously disdain, it's cowardice, it's pathetic. And are you blind?" When her father was spitting blood just now, Zhang Qianshan instinctively wanted to step back. "Didn't you see that? Look, Zhang Qianshan is making a phone call." Amidst the clamor, someone still stared at the big screen. "I think he should be contacting the teacher to prepare to return to the capital." Sure enough, in the footage, Zhang Qianshan had already left the wooden house and walked to a slightly farther location. He stood on a hillside, looking exhaustedly at the Lu family village. Due to the terrain, the people in the mountains lived very loosely. Due to economic conditions, everything here seemed dilapidated. The environment here is too backward. The sanitary conditions are limited, and when they get sick, they can only endure it. The educational conditions are backward, and even the most educated person here would be illiterate outside. And there is no technology at all. Even if they are sent out of the mountains, it is very difficult for them to survive in the city. So, it's not that they don't have the ability to leave, but they are forced by reality to stay here and survive. Zhang Qianshan looked at the various scenes in his eyes and thought of the things he had experienced in these days. He trembled as he opened his phone and made a call. "Teacher, it's me, Zhang Qianshan." "Qianshan? Are you finally coming back?" The voice on the other end of the phone was joyful. "Has the plane ticket been booked? What's the flight time? By the way, I'll tell you some good news. The previous research award has been issued, and the new project has been finalized. Funds will be available in a few days. Qianshan, everything is ready. The team is just waiting for you." The old professor on the other end of the phone was talking non-stop, but Zhang Qianshan on this end was breathing heavily and didn't speak for a long time. "Qianshan? Hello? Are you still there? Qianshan? Is the signal bad? Can you hear me? Teacher, I'm here." Looking back in the direction of the wooden house, Zhang Qianshan burst into tears. "Teacher, I can't go back." Silence, a deathly silence, like the calm before the storm. Sure enough, the old professor on the other end of the phone suddenly erupted, his voice like thunder. Zhang Qianshan, have you lost your mind? It's fine to delay for a few days for a girl, but do you want to stay here for the rest of your life? Do you know what your profession is? You are a researcher. Your job is to explore and research in the field of biology, and to strive tirelessly for the future of all mankind. I worked hard to bring you out, teach you knowledge, and guide you in research, not for you to stay in that broken place as a teacher. Do you understand the true value on you? After a series of roars, Zhang Qianshan clenched his fists and cried out, "Teacher, do you know how Xianxian's parents died? Her father had liver cancer, no money, nowhere to seek treatment, so the whole family drank pesticide. Teacher, didn't you see the watery porridge they mixed the pesticide in? There were only a few grains of rice inside. Even with that kind of watery porridge, Xianxian could only drink a small bowl every day while her parents were alive. Teacher, her parents are gone. She only has me." Zhang Qianshan finally broke down emotionally, crying like a child. "Teacher, Xianxian is very smart. I'm not refusing to come back, I'm just asking you, please give me a little more time." There was silence on the other end of the phone again. Finally, the old professor's voice was low and resigned. "Since I first met you, I knew you were stubborn and couldn't be pulled back. I thought it would be a good thing for you, to be able to forge ahead and break through while doing scientific research. But now, it seems, Zhang Qianshan, you should come back. You are still young, and you have enough capital. To raise a 6-year-old girl, how long do you have to wait? If a 6-year-old girl wants to achieve something, how long does she have to wait? If all this time and energy were put into yourself, how many topics, how much research could you accomplish? It's really not worth it. I'll give you 5 years at most, that's the maximum period I can reserve your student status and degree. If Lu Xianxian doesn't achieve anything within 5 years, you must come back to me. Do you understand?" The phone finally hung up, and Zhang Qianshan was exhausted. He sat on the ground, looking dejected, his voice hoarse. "I'm sorry, teacher, I have disappointed you." In the courtroom, the atmosphere exploded once again. Not because Zhang Qianshan gave up his future, but because of the agreement he made with his mentor. 5 years to achieve something. Please, Lu Xianxian is only 6 years old now, and in 5 years, she will only be 11. An 11-year-old child who hasn't even started junior high school, what achievements can she make? In other words, the goals Zhang Qianshan faces are too difficult and unrealistic. However, as they discussed, the female journalist seemed to have realized something. She quickly opened her phone and searched for information about Lu Xianxian. Sure enough, on Baidu Baiki, Lu Xianxian's contributions had been compiled into a table, with the first line stating, "Proposed boron neutron capture therapy, BNCT." Of course, that's not the point, because in the age column, there was a clear number, 11. She did it. The female journalist said excitedly, at the age of 11, academician Lu proposed boron neutron capture therapy, making outstanding contributions to the field of cancer treatment. This statement caused a stir in the entire room. Especially for those in the medical field, it was almost jaw-dropping. Even now, BNCT remains the most cutting-edge technology in the field of cancer treatment, and ordinary medical students have no chance to come into contact with it. To truly study and research-related topics, one would need at least a master's degree. So, does this mean that academician Lu had already reached the level of a master's degree in medicine at the age of 11? No, that's not right. It's beyond that. You see, the successful implementation of BNCT marked a significant event in the history of NCT cancer treatment in DCA, and filled a large gap in DCA's NCT research and development. Does this mean that when academician Lu was 6 years old, Zhang Qianshan already believed that she could become a pillar of the nation? In fact, it wasn't just this female journalist. With the progress of the case, more and more netizens actively dug up information about academician Lu, sparking intense discussions. Whether it was Douyin or Kuaishou, Weibo or Tuxiu, they actively popularized and shared. They made academician Lu's achievements known and seen by more people. And within the courtroom, Lu Xianxian was once again shaken. She stared at the big screen, recalling the contents of the phone call over and over in her mind. She only now realized that Zhang Qianshan had made such a great sacrifice for her. And she had misunderstood, even continuously accused him. It's just a phone call, what's there to get excited about? Lu Tingmei, another student of Zhang Qianshan and an academician of the Academy of Engineering, looked at everyone. Don't forget, Zhang Qianshan's field of study is biology, while Lu Xianxian's achievements are in the field of medicine. Therefore, in terms of academia, Zhang Qianshan did not provide much help. To put it more bluntly, Lu Xianxian's current achievements are entirely the result of her own efforts and talent. Are you still trying to credit Zhang Qianshan with this achievement? That would really be giving him an undeserved advantage. Her words brought silence to the courtroom once again. Indeed, while there is a close connection between biology and medicine, there are still significant differences. It's too hasty to have Zhang Qianshan share in Lu Xianxian's achievements just because of a phone call. Xianxian, do you remember the heavy rain you told me about? Upon hearing this, Lu Xianxian shuddered. Her face turned pale, as if she was immersed in a painful memory. Seeing her words take effect, Lu Tingmei sighed and said, "You said that on that night, you were alone in burying the body of your loved one. It was that heavy rain that caused your condition to worsen again. And that scoundrel Zhang Qianshan not only didn't help you, but even drove away the doctor who came to treat you later, and took away what little property you had. How could you endure all this?" These words, like thunder, exploded in Lu Xianxian's ears. Finally, trembling, she looked at Zhang Qianshan and asked through gritted teeth, "Teacher Zhang, when you were 7 years old, was it really you?" When she heard this question again, Zhang Qianshan was stunned. It seemed as if he was hesitating whether to tell Lu Xianxian the truth. However, Professor Qi Jin was furious once again. He heavily tapped his cane on the ground, and because of his excitement, even his voice trembled a bit. "You wolf in sheep's clothing. If you want to know, go see for yourself." With his firm tone, everyone's attention returned to the big screen. Inside the small cabin, young Xianxian was still sitting on the ground. She held the body, crying for her parents, siblings, and begging for even the slightest response. However, the dead cannot come back to life. As she cried, she grew tired. As she cried, she grew fearful. The body in her arms grew colder, and the evening wind outside grew stronger. The warmth that should have been in the cabin now felt like an ice cellar, making people shiver. Right, there was also Teacher Zhang. Lu Xianxian suddenly realized. She quickly turned around, only to look disappointedly at the tightly closed door. Teacher Zhang, he had left. In an instant, it felt like being struck by lightning. "Teacher Zhang, where are you?" she cried in despair. "Teacher Zhang, do you not want me anymore?" Teacher Zhang, sob, sob. Teacher Zhang. The evening wind rose, and dark clouds gathered. A heavy rain could fall at any moment. It seemed like the wind had blown for too long, or perhaps these past few days had been too exhausting. Outside the cabin, Zhang Qianshan under the tree collapsed. His face was flushed, showing an unnatural redness. His arms were covered in needle marks. Finally, when the rain fell on his face, Zhang Qianshan couldn't get up and fell into a coma. Thunder roared, and the rain poured down. Both inside and outside the cabin, they were plunged into a cold world. That night, Lu Xianxian cried. That night, Zhang Qianshan was drenched. It wasn't until early the next morning, when a villager went out, that they found Zhang Qianshan lying in the mountains. By then, Zhang Qianshan was soaked through, his body cold, like a corpse. The villagers didn't dare to move him and went to Lu Xianxian's house for help. Then, they saw the horrifying scene. "Someone's dead. Everyone, come out." Soon, the village leader arrived with people. They carried Zhang Qianshan away and then began to discuss Xianxian's situation. Faced with the tragedy at the Lu family's house, the people of Lujiakan were no longer surprised. In the past, the days were even worse, and there were a few families who took their own lives with medicine. The types of medicine were varied. Rat poison, 2 yuan for a small bag, had to be bought in town. Those who couldn't afford rat poison would drink paraquat. Paraquat, 5 yuan for 2 pounds, in a large bottle. After a brief examination of the scene, the village leader knew what had happened. Whoever is the fastest, go to town and report to the police. He probably made some arrangements, then sighed as he looked at Lu Xianxian sitting over there, and said to the men beside him, "The child is still young. After the police have checked, we'll help bury them." The crowd nodded. However, at this moment, the young Xianxian suddenly looked at them and stubbornly said, "No." Hearing this, the village leader frowned slightly. "Xianxian, your family has already left, and we can't keep them here." Upon hearing this response, the young Xianxian burst into tears again, which made people feel sorry for her. "Xianxian, don't worry. You are a child of the Lu family village, and we will never abandon you. From today on, as long as there is food in the Lu family village, you will have food too, until you grow up." After speaking, the village leader looked at the others around him and asked seriously, "In the future, no matter where Xianxian wants to eat, no one is allowed to close the door, understood?" "Understood, leader." "Xianxian, don't worry, you can always come to our house. The same goes for our house, Auntie will cook whatever you want." One after another, the villagers present all assured her. However, Lu Xianxian, who was among them, couldn't seem to be happy no matter what. The village leader spoke again. "Xianxian, let go, and let them rest in peace." Lu Xianxian looked at him, her small hands tightly clenched. Facing the crowd, she slowly said, "No." "Xianxian." The village leader became anxious. "What's wrong with this child? I want to bury them myself," Lu Xianxian said. "But you are still young. I must bury them myself. Lu Xianxian's eyes were full of tears. This time, let me accompany them myself. All right. In the surprised eyes of the crowd, the village leader nodded slowly. Then you can do it yourself. If you need help, come find me. Watching Xianxian leave, the village leader used his eyes to stop those who wanted to follow. The more you try to help a child throwing a tantrum, the less they will want your help. He said, when she realizes she can't handle it herself, she will come back. In less than half a day, the police arrived. After they inspected the scene and completed the registration, Lu Xianxian busied herself. She found a rope, carried her younger brother on her back, and then walked step by step along the mountain road towards the old Lu family's ancestral grave. Children in the mountains are strong, and her younger brother was not particularly heavy due to his young age, so this trip went relatively smoothly. However, when it came to her two sisters, the young Xianxian struggled a bit. She took 3 steps and then rested, using all her strength to bring them up. After that, it was her mother's turn. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces, Lu Xianxian burst into tears again. She cried as she tied them up, then walked towards the ancestral grave along the mountain road. The heavy rain poured down, making the mountain road slippery. Xianxian stumbled and fell, and before she reached the ancestral grave, she was already soaked and covered in mud. When this scene was played in the courtroom, the people present were once again shocked. A 6-year-old child who had just lost all her family members was now burying them alone. How desperate and courageous must she be? Some of the more timid ones dared not look and directly asked Xianxian if it was true that she was alone at that time. Some even directly accused Zhang Qianshan of pretending to be sick. However, at this moment, Xianxian was already in tears. She shook her head desperately and said, "It's not like what you said. Teacher Zhang is already unconscious. Teacher Zhang didn't refuse to help me, he just couldn't help me. He's unconscious," Lu Xianxian explained for Zhang Qianshan. However, in the footage, Zhang Qianshan had already regained consciousness. In the pouring rain, Lu Xianxian fell time and time again, but she also got up time and time again. If she couldn't walk, she crawled. If she couldn't carry them, she pulled with all her might. Even if crying hoarsely, even if exhausting all energy, she never gives up, never seeks help. Even the villagers who couldn't bear to watch and wanted to help were all pushed away by Lu Xianxian. And at this moment, the village head, Zhang Qianshan, finally woke up. In the courtroom, everyone was emotional. They loudly insulted Zhang Qianshan. Beast. Cold-blooded. He only wakes up when lying down. Letting a young child like Lu Xianxian bury her family and handle the affairs of the family on her own. It's simply inhuman. If he's a beast, then what does that make you? Facing the accusations of the crowd, Professor Qi Jin angrily spoke up. For that white-eyed wolf, Zhang Qianshan has already done so much, isn't that enough? Of course not. Someone retorted on the spot. If Zhang Qianshan had stayed inside and not gone out, not only would he not have fallen ill, but Professor Lu wouldn't have had to bury her family's bodies alone. In my opinion, Zhang Qianshan has brought this upon himself. After saying this, the conversation shifted. Professor Qi, are you speaking up for Zhang Qianshan because you had some previous relationship with him? Hearing this sarcastic remark, Professor Qi Jin was even more furious. Although Zhang Qianshan was not his disciple, he was a young man he had high hopes for. Clearly, he had sacrificed everything for these white-eyed wolves, blocking his own future. And now he was being pointed at by 1,000 fingers, being smeared with countless accusations. Why is this happening? Professor Qi was trembling with anger. It's not like that. Lu Xianxian, who was by Zhang Qianshan's side, suddenly stood up to explain for him. I remember the situation that day, it was really cold. Teacher Zhang was outside in the wind and rain, he definitely couldn't bear it. He also wanted to help me bury my family, he just fainted. Xianxian, stop speaking up for him. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Tingmei immediately retorted, they're right, Zhang Qianshan brought this illness upon himself. He doesn't deserve any sympathy. And, Zhang Qianshan has always been cold-blooded. He wouldn't help you at all. You'll see, when he wakes up, he'll definitely just sleep in bed and won't care about you at all. Otherwise, how do you explain his indifference to you in the past, letting you bury your family alone? Lu Xianxian lowered her head, speechless. Amidst the argument, Zhang Qianshan's memories were still being recalled. At the village head's house, Zhang Qianshan, who had already woken up, suddenly sat up and stared blankly at the village head sitting on the side. Because of the rain, the Lu family was all huddled inside. Teacher Zhang, you're awake? Are you feeling okay? The village head quickly asked. After a brief moment of confusion, Zhang Qianshan's expression suddenly became urgent. Village head Lu, something's wrong. Xianxian, she. I know. The village head sighed and said, we already knew about Xianxian's situation when we carried you back this morning. You all knew? Zhang Qianshan felt relieved and asked, "So what do we do now? What else can we do? Report to the police station, then handle the affairs. And what about Xian Xian, where is she?" Looking at Zhang Qianshan's anxious expression, the village head quickly reassured him, "You don't need to worry about Xian Xian's situation, just focus on recovering." Zhang Qianshan frowned and asked seriously, "Where is Xian Xian right now?" "Well, don't worry, Xian Xian is fine." To cover up his worries, the village head deliberately looked out the window. However, Zhang Qianshan sensed something and asked coldly, "Village head Lu, are you hiding something from me?" "No." "Then why are you avoiding my question?" Sigh. Under Zhang Qianshan's questioning, the village head finally couldn't hold back and said, "Teacher Zhang, don't be upset when I tell you. Xian Xian is also stubborn. Even though we said we would help with the affairs, she insisted on handling it herself. And now," Zhang Qianshan became nervous. "She's probably hiding from the rain now." Looking at the heavy rain outside, Lu Zhishu felt uncertain. "I'll go find him," Zhang Qianshan said as he tried to get off the bed. However, before he could stand up, his legs went weak, he felt dizzy, and he fell hard to the ground. Zhang Qianshan fainted. When he woke up, it was already more than 10 minutes later. Lu Zhishu was holding a bowl of hot water. Ginger sugar water, a local remedy. When someone suddenly faints here, they drink this. You drink it before you leave. Lu Zhishu held the bowl with a firm attitude. Ginger sugar water? Looking at the broken bowl, Zhang Qianshan did not hesitate and drank it down. Perhaps they didn't have much medical knowledge. Perhaps they didn't know what low blood sugar was. But based on accumulated experience, they could figure out their own way of survival. However, this way of survival was backward and rudimentary. Low blood sugar. Drinking sugar water is effective. But what about other emergencies? They can only wait to die. Zhang Qianshan felt bitter in his heart as he finished the ginger sugar water. After drinking the ginger sugar water, the village leader could no longer stop Zhang Qianshan. Zhang Qianshan thanked the village leader repeatedly, then took an umbrella from the doorway. Unsteadily, he disappeared into the rain curtain. "Xian Xian, where are you? Xian Xian?" Soon, Zhang Qianshan arrived at Lu Xianxian's house, put away the umbrella at the door, and shouted loudly. However, the dead silence gradually weighed heavily on his mood. Zhang Qianshan walked in. In the dilapidated house, the sour smell of vomit and the musty smell of clothes intertwined. By the light coming through the crack in the door, Zhang Qianshan saw the father's body of Lu Xianxian lying alone in the center. Inside the house, Lu Xianxian's mother, 2 sisters, and a brother were all gone. 4 bodies were missing. The messy floor was full of drag marks. Thinking of what the village leader had said, Zhang Qianshan suddenly realized. Lu Xianxian went up the mountain in the pouring rain to bury her family. He didn't care about the heavy rain and ran on the muddy road. "Xian Xian, where are you? Xian Xian, Lu Xianxian, Xian Xian. Xian Xian, where are you, Xian Xian?" The mountain wind carried the pouring rain, soaking his clothes again. But Zhang Qianshan didn't care about that. He just kept running and shouting. After the heavy rain, the road on the mountain was slippery, and a little carelessness could lead to a fall. Lu Xianxian went up the mountain alone, and he was worried. Finally, Zhang Qianshan found Lu Xianxian by a stream on the mountainside. 6-year-old Lu Xianxian was carrying her mother's body, sitting in the pouring rain. "Xian Xian, come back with me." Zhang Qianshan held the umbrella and was about to pull her up from the ground. However, at this moment, Lu Xianxian's eyes were red, and she looked at him expressionlessly. "Get out of the way," she said coldly. Zhang Qianshan's breath paused. He put down the umbrella and went to untie the rope on Xian Xian. "Fine, if you don't want to go back, then I'll help you. Xian Xian, you hold the umbrella first, don't get rained on again." Snap! Before Zhang Qianshan could finish speaking, the young Lu Xianxian burst out with an inexplicable force and pushed him hard. "I don't need you to take care of me," she shouted loudly. "Xian Xian, I don't want you to take care of me. Get out of here." She glared fiercely at Zhang Qianshan, like a desperate young beast. Resolute. At this moment, in the courtroom, seeing this scene, Lu Xianxian suddenly burst into tears. She knelt on the ground, crying like a child. "Teacher Zhang, I'm sorry." Seeing this scene from the previous chapter, the crowd was once again in an uproar. Wasn't it said that Zhang Qianshan didn't come to help? Then who is the man being pushed away by Lu Xianxian now? Some questioned, some understood. After all, it's normal for children to make mistakes. Sure enough, Xian Xian, who was kneeling in front of Zhang Qianshan, cried out again, "Teacher, I was wrong. I'm sorry." However, just like before, faced with Lu Xianxian's mistake, Zhang Qianshan did not blame her, but looked at her with the same loving gaze as a father. "It's okay," he weakly said, "teacher doesn't blame you." At this moment, the crowd's attention turned back to Lu Tingmei, the plaintiff. It was she who insisted that Zhang Qianshan had never appeared from beginning to end. Lu Tingmei's face stiffened. She hadn't seen any of this with her own eyes, it was all based on what Lu Xianxian had told her. If Lu Xianxian had remembered wrong, then she naturally misunderstood as well. I misunderstood, she admitted. But Zhang Qianshan drove away the doctor and embezzled the family property. These are undeniable facts. At that time, the only reason he went to find Lu Xianxian was purely to gain trust. If not, what reason would there be for Lu Xianxian to trust him and hand over all the family property to him? Hiss. Upon hearing this, the people present gasped in shock. If what Lu Tingmei said was true, then Zhang Qianshan had hidden himself very deeply. But have you ever thought about why Lu Xianxian's family was so poor? What was he after? Someone suddenly asked from the audience. Because in Zhang Qianshan's eyes, with Lu Xianxian's family background, he shouldn't have been interested in anything. What he was after, of course, was us girls. At this moment, Zhang Qianshan's adopted daughter, Lu Qiannan, also stood up and faced the crowd. If he hadn't supported education, there would have been no chance to stay in the Lu family village, no chance to take in so many female students, and even less chance to take advantage of us. I said, the reason Zhang Qianshan was willing to stay was because we girls had never seen the world. He thought we were easy to bully. He thought we didn't know anything. He thought we wouldn't resist at all. I am his adopted daughter, and he still targeted me. Zhang Qianshan, he is a beast. The people present were once again furious. It seemed that Zhang Qianshan, who had moved countless people, had really played a big game behind the scenes. There are too many people at the school, it's not convenient for him to take action. This is the real purpose of his embezzlement of Lu Xianxian's property. In front of Zhang Qianshan, Lu Xianxian still knelt there. She didn't want to get up. The memories that she had automatically forgotten because of the intense pain were vividly replayed. Guilt filled her whole body. As she listened to the accusations, she looked at Zhang Qianshan. Teacher, what they said isn't true, right? When I was 7, was it really you? Teacher, I want an answer. In the audience, Professor Qi snorted coldly. You, white-eyed wolf, always asking, don't you know how to see for yourself? I tell you, everything that happened in the past, you will see it one by one. Nowhere to escape. In the scene, the heavy rain still hadn't stopped. Seeing Xianxian so stubborn, Zhang Qianshan stood quietly behind her, holding an umbrella for her. Perhaps, when she figured it out and calmed down, she would listen. However, things once again went beyond Zhang Qianshan's expectations. Even just holding the umbrella, Xianxian resisted fiercely. She looked up, her face cold. Go away. Xianxian, listen to me. I told you to go away. Xianxian, look at me. I am your teacher. I am Zhang Qianshan. Zhang Qianshan said urgently. However, the next moment, the young Xianxian quickly reached out and pushed Zhang Qianshan out fiercely. The mountain path was slippery and uneven. Even though the child's strength was quite limited, Zhang Qianshan was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. His body fell heavily to the ground, then slid down the slope towards the mountain. The broken stones on the ground tore his clothes and left small wounds all over his body. In just a few seconds, Zhang Qianshan was covered in injuries, looking extremely miserable. However, seeing Xianxian standing on the mountain road, Zhang Qianshan quickly got up. The rain was heavy, and Xianxian was still young. She had to be taken back as soon as possible. Xianxian, wait, let me help you. Go away. Xianxian turned around and shouted angrily. Xianxian, I said go away. Xianxian was full of tears, her eyes burning with fire. I said I didn't want anyone to help me. I said I wanted to do it myself. Why, when they all left, did you suddenly remember to take care of me? Why? At this moment, Zhang Qianshan fell silent. He stood there, watching Lu Xianxian stubbornly carrying her mother on her back, inching her way to the grave. Then, Lu Xianxian knelt in front of the relative's body and wailed loudly. It's Xianxian's fault. If I hadn't been sick, I wouldn't have been away from you for so many days. Mom, I miss you. Wow. When I grow up, I want to become a doctor. Curing the sick, conquering cancer. Wow. As she cried, the young Xianxian finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the ground. It was only then that Zhang Qianshan had the chance to approach. He looked at the young Xianxian, then at the bodies in the rain, and let out a long sigh. Then, he put Xianxian on his back and left the graveyard. He descended the mountain to take Xianxian back to rest. Soon, the exhausted figure of Zhang Qianshan appeared again. He was going up the mountain. He still carried the body of Lu Xianxian's father on his back. In the pouring rain, he held a shovel and found a slightly better spot to start digging. Swish! As the shovel went down, mud and water splashed. Swish! Another shovel went down, and the rainwater carried the mud towards the pit. Zhang Qianshan frowned, and his movements suddenly quickened. It wasn't that he was foolish and unwilling to wait for the rain to stop. He knew that Lu Xianxian, sleeping in the cabin, might wake up at any moment, and he had to finish everything before that. Her days had already been so difficult, so let him help bear the burden. Finally, with Zhang Qianshan's efforts, a large pit was dug. He was limited in his ability to dig too deep, but it was enough for these bodies. He buried the family together and then filled the pit with soil, creating a simple grave. Finally, Zhang Qianshan collapsed exhausted by the grave, looking at it with moist eyes. Rest in peace. I will take care of Xian. With that, Zhang Qianshan once again lost consciousness in the pouring rain. Outside the scene, even though many people had doubts about Zhang Qianshan, when they saw him faint, they couldn't help but sympathize. They once again doubted whether a rural teacher who could do so much for his students could really be a wicked demon. From the moment he decided to stay, Zhang Qianshan had sacrificed too much. Not only his career and future, but also his health and even his life. Your Honor, I want to withdraw the lawsuit. Lu Xianxian, kneeling in the defendant's seat, wiped away her tears and raised her hand stubbornly. Xianxian, no. The students of Zhang Qianshan, who were the plaintiffs, shouted. They opposed her while reminding her, this is just the beginning. This demon has done many outrageous things. Xianxian, please be patient and think carefully. Xianxian looked at them and shook her head slowly. I don't want to pursue it, I want to withdraw the lawsuit. When Lu Xianxian said this, Lu Tingmei exploded. Lu Xianxian, are you a fool? Have you forgotten how Zhang Qianshan drove away the doctor when you were seriously ill? Have you forgotten how Zhang Qianshan took over your family's property? Lu Tingmei angrily pointed at Zhang Qianshan as she spoke. Zhang Qianshan, he is not worthy to be a teacher. He is heartless and unscrupulous, a beast. And at that moment, the screen changed again. Look, it's Engineer Lu. Someone shouted. Lu Tingmei quickly looked up and indeed saw her younger self. The next moment, Lu Tingmei burst into tears. At the grave. When the sunlight fell on his face, Zhang Qianshan, who had fainted next to the grave, slowly woke up. The downpour had just passed, and the air still carried a strong smell of water. As he got up from the ground, his soaked clothes dripped water. A gust of mountain wind made Zhang Qianshan shiver. Zhang Qianshan, who left the small wooden house, did not go elsewhere, but went straight back to Hope Elementary School. Yesterday, he braved the storm to take Lu Xianxian back to school. He didn't know how she was doing now. However, as soon as he arrived at the school gate, there was already someone waiting there, a middle-aged woman with a child. When she saw Zhang Qianshan coming, the woman's face lit up and she hurriedly said, Teacher Zhang, you haven't left. That's great, you can take care of this child from now on. Zhang Qianshan frowned and looked at the girl. She was very dark, very thin, and quiet. She looked to be about 10 years old. Zhang Qianshan knew her, she used to be a student here. Her name was Lu Tingmei. She just hadn't come to school after the Chinese New Year. Teacher Zhang, her name is Lu Tingmei. I am her second aunt, the woman introduced, pushing Lu Tingmei forward. Say hello to Teacher Zhang, Lu Tingmei. Lu Tingmei remained silent. The woman continued, disregarding her, Tingmei, you should get along well with Teacher Zhang from now on, understand? Before Zhang Qianshan could speak, the woman continued, I'm leaving now, if there's anything, find Teacher Zhang. Wait, as the woman turned, Zhang Qianshan stopped her. What's going on? Oh, I forgot to mention, the woman slapped her head and said, it's just a few days ago, Lu Tingmei's parents are no longer here. Her parents and sister were all working at the construction site, and the building collapsed. Her father and sister died on the spot. Her mother, with a lame leg, came back for a couple of days and then left again, saying she was going to the developer to demand an explanation, and was beaten to death. Teacher Zhang, you are from the city and her teacher, she only has you now, my role as her second aunt is useless. Teacher Zhang, you are here to teach, you are a teacher, you can't refuse this student, right? Listening to this, Zhang Qianshan seemed somewhat silent. He was already in dire straits, taking care of Lu Xianxian was already a great burden. If another one came. Seeing Zhang Qianshan hesitate, the woman became unhappy and frowned. Teacher Zhang, just take her in. You know, our Lu family village is not wealthy, I don't have much money either. And you city folks must have a way. Just as she said that, she pushed Tingmei. You must get along well with Teacher Zhang, otherwise no one will want you, understand? After speaking, seeing that Lu Tingmei had no reaction, the woman frowned, appearing somewhat impatient. Lu Tingmei, I'm talking to you, did you hear me? What, is it not enough that your parents died, are you trying to make me angry too? Let me tell you, if you don't change your attitude, Teacher Zhang won't want you, and you won't even find a husband in the future. Hearing this, the young Lu Tingmei's eyes filled with anger. She clenched her fists and glared fiercely at the woman. My parents' death is not my fault, why do you have the right to say this to me? However, the woman just rolled her eyes at her and said to Zhang Qianshan, I can't control this child. If you don't want to, just let her go. Even if she starves, thirsts, or gets beaten to death, it has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving, we'll talk later when I have time. With that, like avoiding the plague, the woman quickly left. Now, it was just Zhang Qianshan and Lu Tingmei. Looking at the girl in front of him, Zhang Qianshan sighed and asked, Have you eaten? However, Lu Tingmei just stared at him warily. Silent. In the courtroom, watching her young self on the screen, Lu Tingmei clenched her fists tightly. Across from her, in the gallery, people had already started to comment. I thought Lu Xianxian was already pitiful enough, but I didn't expect Engineer Lu to be any better. And this second aunt is too heartless, to do such a thing to her own niece. I think the most pitiful one is Zhang Qianshan. The Lu Xianxian over there just had an accident, and Lu Tingmei was sent over here. Hearing this, Lu Tingmei immediately turned her gaze and shouted loudly, How is he suffering? How is he suffering? For so many years, he has never taken care of me, and he hasn't even given me a mouthful of food to eat. Not only that, he also drove away Xianxian's doctor and embezzled Xianxian's property. Tell me, how is he suffering? Lu Xianxian couldn't bear it and wanted to defend Zhang Qianshan. The teacher's situation at that time was also very difficult. And I didn't listen and insisted on handling the family's affairs by myself. It was also the teacher who helped me. When Lu Xianxian said this, Lu Tingmei exploded. Lu Xianxian, are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten how he drove away the doctor when you had a high fever? Have you forgotten how he took over your property? You are simply crazy now. You've lost your mind. During the argument, the screen changed. 6-year-old Lu Xianxian was walking from the dormitory towards Zhang Qianshan. She was walking unsteadily, feeling drowsy. Before reaching the door, she fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Xianxian coldly said, Just wait and see, the doctor who was driven away is coming. All of you, open your eyes wide and see the true face of Zhang Qianshan. Faced with such accusations, Zhang Qianshan remained calm. As long as the memory retrieval continued, as long as these people continued to watch, the truth would naturally come to light. The clear will clear itself. Lu Tingmei looked at Zhang Qianshan and sneered, I want to see, when all the truths are revealed, how will you defend yourself, Zhang Qianshan? Shut up. Professor Qi tapped his cane, his voice trembling. The one who should be watched carefully is you, the ungrateful wolf. The scene continued. Lu Xianxian, who had fallen to the ground, did not get up again, but lay motionless. Zhang Qianshan sensed that something was wrong, and quickly went forward to carry her into the house. Taking her temperature, it was 39.8, even more serious than before. Take care of Xianxian, I'm going to find the village leader. Zhang Qianshan hurriedly said to Lu Tingmei standing at the door, and was about to rush out. However, Lu Tingmei, who was still standing there, ignored Zhang Qianshan's words. Tingmei, can you take care of Xianxian? You two are classmates, and you will live and study together in the future. Just consider it as doing a favor for the teacher, and the teacher owes you a favor. Lu Tingmei remained unmoved. Xianxian on the bed was running a high fever, and Zhang Qianshan had no time to delay. Even his tone of speech became humble, as if pleading. However, Lu Tingmei standing there was cold and expressionless. Tingmei, just consider it as doing a favor for the teacher, okay? Tingmei, Xianxian has a high fever now, it's very serious. Tingmei, the teacher will be back soon, very soon. Tingmei. After pleading several times in a gentle tone, Zhang Qianshan realized that Lu Tingmei was not listening at all. Zhang Qianshan was completely at a loss. He didn't blame Lu Tingmei, this child was not easy, the tragedy of her parents made her withdrawn, and she chose to avoid communication with others. She is very ill. Suddenly, Lu Tingmei spoke. Zhang Qianshan nodded. Lu Tingmei continued, My parents, my sister, they are all dead. Zhang Qianshan didn't understand what she meant. Aren't you afraid that I will kill her too? Zhang Qianshan remained silent, frowning, and asked, Do you believe in fate? I do. Lu Tingmei spoke with difficulty. Is that so? Then I want to tell you something. Zhang Qianshan smiled, leaned in front of her and said, Actually, I can also tell fortunes. You? Lu Tingmei looked incredulous. Zhang Qianshan asked her to stretch out her hand. Lu Tingmei hesitated for a moment, but did as she was told. Then, she watched as Zhang Qianshan held her small hand in his rough large hand and spread it out. Do you see this line? This is called the Qi Yun line. Look ahead, is it intermittent? This indicates that the early Qi Yun was not good. But the further you go, the straighter it becomes, and the fewer the forks. What does this mean? It means that as long as you get through this period, you will have great Qi Yun and be able to become rich and prosperous. Do you think you are currently at the lowest point in your life? Zhang Qianshan suddenly asked. Lu Tingmei immediately nodded without thinking. Then look at this fork, Is it the biggest and deepest? Zhang Xianshan pointed to her palm, encouraging her. This is a hurdle you must go through. Can't get through, fall in the hurdle. Get through, smooth sailing. Lu Tingmei, do you want to fall here, or are you ready to sail smoothly? Of course, I want to sail smoothly, Lu Tingmei said with a grievance, but my second aunt, they all say I am a jinx. Oh, Zhang Xianshan nodded, so you also think you are a jinx? Lu Tingmei, you are the Ziwei star. Ziwei star? Yes, Ziwei star, the emperor's star of the Big Dipper, belonging to the Yin earth of the 5 elements. This kind of fate is the pride of heaven. Lu Tingmei pursed her lips, really? But my second aunt said. Zhang Xianshan smiled and said, the world that teacher Zhang has seen is much bigger than what your second aunt has seen. The knowledge that teacher Zhang understands is much more than what your second aunt knows. Otherwise, why can I be a teacher, but your second aunt cannot? Hearing this, Lu Tingmei's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Zhang Xianshan and asked again, so, teacher Zhang, I am actually a person with great Qi Yun? Am I the reincarnation of the Ziwei star? Yes. Zhang Xianshan nodded. As long as you can get through this hurdle? Yes. Zhang Xianshan nodded again and added, not only do you have great Qi Yun, but you will also achieve great things in the future. As long as you can get through this hurdle. Lu Tingmei nodded seriously, I understand. Teacher, you go find the village party secretary. Lu Xianxian asked me to take care of things. After speaking, without waiting for Zhang Xianshan to respond, she ran into the house. In the courtroom, there was a sigh. It turned out that when Lu Tingmei was only 10 years old, Zhang Xianshan already knew that she had a great future. It is worth noting that now, Lu Tingmei is a renowned academician of the Great Xia Engineering Academy, and she is well known in the field of architecture. Cross-sea bridges, river dams, mountain highways, desert railways. Her works are scattered throughout Great Xia, improving people's lives and serving as vital transportation arteries for many cities. Thanks to her, many agricultural products from underdeveloped areas have entered the cities. Thanks to her, the economy of many remote areas has been able to develop. And these achievements only make up a small part of her professional career. Her greatest pride is the high-speed railway. Starting from the plains, crossing the Great River, traversing the snowy mountains, spanning various countries, connecting the continents of Asia and Europe, it is known as the modern Silk Road. At this moment, watching her younger self on the big screen, Lu Tingmei's expression was complex. Teacher Zhang, can you really tell fortunes? Zhang Xianshan did not speak, he just smiled. Lu Tingmei understood. She suddenly realized, her face full of shock, and instinctively took a step back. Over the years, whenever I encountered difficulties, I would think of the Qi Yun line you mentioned, and I would believe that I am a person with great Qi Yun and can achieve great things. It turns out that you have been lying to me all along. So-called fortune-telling is just a form of comfort. At this moment, the man who had previously confronted Professor Qi also spoke from the audience seat. It's just deceiving children. Let's quickly see how this demon Zhang Qianshan has been mistreating academician Lu and how he has taken over the Lu family's property. Upon hearing this, Lu Xianxian had not yet had the chance to speak up for Zhang Qianshan, and the audience seat had already become lively. Lu Xianxian, the academician, is really pitiful. Since following Zhang Qianshan, her illness has never really improved. I even feel like this guy is doing it on purpose. Don't be fooled by his appearance, he actually doesn't want Lu Xianxian to get better. He wants to take over the family property under the guise of taking care of her, it's all part of his plan. Academician Lu Tingmei is also unlucky. Look, it's like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Look, isn't that the doctor who treats Xianxian? As they spoke, on the big screen, Zhang Xianshan was stopped before reaching the village leader's house. The person who stopped him was Lu Xianxian's uncle, Lu Yong. Lu Yong stepped aside, revealing the white coat standing behind him. The white coat belonged to a doctor. Zhang, where are you going? Lu Yong greeted Zhang Qianshan with a smile. Xianxian is with you. You are. Zhang Qianshan looked at them in confusion. I am her uncle, Lu Yong. I heard that Xianxian is sick, so I brought a doctor. Hearing this, Zhang Qianshan's gaze fell on the white coat. Hello, what's your name? I'm Lu Fei, the doctor said. Oh, Dr. Lu, nice to meet you. At this moment, Lu Yong waved his hand and said, Zhang, no need to be polite. Lu Fei is my nephew. Nephew? Zhang Qianshan looked puzzled. Lu Yong continued to explain, Lu Fei's father is my younger brother and also Xianxian's second uncle. Understanding the family relationship, Zhang Qianshan looked at Lu Fei, a young man who was strong and dark, with a brand new white coat and a medicine box slung over his shoulder. Zhang, let's not waste time. Take us to see Xianxian quickly. Okay, Zhang Qianshan nodded repeatedly. Although the barefoot doctor's abilities were quite limited, they were still better than the village leader in some ways. In the courtroom, everyone was puzzled. Because in Lu Xianxian's family, no one had heard of her having any cousins. Even Lu Xianxian herself, after hearing the conversation, pondered for a long time. I remember, she said. When I was very young, my father separated from them. As for that cousin. Before she could finish her sentence, she looked at the screen and her expression changed, becoming emotional. She knelt in front of Zhang Qianshan again, tears streaming down her face. Teacher, I was wrong. However, in the plaintiff's seat, Lu Tingmei shouted, Xian, do you know what you're saying? Do you know that the so-called mentor you're kneeling to almost took your life back then? He may not say it, but he actually doesn't want you to get better. No, that's not true. He drove away the doctor, it must be for my own good. As she spoke, Lu Xianxian's tone became more resolute. I understand now, he won't harm me. He won't harm you? Lu Tingmei sighed. You must be out of your mind. Listening to their conversation, the audience was confused. Who should they believe, these two big shots? In the scene, Zhang Qianshan and his group quickly arrived at the faculty dormitory. Seeing them coming, Lu Tingmei, who was taking care of Xian, seemed a little embarrassed and quickly ran away with her head down. Maybe she's shy, Zhang Qianshan said, then focused on Xian lying on the bed. At this moment, she was very weak, her face was red, and even the wet towel on her forehead was hot. Lu Fei followed behind Zhang Qianshan. As soon as he entered, he glanced at the bed and then put down the medicine box, taking out various items such as medicine, syringes, gauze, and a stethoscope. With such a high fever, she needs medication and injections, Lu Fei said. Okay, Zhang Qianshan nodded. Obviously, he felt that the white coat in front of him was more professional in treating the illness than himself. Then I'll trouble you to help boil some hot water, so I can take my medicine later. Okay. Zhang Qianshan responded and went out. At this moment, above the courtroom, the crowd began to discuss again. Because no matter how they looked at it or what they thought, Zhang Qianshan's behavior was not a problem at all, quite cooperative. How could someone like this drive away a doctor? Could it be that Lu Tingmei remembered it wrong, and Zhang Qianshan didn't actually do such a thing at all? Also, why does Lu Xianxian seem to have no impression of this cousin at all? And why did her attitude change immediately upon seeing her cousin's appearance? Faced with such doubts, the plaintiff's seat, Lu Tingmei, sneered repeatedly, Don't worry, keep watching, Zhang Qianshan's true face is about to be exposed. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Qianshan in the video had already come in from outside. Seeing Lu Xianxian on the bed receiving in 4, he breathed a sigh of relief, then came over to help tuck in the blanket. Suddenly, for some reason, Zhang Qianshan's expression changed drastically. He was furious and shouted at Lu Fei, who was leaning on the side, Get out of here! Get out! In the courtroom, because of Zhang Qianshan's sudden outburst, everyone present looked at each other. What's wrong with him? The doctor was treating the patient just fine. See, this is his true nature. Lu Tingmei said gleefully, Zhang Qianshan never intended to cure Lu Xianxian. It's not like that. At this moment, Lu Xianxian suddenly stood up, her gaze determined. Many times, what we see may not necessarily be the truth. Ha, how naive. Lu Tingmei laughed. Of course he has his reasons, because he doesn't actually want you to get better. If you get better, then he'll face more resistance when he tries to take over your family's assets. If you don't get better, then it's only natural for him to take over your family's assets. Xian, wake up, don't be fooled by Zhang Qianshan's appearance. Just as you said, what we see may not necessarily be the truth. Just admit it, it's you who misjudged him. Zhang Qianshan is just a beast. Before Lu Tingmei could finish, the people present nodded one after another. Let's not talk about whether a child's memory can be wrong, but what happened in the video is real. Zhang Qianshan is simply despicable. The doctor was treating the illness normally, and yet you want to drive him away. What is this? Use and discard? Or do you not actually want Lu Xianxian to get better? Worried that the doctor will actually cure Lu Xianxian's illness, and then it will be difficult to take over her family's assets? Regardless of which one it is, they found it hard to speak up for Zhang Qianshan again. However, at this moment, Lu Xianxian was staring at the big screen, clenching her fists, gritting her teeth. Lu Fei. Now, tears streamed down her face. In that moment when she found out that Lu Fei was her cousin, she knew the truth of that year. She didn't argue with Lu Tingmei, because she was waiting for her memories to clear Zhang Laosher's name. On the other side, the live broadcast of the Zhang Qianshan case was still ongoing on the internet. Due to the high popularity of the topic on various platforms, even Zhang Qianshan's students had started to trend. First it was Lu Xianxian, then Lu Tingmei, and now there were others. These netizens watched the live broadcast while searching for information about their lives, hoping to find other clues about Zhang Qianshan. Some said he was a good person, because without him, those students might still be stuck in the mountains. Others said he was a bad person, otherwise why would so many students want him sentenced to death? Even if one or two people remembered wrong because it was too long ago, so many people accusing him together, it's unlikely that everyone got it wrong. You need to know that in the crimes judged by the court, such as sexual assault on minors, child abuse, extortion, and treason, each one of them is unforgivable. On Weibo, the heat has also erupted. The post of #EvilTeacher Zhang Qianshan hashtag suddenly became a hot search. In the entry, one content has attracted widespread attention from netizens. Lu Qiannan, a famous entrepreneur in Daxia, was adopted by Zhang Qianshan in 2008 and had previously confessed in an interview that she had been sexually assaulted in her childhood. Below the text, the poster also thoughtfully attached a screenshot of an electronic newspaper made by a local newspaper. So in the comments section of that Weibo post, someone tagged that newspaper, wanting to verify it again. Soon, not only did that newspaper respond in person, but they also dug out the old printed newspaper and took photos to publish it. This made almost all netizens furious. Although the report did not mention who sexually assaulted Lu Qiannan, isn't this an obvious fact? Previously, the official account of Ping and Chaoyang even launched a vote, asking the public whether they supported the death penalty for Zhang Qianshan. Before the release of this photo, the number of supporters and opponents was evenly split. But now, the number of supporters for the death penalty has skyrocketed, and in just a short period of time, it has reached an astonishing 98%. There are even angry netizens who are willing to register multiple accounts just to completely vote to death Zhang Qianshan on the internet. At the same time, in a small courtyard in Zhongjing, a woman in her 40s is mopping the floor. She is Zhou Ling, Zhang Qianshan's ex-girlfriend. Just as Zhou Ling walked past the television, she inadvertently saw a familiar figure. It was Zhang Qianshan, the young Zhang Qianshan. Zhou Ling was stunned for a moment, then her body trembled, and she burst into tears with excitement. "Why are you crying, you lunatic? Look at your gloomy appearance, you really deserve a beating. Let me tell you, if I see a dirty spot on the ground later, you won't be eating today." The screen continued to show a furious Zhang Qianshan pulling out the intravenous needle from Lu Xianxian's hand. He even threw away the medicine box left by Lu Fei. "Get out! Get out of here!" He grabbed Lu Fei's collar and dragged him out with all his might. "Teacher Zhang, what are you doing? Teacher Zhang!" At this time, Lu Yong also ran over from outside. "Don't use force, let's talk." But Zhang Qianshan completely ignored him, and didn't even let him in. Watching the furious Zhang Qianshan staring at him, Lu Yong wanted to say something, but suddenly there was a cry from the bed. The commotion woke up Lu Xianxian. "Teacher, I feel uncomfortable. Teacher, can you ask the doctor to see me? Teacher." Hearing this, Zhang Qianshan clenched his fists, suppressed his anger, and said, "Xianxian, you don't need them to see you." "Teacher." Wah! Whether it was frightened by Zhang Qianshan's tone or his words, Lu Xianxian burst into tears. At this time, Lu Tingmei, who was outside, also ran over. "What are you doing? Didn't you say Lu Xianxian is very ill? The doctor is here now, why did you drive him away?" "It's none of your business," Zhang Qianshan said. Then he looked at Lu Fei and Lu Yong. "Get out immediately, and from now on, don't get close to Lu Xianxian again." After that, with a bang, Zhang Qianshan slammed the door shut. Seeing this scene, inside and outside the courtroom, everyone exploded once again. Driving away the doctor is one thing, but pulling out the intravenous tube, this is putting someone in a life-threatening situation. What is this? This is murder. This beast is worse than a pig or a dog. I really hope that one day when he is sick, someone will pull out his intravenous tube too. Just pulling out the intravenous tube? Faced with such a beast, it's not excessive to pull out the ventilator. The surrounding crowd cursed loudly. Standing in the plaintiff's seat, Lu Tingmei was facing Lu Xianxian and loudly said, "Xianxian, have you seen clearly? He is such a beast, worse than pigs and dogs. Believe me, such a person is not worth living. Listen to me, don't hesitate anymore. Quickly inject the poison and send this bastard to hell. Boil him in oil." Under her scolding, the defendant's seat, Zhang Qianshan, sighed lightly. There was helplessness and despair on Zhang Qianshan's face, as well as love for his students. Seeing that Lu Xianxian was still unmoved, Lu Tingmei looked disappointed and said, "You are incorrigible." At this moment, outside the room, Lu Fei was also cursing. He knocked on the door while shouting, "Are you crazy? I was getting treatment, didn't even ask you for medical expenses, why are you acting crazy?" The wooden door of the room suddenly opened, and Zhang Qianshan's eyes were red with anger. "How much did you give her?" "What?" Lu Fei didn't react at first. "I mean, how much of that medicine did you give her?" "Not much, just a few pills?" Lu Fei hesitated. "How many is a few? It seems like 7 or 8 pills." Lu Fei also hesitated. Why bother remembering such things? He even said, you're not a doctor, you don't understand. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the dormitory door closed again. Meanwhile, Lu Xianxian on the bed was lying quietly, as if asleep. Zhang Xianshan was anxious. He picked up the medicine bottle from the ground and shouted at the bed, Xianxian, wake up! Xianxian! Xianxian! Lu Xianxian! There was no response. Zhang Xianshan became even more anxious. He quickly ran to the bed, pinched Lu Xianxian's mouth, trying to make her spit out the pills. However, all his efforts were in vain. So Zhang Xianshan didn't delay any longer. He opened the door and ran out. Teacher Zhang, where are you going? Lu Tingmei, who was waiting outside, asked. You stay here. Zhang Xianshan replied, then hurriedly ran to the village head's house. When he came back, he was riding a bicycle and carrying a stretcher, and without saying a word, he put Lu Xianxian on it. Teacher Zhang, where are you taking Xianxian? Lu Tingmei asked again, even blocking Zhang Xianshan's way. Teacher Zhang, what are you going to do? You drove away the doctor, are you going to abandon Lu Xianxian? Teacher Zhang, you. Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Xianshan pressed her onto a chair. Stay here and don't run around. Wait for me to come back. Zhang Xianshan said, then carried Xianxian on the bicycle. In the courtroom, everyone was puzzled again. What was Zhang Xianshan going to do? Was he really going to abandon this burden as Lu Tingmei said? Only a few of the audience suddenly realized that the doctor seemed to have a problem. Professor Lu, what really happened at that time? Many people asked. However, Lu Xianxian, who was kneeling there, hesitated and couldn't explain anything. In fact, in her memory, there were large gaps about that incident. Xianxian, don't look. At this moment, Zhang Qianshan in the defendant's seat suddenly spoke in pain. Since the trial began, this was the first time he had spoken, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Why? Lu Xianxian asked, then became stubborn. No, I must see. I know you must have been wronged by them. Teacher, I believe you. Yes, I must see. In the audience, Professor Qi suddenly choked up. Although it's a sad matter, only by seeing it through can you clear your name. You guys. Sigh. Zhang Xianshan sighed heavily and closed his eyes in pain. At this moment, in the picture, Zhang Xianshan had already arrived at Pingshan town. Unexpectedly, this time he didn't go to the pharmacy, but went straight to the bus station. Compared to the city, the transportation system here was quite backward, and the old station was practically deserted. After parking his bicycle, Zhang Xianshan boarded the bus to the city. From Pingshan town to Wulong City, one could only take the bus. It was over 100 kilometers, and the fare was 2 yuan and 8 jiao. After buying the ticket, Zhang Qianshan urged, Master, when are we leaving? The driver glanced at him and said, We'll leave when everyone is here. Zhang Qianshan became anxious. What if not everyone is here? If not, the bus will definitely leave at 8 in the evening. It's only 5 o'clock now, Master. Can we leave now? I'll pay you. How much do you want? The driver leisurely smoked a cigarette. Sure, there are 60 seats, each seat costs 2 yuan and 8 jiao, that's 168 yuan, you can give me 150. Zhang Qianshan fell silent. He couldn't come up with 150 yuan. Master, can I owe you first and give you an IOU? I really have an urgent matter. As he spoke, Zhang Qianshan's eyes turned red, leaving the driver stunned. Not only that, even the passengers in the back seat turned their heads, all eyes on Zhang Qianshan. Of course, there was also Lu Xianxian in his arms. At this moment, a middle-aged woman asked, Young man, what's wrong with you? Are you taking your daughter somewhere? Speak nicely, the driver also has a hard time making money, have some understanding. Another elderly man also spoke up. Faced with their inquiries, Zhang Qianshan completely broke down. His mental defense collapsed, and the young man was filled with despair and burst into tears. Hey, young man, don't cry. If you have something to say. Seeing Zhang Qianshan in this state, the driver's face became even more bewildered. In this kind of place, isn't it a default rule to leave when the bus is full? Besides, he also had a family to support. Young man, why are you crying? Not only the driver, but the elderly man behind also asked loudly. If you have any difficulties, just tell us, maybe we can help. Is your daughter in trouble? Why didn't all this noise wake her up? A woman observed carefully, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Indeed, Zhang Qianshan was running and crying while talking so loudly, but the child didn't make a sound. Clearly something was wrong. Could it be that the child was sick? Hearing their words, Zhang Qianshan wiped his tears and choked. She's not my daughter, she's my student. I'm a teacher who came to support education. In the morning, a doctor came to the village and said he was going to treat her. But that quack doctor doesn't know how to treat her. He gave the child an overdose of sleeping pills. I need to take her to the hospital for gastric lavage. Master, I'm begging you, can we leave now? I can give you an IOU, I can also help you with work. This child's family is all dead, if I don't save her, there's really no hope. Hearing this, the driver fell silent. He threw away the cigarette butt in his mouth, glanced out the window, and then slammed the door shut with a clang. Thank you, master, thank you, master. The vehicle started, and Zhang Qianshan repeatedly expressed his gratitude. He carefully placed Lu Xianxian on the seat, then started searching on the bus. The bus has already left. What are you looking for? The driver held the steering wheel and glanced at him. I'm looking for paper and pen to write an IOU, Zhang Qianshan said without looking up. This time, the driver smiled. Forget it, it's just driving a car, consider it a favor. No, Zhang Qianshan was stubborn. If you're willing to take me, you've already helped a lot, I absolutely can't let you go for nothing. It's nothing. The driver waved his hand and said, it's rare, it's not like this happens every day. And teachers like you who support education, I truly admire from the bottom of my heart. Compared to you, what have I really done? At this point, others also joined in to persuade. That's right, young man, to be able to do this for the students, you are truly remarkable. The old man spoke again, then looked at the driver. Let's not let the driver bear all the burden. I'll share half of the fare with you this time. As he spoke, he was about to give the money. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the woman next to him also smiled. I'll take care of the other half. Driver, you just focus on driving. As soon as she spoke, the other passengers on the bus were not happy. What, do only you two have compassion? Are the rest of us not human? Someone spoke up. Exactly. In my opinion, why don't we all chip in a little more and split the cost? Does anyone object? Another person spoke up, and was met with unanimous agreement. I have another suggestion, the person who proposed splitting the cost continued. Can the driver work a little harder and take us directly to the hospital instead of the bus station? Okay, the driver nodded ahead. Then you all can give a little less later, just enough to cover 100 for the gas. Thank you all. Looking at everyone, Zhang Qianshan's eyes were filled with tears as he continued to bow to them. After a bumpy ride, the bus finally arrived at Wulong City. As the passengers requested, the driver did not immediately stop at the bus station, but continued on and stopped directly at the First People's Hospital of the city. Zhang Qianshan thanked them again, then hurriedly ran down with the sleeping Lu Xianxian. Watching his figure disappear at the entrance, the bus did not start again. Looking at him, is it difficult for him to afford medical expenses as well? The driver murmured, then turned to look at the scattered passengers. There aren't many people at the hospital right now. If you're not in a hurry, can you wait here for a while? First hospital, outpatient department. What's the situation? The young doctor in a white coat asked while measuring Lu Xianxian's temperature. So Zhang Qianshan explained the situation of taking Lu Fei to see a doctor. How terrible! The doctor scolded, frowning. Then don't delay, go for gastric lavage and then stay in the hospital for observation. After that, he wrote a note and handed it to Zhang Qianshan. Take this to the payment counter outside, it's a total of 300. 300! Zhang Qianshan's voice trembled, and he pleaded softly, I don't have that much money right now, can I owe it for now? Owe it? The doctor was taken aback, shaking his head slowly. I'm sorry, you have to pay first before receiving treatment, that's the hospital's policy. But look at her, she's almost at her limit. Zhang Qianshan urgently said, Doctor, please help us. I'll go raise the money, please save her first. No. The doctor sighed and said firmly, although I sympathize with your situation, we encounter cases like yours every day in our hospital. It's urgent, we need time to raise the money. But this is a hospital, not a charity organization. There are so many people to feed, and their families to support. In any case, you have to go raise the money first, there's no room for negotiation. Seeing the doctor being so firm, Zhang Qianshan felt heavy-hearted as he walked out of the medical office with Lu Xianxian in his arms. After thinking for a while, Zhang Qianshan made a phone call. Ling, it's me. Before the other party could speak, Zhang Qianshan said to the phone, Can you lend me some money? 300. Are you crazy? I don't have money to give you. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Ling cursed, then hung up directly. Zhang Qianshan didn't give up and called again. Zhang Qianshan, are you annoying or what? As a man, not giving me any pocket money is one thing, but how can you have the nerve to ask me for? Ling, listen to me. Zhang Qianshan interrupted, I really need money, you have to find a way to help me raise some. There's no way. Zhou Ling refused again. What about the money I gave you before? It's all spent, Zhou Ling said. I'm a girl, I need to live a good life. And I have a younger brother, as an older sister, I have to help take care of him. I just bought him a pair of sneakers for over 400 yuan. Sneakers, 400 yuan. Zhang Qianshan clenched his fists, trembling in his heart. A pair of sneakers for 400 yuan, while Lu Xianxian only needs 300 yuan to save her life. Does that mean Xianxian's life is not worth a pair of sneakers? What about the gifts I gave you before? Those bags, bracelets, can you sell some of them and give me the cash? I'll double it for you when I come back. They've been sold a long time ago, Zhou Ling said calmly. Don't you think about it, you've been teaching in the countryside for months without giving me any pocket money. I need to live too. And my brother's new girlfriend's birthday is coming up. I need to save some money to buy her a gift. Hearing this, Zhang Qianshan fell silent again. Zhou Ling continued, Zhang Qianshan, you better come back soon. As long as you come back, all the problems will be solved. Beep. This time, it was Zhang Qianshan who hung up the phone. He was extremely angry. Extremely disappointed. At this moment, everyone in the courtroom fell silent. Those who had previously criticized Zhang Qianshan were now quiet, secretly regretting. If they still couldn't understand what had happened, then they were truly foolish. Zhang Qianshan, he's really a good person. Someone sighed. Although Professor Lu's childhood was quite tragic, meeting Zhang Qianshan should be the luckiest thing in her life. Another person said. The female journalist sitting in the audience also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Facing the big screen, Lu Xianxian also fell silent. She had no impression of the matter from start to finish. But when she saw Lu Fei, she understood everything. Because when she was in her teens, her cousin Lu Fei was sentenced to prison for medical malpractice, and he still hasn't been released. I told you, Teacher Zhang would never harm me, she said. However, Lu Tingmei, the plaintiff, also spoke up. Humph, he may not harm you, but look at him, is he planning to run away? As her words fell, on the big screen, Zhang Qianshan indeed ignored Lu Xianxian in her seat and walked out of the hospital on his own. This scene caused a stir among the people present. Even those who had previously supported Zhang Qianshan now looked disappointed. It's come to this. What a pity. I think I can understand. If it were me, I might have left long ago. Do you think Zhang Qianshan is out raising money? Raising money? In this situation, what else can he do? In the midst of everyone's confusion, Lu Xianxian stared at the big screen, tears in her eyes. However, Lu Tingmei, the plaintiff, spoke again. The more you watch, the more disappointed you become. Xianxian, now you finally understand, right? Professor Qi snorted, shut up. Hypocrite. I think you're the one who needs to understand. After all these years, Zhang Qianshan had been wronged. On the big screen, the young Zhang Qianshan looked dejected. He hesitated in front of the outpatient building for a long time, as if pondering something. He fiddled with his phone, flipping through the contacts for a long time, but couldn't make a call. Finally, he gritted his teeth and approached the old man guarding the hospital entrance. With trepidation, Zhang Qianshan asked the old man a few questions in a low voice, and the old man's expression immediately changed. Pointing outside, the old man impatiently said, Go that way, all the way to the end, there's a black curtain, go in there. Thank you. Zhang Qianshan nodded and quickly left. As his figure disappeared around the street corner, the gatekeeper shook his head and sighed, what a waste. So young and able-bodied, why doesn't he do something better? Young people these days. If it were my son, I'd give him a good beating. On the other side, Zhang Qianshan was oblivious to the gatekeeper's thoughts as he stared blankly at the black door curtain in front of him. He lifted the curtain, and a beam of light immediately entered the dim room. Following the beam, Zhang Qianshan saw the scene inside the room. There were about 7 or 8 people, young and old, all looking weary. A woman in a white coat was drawing blood from a young man with blonde hair. As she worked, she said, think about it, it's good money for just a little blood. Go home and have some pig blood and liver, and you'll make it up. When the woman saw Zhang Qianshan lift the door curtain, she glanced at him and asked, here to sell blood? Without pausing her work, she continued, hurry up and come in. Why are you standing at the door and wasting time? In 2005, selling blood was already prohibited, and the woman was clearly afraid of being caught. Zhang Qianshan put down the black door curtain and asked her, how much for one time? One bag of 580 milliliters, 160. I need the money urgently, can I do it twice? The woman looked him up and down and nodded. Do as you please, anyway, you've signed a life and death agreement, so it's not our concern if something happens. Make up your mind and sign quickly. With that, the woman brought out a contract, which was actually just a piece of paper with the words life and death agreement written in bold. Zhang Qianshan signed it and handed it to her, saying, thank you. The woman checked the signature, then asked Zhang Qianshan to sit and wait. In the courtroom, the spectators were stunned to see this scene. To save someone, Zhang Qianshan actually went to sell his blood. He didn't even care about his own body. Although blood is a renewable resource in the human body, occasionally drawing a little out is not a big problem. But don't forget, the current Zhang Qianshan is not the same as the old Zhang Qianshan. He is now exhausted, and even on the verge of collapse. Drawing blood in this situation, and doing it twice, isn't he afraid of dying? At this moment, Lu Xianxian was once again in tears. She looked at the screen showing Zhang Qianshan and couldn't speak for a long time. Lu Xianxian covered her face and sobbed. The people in the courtroom were also choked with emotion. The conditions in the black clinic were quite limited, but the woman's technique was very professional, having drawn blood from countless people. Zhang Qianshan watched as the needle pierced his skin and entered his vein, and he watched the red liquid flow into the blood bag through the glass tube. His face turned pale, and he felt dizzy. His body swayed, almost falling, and even the experienced woman in front of him was startled. "Hold on to me," she shouted, "even if you die, you have to die outside." "I'm fine," Zhang Qianshan murmured, holding onto the table. As the blood bag filled, the woman was about to remove the needle, but Zhang Qianshan quickly stopped her, saying, "There's one more bag." "No, please, get one more. I can hold on." "You." The woman couldn't resist him and had to fetch another bag. After removing the needle, sealing the bag, and taking it away for refrigeration, Zhang Qianshan could only endure his drowsiness and wait quietly. In a short while, the woman returned with an envelope and a loaf of bread and milk. 302, take a look. Zhang Qianshan glanced at it and left. At this moment, outside the screen, there was a chorus of crying. Whether online or offline, many people's hearts were beginning to waver. Even in the vote initiated by Ping and Xiaoyang, the support rate for Zhang Qianshan's death penalty has been steadily declining, gradually approaching 50%. Lu Xianxian, who was in the midst of the storm, had been crying uncontrollably. Lu Tingmei, sitting in the plaintiff's seat, was moved. She looked at the big screen, then at Zhang Qianshan, and gritted her teeth, saying, "I admit, you have indeed put in a lot of effort for Xianxian. But why are you so cruel to me when it comes to me? Not only do you see me as a burden, but even when I want to find a way to explain to the developer, you obstruct me in every way." "That's right." At this moment, Lu Qiannan, also in the plaintiff's seat, stood up and said, "Zhang Qianshan must naively think that as long as he takes care of one person and sets a benchmark, he can cover up his other crimes. Let me tell you, trying to evade responsibility in this way won't work. Xianxian is grateful and doesn't want to pursue it, but we absolutely will not let you off the hook. Yes, we will pursue it to the end. We must pursue it to the end. Zhang Qianshan, just you wait." Under Lu Qiannan's lead, several other students also spoke up. At the same time, whether online or offline, discussions about the Zhang Qianshan case have entered a new stage. When the scene of selling blood to save students appeared, many netizens immediately changed their stance, from opposing Zhang Qianshan to supporting him, hoping to clarify the truth and seek a retrial. Of course, there are still those who continue to support the death penalty. Just like Lu Tingmei and Lu Qiannan, they believe that Zhang Qianshan is just putting on a show, trying to hide his own despicable actions using Xianxian as a benchmark. In the intense debate between the two sides, a video suddenly surfaced. It was an official interview conducted by a certain TV station a few years ago, with the theme of finding outstanding young people in contemporary society. In this interview, several young girls were students of Zhang Qianshan. When the host asked them about the biggest pressure they were facing, almost all of them mentioned that they were short of money because they needed to support their mentor. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with supporting their mentor. After all, he had worked hard to bring them out and they should indeed be grateful. But now, because of the Zhang Qianshan case, when these young people gathered again, netizens realized that their mentor was actually the same person, Zhang Qianshan. So looking back at that interview, the nature of the question immediately changed. Asking one student for money might be for their livelihood, but asking all the students for money, and asking for a lot, what is that? That's kidnapping. It's kidnapping done under the guise of morality and gratitude. The reason Zhang Qianshan was willing to go teach and bring those students out was partly for his own benefit, to cultivate his own money-making tools. It's despicable. Under the influence of this topic, in the vote initiated by Ping and Xiaoyang, the slight support rate that Zhang Qianshan had finally gained plummeted once again, returning to the level of absolute opposition. Because netizens feel that someone who treats students as tools does not deserve to live. At this time, in Zhongjing, at the Biological Technology Research Institute, a woman with gold-rimmed glasses sat at her desk, trembling as she looked at the handwritten letter in front of her. "Lin Weiguang, it's me, as if seeing you in person. When you receive this letter, I may not be able to come back, so there are some things that I need to trouble you to help with." As she read, the woman choked up, because rather than calling it a letter, the word will would be more appropriate. In 2005, a few days before August 15th, Zhang Qianshan said he had something he had to do and entrusted Lin Weiguang to handle things if he didn't come back. If he didn't return, all the data from the previous experiments should be handed over to the teacher or the school. The property purchased with project bonuses and government subsidies can be sold for money. Half of the proceeds will be given to the teacher, and the other half will be managed by Lin Weiguang and distributed in batches to the students of Lu Zhezhuangho Primary School. As for the remaining items, they all belong to Lin Weiguang and can be handled directly. As Lin Weiguang read the letter, he put it down and sobbed on the table. In the courtroom, when Zhang Qianshan completed the payment and collapsed in a hospital chair, Lu Xianxian's tears could not be stopped. On the other hand, Lu Tingmei spoke up, "I envy your luck. Why, when it's my turn, do I have to face the cold-bloodedness of Zhang Qianshan? He's clearly a coward, but he had to lie to me, saying that as long as I studied hard, he would accompany me to the developer on August 15th to demand an explanation. But what happened? August 15th came, and he disappeared for several days, almost causing my death when I had to go to the developer myself. Zhang Qianshan, why did you have to lie to me?" Saying this, Lu Tingmei walked up to Zhang Qianshan and pushed him hard. Unexpectedly, as Zhang Qianshan sat in the chair, he suddenly lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, looking disheveled. In that instant, everyone present gasped in shock. It was only then that they realized that Zhang Qianshan's left leg was actually lame. Faced with the angry and bewildered Lu Tingmei, Zhang Qianshan, lying on the ground, did not argue, but looked at her with gentle eyes. "Tingmei, do you remember the phrase your teacher taught you?" "Which one?" Lu Tingmei said expressionlessly. "The rigid are easily broken, the gentle are unbeatable." As soon as Zhang Qianshan finished speaking, Lu Tingmei fell silent, lost in thought. Late at night, the lights in the hospital flickered on and off. A female doctor in a white coat walked down the corridor and woke up the sleeping Zhang Qianshan. "You are Lu Xianxian's guardian, right? The child is fine now." "Fine?" Zhang Qianshan jolted awake and sat up hastily. "Is she really okay now?" "Yes, completely fine. No need for any further treatment?" "None." "What about aftercare?" "Once she's rested enough, she can be discharged directly." "Thank you, doctor, thank you." Supporting himself against the wall, Zhang Qianshan stood up unsteadily. Seeing his weak appearance, the doctor kindly reminded him that he had low blood sugar and offered him a piece of bread. However, Zhang Qianshan shook his head and went straight into the ward. By this time, Lu Xianxian had also woken up. When she saw Zhang Qianshan, she burst into tears. "Teacher, I thought you didn't want me anymore. I thought you had left." Zhang Qianshan hugged her, gently comforting her. "Don't be afraid, teacher hasn't left. Teacher went to get bread for you." After saying that, he placed the bread and milk he had brought from the black clinic in Xianxian's hands and watched as she devoured them, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Teacher, you eat." After eating half, the sensible Xianxian handed over the remaining bread. "You eat, teacher is not hungry." "Oh." As Xianxian nibbled on the bread, she continued to ask, "Teacher, where are we?" "Wulong City First Hospital." As they spoke, Lu Xianxian looked curiously out the window at the bustling world outside. The traffic, the tall buildings, it was all so vibrant. This was a beautiful sight she had never seen in the mountains, just like the descriptions in books. Lu Xianxian looked at Zhang Qianshan and noticed that he too was gazing out the window, so she asked, "Teacher, what are you looking at?" "Teacher is looking at the appearance of home." "The appearance of home?" Lu Xianxian blinked and asked, "What does teacher's home look like?" "That's where teacher's name comes in." Zhang Qianshan smiled slightly and said, "Teacher's name is Zhang Qianshan." "Xianxian, do you know what Qianshan means?" "It's 100 households?" Lu Xianxian said uncertainly. "Yes, and no." Zhang Qianshan explained, literally, it means 100 households. But in many cases, Qianshan refers to many households, not just 1,000. This usage is called generic reference. Generic reference. Xianxian noted it down. Zhang Qianshan continued, on the west side of the beekeeping alley in the North Sea Park in the capital, there was a place called Jixing Hall, which was the only orphanage in the capital at that time. At that time, many fathers who couldn't support their families, as well as mothers who couldn't find the fathers of their newborns, would send their young children to Jixing Hall and place them on the table under the signboard/small door, then ring the doorbell. When the doorbell rang, the people at Jixing Hall knew that another abandoned baby had been brought in. The director said that I was brought here on New Year's Day. At that time, the capital had not yet banned firecrackers, so the sound of the doorbell was drowned out by the sound of firecrackers. Zhang Qianshan chuckled twice as he said this. "Teacher, what is a ban on firecrackers?" Lu Xianxian asked. "It means the prohibition of setting off firecrackers." Zhang Qianshan smiled and said, "During the new year, many places have the custom of setting off firecrackers. But because firecrackers are too loud and can easily cause fires, many places have now banned them." "Oh." Xianxian nodded, looking somewhat puzzled. After all, there were too many things she had never seen in the mountains. There were many children in Jixing Hall, most of whom were girls. there were few boys, and most of the boys who were brought in were sick. As she spoke, Zhang Qianshan recalled, take, for example, a playmate of mine who had a congenital cleft lip and was therefore brought here. Cleft lip? What's that? Lu Xianxian asked curiously again. She knew about rabbits, but a cleft lip, was it like a rabbit's mouth? A cleft lip is a congenital disease. Children with a cleft lip have a split in their mouth and look like rabbits. Zhang Qianshan patiently explained, making a rabbit-like expression, which made Lu Xianxian laugh. It's really funny. Funny? Zhang Qianshan's voice turned serious as he said, at that time, he was often teased by other children because of this. Hearing this, Xianxian's smile immediately froze on her face, and she asked, can a cleft lip be cured? Of course it can, but because medical technology is limited now, the treatment is very difficult, so it requires a lot of money. Then I must study hard in the future, strive to improve medical technology, reduce the difficulty of treatment, and make it possible for more people to afford medical care, whether it's liver cancer or cleft lip. Good, teacher is waiting for you. Zhang Qianshan smiled and continued to tell the story of the orphanage. Childhood playmates, those sisters who were kind to him and were also orphans, and those past lives. The orphanage was very hard, and every child had to learn to be independent and do chores as soon as possible. The director didn't have much money, and the 50 or 60 children living there had all grown up on Qianshan's meals. Kind-hearted people often donated supplies, which the director would collect, keep the cheap ones, sell the valuable ones, and then buy cheap ones again, so that everyone had something to wear and use. In the 1980s, families from outside could come and adopt a child for just 10 or 20 yuan. Of course, before the adoption, the director would personally visit and inspect. Many times, the children who could be taken away were lucky. As Zhang Qianshan spoke, a smile appeared on his face, because when he was 12 years old, the person who finally adopted him, Meng Qingqiu, came. Professor Meng is a very capable person. He has made countless contributions to Daxia and dedicated his life to academia, earning great honor in Daxia. And the relationship between him and me, although it seems to be just master and disciple on the surface, is actually as close as father and son. I respect him, he takes care of me, and there is almost no reservation between us. Xianxian, I've always had a dream, to become someone like Professor Meng. Have you achieved that, teacher? Lu Xianxian looked at him naively, full of expectation. Not yet, Zhang Qianshan shook his head and said, because I came here. Ha? Where did you go? Lu Xianxian hadn't reacted yet. Of course, to Lu's village, to become your teacher. Oh, Xianxian smiled and said, then let me become someone like Professor Meng with my teacher. When I grow up, I also want to contribute to Daxia and dedicate my life to academia. Ha, I believe in you, teacher. With that, Zhang Qianshan thought for a moment and said to Lu Xianxian, by the way, Professor Meng actually has something to tell you. Ha, to me? Lu Xianxian looked hopeful and asked eagerly, what is it, teacher? He said. Zhang Qianshan smiled at her, when you study hard and achieve success, he will personally award you a small red flower. Wow, really? Of course, it was a lie, but this statement greatly inspired the 6-year-old Lu Xianxian. Lu Xianxian became excited and said, then I will study hard and conquer cancer. Watching the enthusiastic little girl, Zhang Qianshan felt relieved. Sometimes, a kind lie can be a great source of encouragement and even change a life. At this moment, outside the screen, Zhang Qianshan was already in tears. Teacher, I'm sorry, he murmured. And in the audience, everyone was in an uproar. It turned out that Zhang Qianshan's teacher was actually Meng Qingqiu, a contemporary national scholar. The title of national scholar is not a degree or diploma, but the highest honor bestowed by the country. Every person who can be called a national scholar has made significant contributions to Daxia. This Zhang Qianshan. Sigh. Thinking of this, everyone's emotions were complex. After all, to have a national scholar as one's teacher was something that many people would envy for generations. If it were me, if such a future were placed before me, I would definitely go back, someone murmured. Yes, the person next to him nodded gently and said with emotion, in this respect, I do admire Zhang Qianshan a bit. It's a pity, though, that such a good person eventually turned into that kind of person. There were sexual assaults and extortion. Below the screen, Lu Tingmei's emotions were also complex as she said, Zhang teacher, do you know? If you had always remembered your original intentions and hadn't done those things to us, you would have already been as respected as Professor Meng, and even had the chance to become a national scholar. At that time, everyone in Daxia would have admired you, looked up to you, and envied you. It's a pity that you forgot your original intentions, and even committed heinous crimes. As she spoke, Lu Tingmei suddenly stopped. Because in the picture, Zhang Qianshan had just brought Lu Xianxian back to the school and met Lu Zhishu, who had hurried over. Zhang teacher, where did you take Xianxian? Lu Tingmei has been missing for a whole day, and hasn't come back since last night. We've searched the village, but she's nowhere to be found. Jishu, what's going on? After settling Lu Xianxian, Zhang Qianshan asked in a hurry. When someone came back from harvesting wheat, they said they had met Lu Tingmei. They asked a few questions, and Tingmei was clamoring to go to the city, but they didn't take it seriously. When I went to look for her after dinner, I asked every household, but couldn't find her. Saying this, Lu Jishu also felt emotional. Tingmei is in a tough spot, with both parents and her sister gone. I hope nothing else happens to her. To the city? Zhang Qianshan frowned. Could this girl have really gone to find the unscrupulous developer? Alas, at such a young age, she didn't consider the consequences before acting. Jishu, this child might have really gone to the city. Zhang Qianshan began to worry. Lu Jishu was dumbfounded. It's already quite far to the town, not to mention going to the city. And she's just a little kid, really. Jishu, how about this? You help me look after Lu Xianxian, I'll go find her. With that, Zhang Qianshan, who had just returned to the school and hadn't even had a chance to rest, turned and left. At that time, Zhang Qianshan was really a good teacher. Seeing this scene, the people in the court nodded one after another. Whether it was taking care of buying medicine before, or selling blood for medical treatment later, Zhang Qianshan's actions were really touching. And when he gave up returning to the capital several times for the sake of his students, giving up his future, it was even more admirable. Teaching in the mountain areas is really difficult, someone sighed. He just returned to school and didn't even have time to drink water, and now he has to go out again. Yes, he is imparting knowledge and taking care of the students. By the way, Zhang Qianshan wasn't very old at that time, right? At this point, someone immediately went to search for Zhang Qianshan's relevant information and then exclaimed. His background was already enough to be described as extraordinary. Zhang Qianshan, adopted by Meng Qingqiu at the age of 11, took the high school entrance exam at 13, ranking second in the city, took the college entrance exam at 15, becoming the provincial champion that year, and was subsequently admitted to the biology department of Huqing University. Upon hearing this introduction, everyone's view of Zhang Qianshan suddenly changed. After all, simply being admitted to Huqing University might have been due to Meng Qingqiu's connections, but being the provincial champion at 15 meant that Zhang Qianshan really had the ability. You have to know that at the age of 15, the vast majority of students were still taking the high school entrance exam or just starting high school, and Zhang Qianshan had already become their senior. So what? Lu Tingmei, from the plaintiff's seat, sneered twice and said, Zhang Qianshan did come to find me, but afterwards, not only did he humiliate me, he also beat and scolded me. In any case, I want to go find the unscrupulous developer for an explanation, but he himself obstructed me out of fear for his own life. I will never forgive him in my life. This coward. After speaking, she looked at Lu Xianxian again. You just wait, don't be fooled by his current kindness, it's all just a facade. As for me, I saw through his true nature a long time ago. After that, Lu Tingmei began to recount. Cold-blooded and ruthless. When you were still an orphan, he embezzled your family's property. Afraid of death. After my parents died tragically, I wanted to go to the city to find the developer for an explanation, but he forcibly stopped me. Even after we agreed to go to the city together on the 15th of August, he disappeared 2 days before the agreed date, leaving me to face the ruthless developer alone, only interested in personal gain. He said he adopted me, but never gave me a meal to eat. And after I grew up, he always asked me for money. A human face with a beast's heart. In 2008, the reason he was willing to adopt Lu Qiannan as his daughter was to satisfy his own ugly desires. What is there to be grateful for in such a person? What is there to be proud of? As soon as she finished speaking, there was a chorus of agreement from the plaintiff's seat. That's right, he's such a bastard. Cold-blooded and ruthless, afraid of death, only interested in personal gain, a human face with a beast's heart. The time I spent with Zhang Qianshan was the darkest part of my life. Hearing these accusations, the public opinion in the gallery once again shifted, and many who had just started to feel a little fond of Zhang Qianshan suddenly had their feelings completely erased. Indeed, one cannot forget all the crimes he had committed just because of one thing or another. And with so many students making accusations, it's impossible that they're all wrong, right? Faced with these accusations, Zhang Qianshan angrily cursed, but just listened quietly. It was Professor Qi Jinqi who was trembling with anger. In the picture, Zhang Qianshan rode the village head's bicycle, rushing towards the city. Finally, when passing by the river, he saw the thin and stubborn figure. Lu Tingmei! Zhang Qianshan shouted from a distance. However, there was no response from the other party. Lu Tingmei! Zhang Qianshan shouted again, and when she continued to walk forward, he immediately caught up and stopped in front of her. What are you doing? Where are you going? Zhang Qianshan asked with a frown. Lu Tingmei glanced at him, then bypassed the bicycle and continued forward. My parents are dead, and my sister is dead too. So I want to go to the city and demand justice. Who are you demanding justice from? The developer. The developer who killed my parents. Go find the developer? Your mother also went to find the developer at that time, to demand justice, and then what? Lu Tingmei's body trembled. She turned around, eyes full of anger. Do you know, my dad is dead. My mom is dead. Both of my sisters are dead. There were 5 of us in the family, now there's only me left. If I don't go find the developer, who will? Each of you, mind your own business and stay out of it. Then I'll go by myself, is that okay? Get out of the way. With that, she tried to push away Zhang Qianshan, who was trying to stop her, but instead, he pulled her back. Lu Tingmei, are you out of your mind? Your mother couldn't solve the problem. What makes you think you can? Lu Tingmei roared, even if I die, I will go. Zhang Qianshan was stunned for a moment, then said in a deep voice, kneel down for me. Why? I said kneel down. Looking at the man in front of her, Lu Tingmei's eyes were red. In the courtroom, the crowd exploded once again. Dragging people and making them kneel? Is he crazy? I think Zhang Qianshan's action is not genuine, but just an excuse to satisfy his own desires, right? Someone said, and then someone asked, what kind of desire can that satisfy? Oh, you don't understand, the person continued to explain. Some people just like to be high and mighty, to enslave others. And in this mountain, he is the only volunteer teacher. From a certain perspective, isn't Zhang Qianshan just an untouchable emperor? Hiss. After hearing this, the people around him immediately gasped. Could it be that Zhang Qianshan is really such a deeply hidden demon? At this moment, Lu Tingmei, standing there, was also teary-eyed, gritting her teeth and saying, if it weren't for this jerk, I wouldn't have to recall that scene in countless days and nights. And every time I recall what happened afterward, that pain, that despair, Zhang Qianshan, the instigator, will never feel it. This jerk, he deserves to die. Unforgivable. Lu Tingmei became more and more agitated as she spoke, and in the end, she almost wanted to snatch the syringe from Lu Xianxian's hand to execute Zhang Qianshan. However, in the face of her accusations, Zhang Qianshan still had little reaction, just gently saying, Tingmei, I've said it. The rigid will be broken, the gentle will not be defeated. Hearing his words, Lu Xianxian also followed, I believe in teacher Zhang, he must have his reasons for doing this. Of course he has his reasons. Isn't it just to satisfy his perverted desires? Before she finished, Lu Tingmei immediately retorted, Humph, do you think he deserves to die? The old professor, Shi Jin, also snorted. He pointed at Lu Tingmei and said, ungrateful wretch, think carefully. If it weren't for Zhang Qianshan, do you think you could have survived until now? Why couldn't I? Lu Tingmei immediately turned around, glaring at Shi Jin. From childhood to now, I have never eaten a meal from him. You. The 80-year-old Professor Qi trembled, and said bitterly, blind and unrepentant. In the scene, the sun was shining brightly, it was the hottest time of the day. Zhang Qianshan was covered in sweat, the continuous running had made his body extremely weak, with only a strong willpower keeping him going. Just like the wheat field beside her, whenever the wind blew, it swayed and undulated. However, Lu Tingmei, who was in the midst of her emotions, did not notice this. She forcefully pushed away Zhang Qianshan and shouted, who do you think you are? Why should I kneel just because you tell me to? I'm telling you, I am me, and you are you. I will go to the city if I want to, I will die wherever I want, it has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? After saying this, Lu Tingmei turned and walked away, but was once again stopped by Zhang Qianshan. Lu Tingmei, he shouted, do you not want to live anymore? Yes, I don't want to live. Lu Tingmei clenched her fists and angrily said, even if I die, I want to die with my parents. Even if I die, I want people to see the true face of that developer. Even if I die, I must go to the city. Hearing this, Zhang Qianshan trembled all over. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then said, kneel down. I won't. Lu Tingmei pushed away Zhang Qianshan again and tried to run away. But Zhang Qianshan, who was on the embankment, suddenly exerted a force and rushed up, fiercely knocking her down. Bastard, let go of me. What are you trying to do? Help! Help! Lu Tingmei, lying on the ground, struggled desperately. She pounded with her hands and kicked with her feet, trying to shake off Zhang Qianshan. Unfortunately, she failed. Even though the current Zhang Qianshan was so weak, she, a 10-year-old girl, could not resist him. Of course, Zhang Qianshan was not in a good state at the moment. He pressed down on Lu Tingmei's hands and feet, not moving, adjusting his state while saying, Lu Tingmei, you cannot punish others with your own life. Ha! Lu Tingmei spat. Why not? Because life is precious. Ha ha. Lu Tingmei sneered twice, disdainfully saying, then tell me, if life is precious, why did my parents die without a say? So please put away your set of beliefs and face reality. Lu Tingmei took a deep breath and said recklessly, anyway, my life is like grass, anyone can trample on it. Unlike you city people, who can talk without feeling the pain. Also, don't think I don't know. You drove away Lu Xianxian's doctor just to prevent her from getting better. You want to kill her. Others call you Teacher Zhang, but in fact, you are a demon, a bastard. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Tingmei suddenly felt a looseness in her body and tried to get up. Then, she felt a huge force coming from her feet, and she fell heavily to the ground again. Then, she was dragged and slid on the embankment. Zhang Xianshan, what are you doing? Let go of me. Let go of me. Help, help. Lu Tingmei cried and struggled, but Zhang Xianshan, who was dragging her, paid no attention and continued to walk step by step towards the small river at the edge of the wheat field. At this point, Lu Tingmei was completely panicked. She dug her hands into the ground and began to beg, please, let me go. Please, I won't go to the city. Please, Teacher Zhang, I beg you, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Teacher, please. However, no matter how she pleaded, no matter how pitifully she cried, Zhang Xianshan, who was dragging her, did not slacken at all, and continued to move forward step by step. As she watched the small river getting closer and closer, Lu Tingmei was completely desperate and gradually collapsed, until her body was suddenly thrown into the river. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. Wow! Cough! Lu Tingmei choked on water, trying to lift her head. But at that moment, a big hand suddenly pressed on her neck and forcefully pushed her down. Wow! Gurgling! Lu Tingmei still wanted to struggle, but all her sounds turned into bubbles and slowly burst on the surface of the water behind her. After that, her strength became weaker and weaker, and her body became colder and colder, finally drifting slowly on the water. Murder, this is murder. Inhumane, irrefutable evidence, deserving of the death penalty. Must be sentenced to death. Death penalty. Death penalty. In the courtroom, there was no need for the parties to speak. The audience at the scene had already begun to shout loudly, demanding the death penalty. Not only that, with the release of this scene on the internet, countless netizens were also furious. Whether it was Douyin, Kuaishou, or headlines in Weibo, wherever the three words Zhang Qianshan appeared, the comments below would be filled with death penalty. Even the famous billboard at the Lujiazui of Shanghai, known for I Love Shanghai, was now white with black letters, saying please support the death penalty for Zhang Qianshan. Even online was like this, and offline was even more crazy. It's not known who took the lead, but even the delivery riders of the Yellow and Blue Knights had already posted slogans related to the death penalty for Zhang Qianshan on their bodies, following their footsteps to every corner of the city. What's even more shocking is that every time they delivered a meal, they would stand upright in front of the customer and solemnly say, please support the death penalty for Zhang Qianshan. If they encountered someone who didn't know about Zhang Qianshan, they would spend 2 or 3 minutes patiently describing Zhang Qianshan's crimes. At this moment, from the elderly in their 80s to the elementary school students in their 70s and 80s, not one of them did not know about Zhang Qianshan, not one of them did not know to support the death penalty for Zhang Qianshan. Zhang Qianshan's reputation was completely ruined. Even outside the courthouse, someone was already holding up homemade cardboard signs and sitting silently shouting, Zhang Qianshan, death penalty, Zhang Qianshan, death penalty. At this moment, the 1.4 billion people of the Divine Land had only one thought. That is to judge the demon Zhang Qianshan, and Zhang Qianshan must be sentenced to death. In the courtroom, because of the crowd's voices, Lu Tingmei's back straightened, and even when she spoke, she had more confidence. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Zhang Qianshan and asked, when you did that thing, did you not expect to end up like this today? Xiansan may forgive what you did to her afterwards, but I cannot. From the moment you pressed me into the water, I only had one thought, to survive. Expose you. Punish you. Zhang Qianshan, it's time for me to teach you a lesson. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. So, do you regret it now? After speaking, she stared at Zhang Qianshan, hoping to get an answer from him. Then, she was disappointed. Even at this point, Zhang Qianshan still showed no signs of remorse. He just shook his head, with a look of resignation on his face. I have said what I need to say, and I have done what I need to do. I have a clear conscience and no regrets. You. Hearing this, Lu Tingmei gritted her teeth in anger. At this moment, listening to the voices of the crowd, Professor Qi also trembled and shouted at Lu Xiansan, the person from when you were 7 years old. Enough! Lu Tingmei interrupted the professor's words. No matter what Zhang Qianshan did when Xianxian was 7 years old, his crime of murdering me has already been established. Insult, abuse, and even murder. Zhang Qianshan deserves to die. Then, she looked at Zhang Qianshan and sneered, or is it that you are actually a coward now, daring to act but not daring to admit it? Then please rest assured, the crimes you dare not admit, I will help you admit, the law will help you admit, and the audience at the scene are not blind. Just go and reflect in hell, think about how to be a good person in your next life. As Lu Tingmei was accusing, the screen on the big screen was still advancing. Even though Lu Tingmei's body had become weak and limp, following the flow of water, Zhang Qianshan's hand still did not relax, pressing tightly. I'm asking you, Zhang Qianshan suddenly shouted, do you want to die or do you want to live? Hearing his voice, Lu Tingmei, who was submerged in the water, suddenly struggled. With a few bubbles rolling behind her ears, her body convulsed instantly. She wanted to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the boundless river water would rush in. Mouth, nose, ears. Because of choking on water, her stomach swelled, and her head was struggling with indescribable stabbing pain. It was only then that Zhang Qianshan pulled her out of the water and let her spit out water and cough on the shore. Her eyes were red, and her face was full of the fear of surviving a disaster. And Zhang Qianshan just stood there, quietly waiting, without any intention of helping. It was a while before Lu Tingmei finally calmed down. Only then did Zhang Qianshan ask, what were you thinking about when you were in the water just now? I want to live. Lu Tingmei clenched her fists, panting heavily. What's the point of living? I haven't eaten many things, haven't played many things. I want to go outside and see the world. Don't you want to seek justice for your parents? I do. Of course, I do. Lu Tingmei had just shouted, but suddenly realized something, and quickly lowered her voice again. She lowered her head, dared not look at Zhang Qianshan. Her body subconsciously moved away from the riverbank, trying to stay as far away from the river as possible. Zhang Qianshan noticed her movements and took a deep breath. Do you know what you might face if you go to find the unscrupulous developer? Death. I might be beaten to death like my mother. Lu Tingmei trembled all over. Yes, Zhang Qianshan nodded. Have you ever thought about what punishment the developer would face if you died? This. Lu Tingmei choked. She turned this question over in her mind several times, but couldn't come up with a satisfactory answer. Or, are you hoping to use your death to influence them? Make them feel guilty? And use it as a punishment? Zhang Qianshan's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees, and the Lu Tingmei in front of him turned red. Indeed, the reason why they are unscrupulous developers is because their hearts are black, right? The death of their parents did not make them feel guilty, so would her own death really be useful? So I'm telling you, you have to live well, don't think about using your death to punish them. Because the reality is, they won't be punished by your death. So did my parents and sister die in vain? Tingmei suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with anger. Of course not. Zhang Qianshan sighed and continued, you study well first, and on August 15th, I'll take you to find that unscrupulous developer and demand justice together. After speaking, seeing Lu Tingmei still looking at him, Zhang Qianshan continued, study well, August 15th. I'll take you to demand justice. Do you understand? This time, Lu Tingmei slowly nodded. At this time, outside the screen, the attitudes of many people had once again changed. It turned out that after all, Zhang Qianshan was still thinking about Lu Tingmei. Looking at it this way, what Zhang Qianshan did doesn't seem to be a problem. Someone spoke up, and immediately was met with opposition from the crowd. What do you mean it's not a problem? Lu Tingmei almost died. Educating students is right, but with so many ways of education, why choose such extreme and dangerous methods? Moreover, have you ever thought that even now, Lu Tingmei still has a very serious psychological shadow about that matter? But, you also have to think about Zhang Qianshan. Someone else spoke up for Zhang Qianshan, looking at the big screen and continued, Teacher Zhang said it himself, the rigid are easily broken, but the gentle and kind are unbeatable. Lu Tingmei, at such a young age, has experienced such a thing. Her personality is very prone to extremes and impulsiveness. If Zhang Qianshan didn't use this extreme method, what if she ran off again to find the developer? Who would be responsible if something happened in the end? Upon hearing his words, Lu Tingmei in the plaintiff's seat suddenly turned her gaze and burst out laughing. It's ridiculous, she said. Just because of these words, do you think Zhang Qianshan is a good person? Let me tell you, at that time, he was just pretending. He never had any intention of helping me. Otherwise, why couldn't I find him on the 15th of August? Why, in the end, do I have to face those heartless developers alone? Zhang Qianshan is just a liar, a cowardly big liar. Ha! It's Wei Guang. Just as Lu Tingmei was speaking, Lu Xianxian over there exclaimed in delight, looking at the big screen. Sure enough, in the picture, a young girl in a white dress was walking slowly from a distance with a large bag on her back. The sunlight shone through her hair, casting a faint golden glow on her body. She had a smile on her face, and the shallow dimples on her cheeks highlighted her sweetness and loveliness. Below the screen, Lu Tingmei was suddenly stunned, her eyes showing a rare softness. And in the plaintiff's seat, All the students stood up, looking at the girl with admiration. Wei Guan? Why does that name sound so familiar? In the audience seat, a female journalist turned her pen and looked at the figure on the big screen in a daze. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and quickly opened her phone to search. It's her! This exclamation immediately caught the attention of others. Who is she? Someone immediately asked. The female journalist did not answer immediately, but read through the relevant information she had searched for. Taking a deep breath before speaking, she is Lin Weiguang, also one of the academicians of the Shaka Academy, belonging to the Department of Life Sciences and Medicine. Wow! Hearing this, everyone once again gasped in surprise. Another big shot had appeared. Then, the female journalist continued to read. In the field of medicine, academician Lin Weiguang's team has repeatedly been the first to complete the genetic sequencing of virus strains and the isolation of their genetic material and proteins, making outstanding contributions to the vaccine industry in our country. Today, under the continuous efforts of academician Lin's team, the vaccines they have developed have already spread all over the world, making outstanding contributions to the improvement of health conditions and development in many underdeveloped areas. At this point, someone remembered that during the previous outbreak of a major flu, the team that appeared on TV because of vaccine development was none other than academician Lin Weiguang's team. Unexpectedly, the mature and steady female academician standing on TV also had such a young and lively side. As everyone was expressing their admiration and astonishment, Lin Weiguang in the picture finally spoke. And with this, everyone present was dumbfounded. On the big screen, in front of Zhang Qianshan, Lin Weiguang, radiant with sunshine, glanced at Lu Tingmei sitting there and disdainfully said, "Senior brother, are you staying here for this dirty little brat?" Hearing her words, Zhang Qianshan frowned slightly. "How did you come here?" "What, can't I come? I should have known and come by helicopter. My dress is all dirty now." Lin Weiguang pouted, looking displeased. She was wearing an expensive white hand-embroidered dress. Opposite her, Zhang Qianshan and Lu Tingmei, teacher and student, were both in a sorry state, tattered and dirty. Lin Weiguang looked around at the scenery, took a deep breath, and said, "It's a bit broken, but the scenery is nice." Then she looked at Zhang Qianshan again. "Professor Meng asked me to bring you back." "Professor Meng?" Zhang Qianshan looked incredulous and said, "Didn't we just make an agreement for me to have 5 years?" "What? 5 years?" Lin Weiguang widened her eyes in surprise, then suddenly realized and acted as if nothing had happened. "But the message I received was for you to pack up and come back with me immediately." "No way." Zhang Qianshan shook her head and said, "If I leave, what will happen to my students?" "Students? Come on, it's already this late, and you're still worrying about your poor students?" "Zhang Qianshan, wake up. You're about to graduate with a Ph.D. from Huaqing University. Is it necessary to waste time for those poor kids in the remote countryside? Do you know how many national key research projects are waiting for you in Zhongjing, and how many scholarships and international awards are waiting for you? I even heard that several old professors in the school are waiting for you to come back, and are looking for opportunities to recommend you as a member of the Shaka Academy. And you, instead of taking the sunny road and a bright future, insist on staying in this broken place, playing house with your poor students? Zhang Qianshan, please, can you stop wasting your life for these little kids? In this environment, under these conditions, they will have no future. Even if they grow up safely and steadily in the future, at most they can only go out to work. This is fate." On the embankment, Lin Weiguang's words were like a barrage of bullets. Although the target of the attack was not Lu Tingmei, the 11-year-old girl blushed and trembled all over. Under Lin Weiguang's bombardment, Lu Tingmei clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and if it weren't for Zhang Qianshan standing next to her, and if she hadn't just nearly drowned, she would have wanted to rush up and tear this arrogant woman apart. "Enough!" At this moment, Zhang Qianshan suddenly shouted, "I won't allow you to speak about my students like that." Hearing this, Lu Tingmei's expression froze, looking stunned. Not only her, even Lin Weiguang, who had been complaining all along, was also surprised and stood there in disbelief, looking at Zhang Qianshan. You. Are you really crazy? Senior, I've always thought you were a very smart person, but now, you're really out of your mind. No, you must come back with me. If you continue like this, you will really go bad." With that, she grabbed Zhang Qianshan's hand and tried to leave together. However, the next moment, Zhang Qianshan forcefully broke free, and said coldly, "You go by yourself. I want to stay and take care of my students." In the courtroom, everyone fell into silence once again. They never expected that when academician Lin was young, she would be so arrogant. Both geniuses, but compared to Lin Weiguang and Lu Tingmei, they were two extremes. One was so arrogant, thinking she was naturally superior. The other was so self-deprecating, comparing her life to pigweed. In this light, whether it was Lu Tingmei or Lu Xianxian, it was truly heartbreaking. Is this person really Academician Lin? Someone in the gallery murmured, looking incredulous. No, the current Academician Lin is mature, gentle, and kind. How could she have been like this when she was young? Someone else said. During the flu outbreak, Lin Weiguang voluntarily opened patents for us ordinary people. And I heard that if it weren't for her proactive disclosure of multiple vaccine technologies to the world, the previous flu would probably have killed many more people. In addition to the flu incident, Academician Lin personally leads medical teams to provide free clinics in underdeveloped countries and regions every year. Among Doctors Without Borders, Academician Lin plays a leading and important role. So, is she really Lin Weiguang? After discussing for a while, everyone expressed that such facts were really hard to accept. And there is another question: why is Lin Weiguang so arrogant and looks down on these students? But in the end, these students still like her so much. At this time, next to Zhang Qianshan, Lu Xianxian looked at Lin Weiguang on the screen, then at Zhang Qianshan, and sighed softly. Teacher Zhang, you really let Aunt Weiguang down. Yes, I let her down. Zhang Qianshan also smiled bitterly and admitted it frankly. Then the conversation turned, and disappointment filled her face. But when she left without saying goodbye, wasn't she also unfaithful? As soon as the words fell, the previously noisy courtroom fell silent instantly. The people present all perked up their ears, full of anticipation. They also wanted to know if there were any other gossip hidden in this. Teacher Zhang, it's not what you think. Aunt Weiguang, she. Lu Xianxian shook her head, just about to explain something, but was directly interrupted by Lu Qiannan. Enough! She shouted at Xianxian, Xianxian, have you forgotten what he did to me back then? Hearing this, Lu Xianxian trembled. Thinking of the sexual assault incident involving Lu Qiannan, everything she wanted to say, all the explanations, were all swallowed back down. But, if the benefactor who appeared when she was 7 years old was really Zhang Qianshan, and Zhang Qianshan really did sexually assault Lu Qiannan, then how should she deal with it? How should she face her mentor Zhang Qianshan? How should she face her friend Lu Qiannan? Thinking of this, Lu Xianxian was in great pain. She held her head tightly, trying to find an answer. At this time, the audience in the gallery also began to discuss. Some said that Lin Weiguang left without saying goodbye because Zhang Qianshan was not a good person. After all, he could even harm his own adopted daughter, not to mention the sweet and beautiful Lin Weiguang. Lin Weiguang must have been bullied by Zhang Qianshan, that's why she left without saying goodbye. Others said that from the memories retrieved until now, every crime committed by Zhang Qianshan was basically proven to be a misunderstanding, and it's possible that there were hidden motives behind the sexual assault case. Also, no one knows what really happened in the year when Lu Xianxian was 7. And as for the issue of embezzling Lu Xianxian's family property, no one knows what really happened. Just as everyone was discussing, the screen continued to advance. Lin Weiguang decided to stay temporarily and planned to persuade Zhang Qianshan to return to the capital later. She followed the two back to the school, and as soon as she looked around, she began to complain. This place is so shabby, the conditions are too poor. At least pave the courtyard with concrete. Otherwise, what will happen when it rains? Look at this door, it's dirty and covered in mushrooms underneath. Senior brother, I plan to stay here for a few days. Where should I stay? Zhang Qianshan, who was walking in front, glanced at her and pointed to a low bungalow on the side. These few are all empty, you can choose one yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiguang ran over and opened all the doors one by one. Then, her face fell. No air conditioning, no fan. There's no better place? No, Zhang Qianshan said expressionlessly. Fine. Lin Weiguang took a deep breath and said sullenly, then tell me where the hotel is. I'll stay at the hotel, okay? The hotel is in the town, the Pingshan town where you came from. Ah, I really. Lin Weiguang was completely speechless. She looked at those rooms in frustration and finally chose the dormitory next to Zhang Qianshan's. After all, this place doesn't even have a light, it's definitely scary at night. Living closer now, if I get scared later, I can run faster. Putting down her things, Lin Weiguang saw Zhang Qianshan arranging Lu Tingmei, and she went forward and said, I'm hungry, senior brother, make me something to eat. There's nothing to eat. Ah, then when do we eat? Lin Weiguang looked disappointed, glancing at the kitchen on the side. Zhang Qianshan looked at the sky and said, it's just past noon, at least 4 hours later. Do we have to wait that long? Lin Weiguang looked resentful, suddenly looked at Zhang Qianshan and coquettishly said, Senior brother, is there no leftover lunch? If not, just cook me a bowl of noodles. I finished all my snacks on the way, and now I'm really hungry. Zhang Qianshan sighed, I said there's none, there's none. When do you have lunch in the mountain area? Ha? Lin Weiguang was suddenly at a loss. No lunch, what does that mean? Don't you know that in many places in the mountains, there are only 2 meals a day? Seeing her puzzled look, Zhang Qianshan continued to explain, one is brunch, around 10 o'clock. The other is dinner, around 4 in the afternoon. What time is it now? It's just past 12. That's too little. Lin Weiguang muttered, it's not healthy at all. Zhang Qianshan ignored her. In the mountains, resources are scarce, and eating only 2 meals a day saves a lot of food compared to 3 meals a day. However, Lin Weiguang was unaware of this. Before leaving, Zhang Qianshan turned to the curious Lu Xianxian and Lu Tingmei and said, rest for half an hour, get ready for class. After speaking, he turned and left. Watching Zhang Qianshan leave the school, Lin Weiguang sighed and went back to the room to get a sausage. As she peeled it and walked out, she met 2 pairs of eyes. It was Lu Xianxian and Lu Tingmei, and it seemed that they were not looking at her, but at the sausage in her hand. Lin Weiguang felt both angry and amused, and shook the sausage, saying triumphantly, want to eat? The young Xianxian nodded lightly. She was still young and couldn't resist such temptation. The glutton in her stomach was immediately aroused. As for Lu Tingmei on the other side, she resisted and didn't speak, deliberately turning her head to the other side, because she knew in her heart that this woman not only looked down on them, but also wanted to take Zhang Qianshan away. Even though she didn't like Zhang Qianshan, he was the only teacher here after all. And if there was no Zhang Qianshan, who would accompany her to find the developer on August 15th? At this point, Lin Weiguang had already broken off half of the sausage and handed it directly to Lu Xianxian. Lu Xianxian took the sausage, clearly craving it, but hesitated to eat it, savoring it slowly. As for Lu Tingmei beside her, who had a strong sense of self-esteem and resentment towards Lin Weiguang, she naturally couldn't eat it. But even so, Lu Tingmei was still drooling with desire. Lin Weiguang sneered, it's just a sausage, is it really that serious? On the other side, Zhang Qianshan had just left the school and met Lu Yong and Lu Fei who had come to the door. Seeing these two, Zhang Qianshan frowned, a wave of anger rising in his heart. He glared at the two of them and said coldly, Xian was almost killed by you. How dare you come here? Killed? Who killed her? Hearing this, Lu Fei immediately spoke up. I was just drawing water normally. Why do you say I harmed someone? What about the sleeping pills? Children who don't listen and like to make trouble, it's normal to take sleeping pills. You. Get out of here. Zhang Qianshan was so angry that he pushed the two of them out. By the way, Teacher Zhang. At this time, Lu Yong spoke up. You know what Xianxian's parents left behind, right? What did they leave behind? I don't know. Upon hearing this question, Zhang Qianshan didn't hesitate and immediately answered. Unexpectedly, Lu Yong's heart was delighted and he said with a smile, all right, now I know. Anyway, Xian is still young and can't live alone. In the future, she will stay at the school and let Teacher Zhang take care of her. As for the things left by her parents and the house, let me, her uncle, take care of them for her. Seeing this scene, everyone in the courtroom was shocked, and they all turned their gaze to the equally stunned Lu Tingmei. This time, even a fool could guess that academician Lu Tingmei had probably made a mistake. It turned out that Zhang Qianshan's embezzlement of the family property was fake, and the real purpose was to protect. Moreover, looking at Lu Yong's ecstatic expression, it was obvious that he had planned it for a long time and came prepared. Looking at Zhang Qianshan's shocked and angry eyes, it formed a sharp contrast with the greed of the other party. So, I have misunderstood Teacher Zhang all along. At this moment, beside the defendant's seat, Lu Xianxian felt guilty and cried again. However, Lu Tingmei, standing on the other side, suddenly thought of something and said loudly, wait, there's still a problem here. What? How is there still a problem? Everyone looked at each other. I think you may have thought too highly of Zhang Qianshan, so you subconsciously believed that he did not embezzle the family property. I ask you, can the footage being played now completely absolve Zhang Qianshan of his guilt? What does Lu Xianxian's uncle embezzling the family property have to do with Zhang Qianshan? Is it possible that Zhang Qianshan was influenced by the actions of these two people and also had ulterior motives under the guise of protection? And even embezzled openly in the name of protection? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly realized. Yes, this kind of thing is not impossible. It's just that Zhang Qianshan had never made a mistake before, so when faced with this kind of situation, they subconsciously helped him find a reason to absolve himself. In other words, it's a kind of cognitive bias. Seeing that someone in the audience was moved by her words, Lu Tingmei breathed a sigh of relief. Then she turned her gaze to Lu Xianxian and questioned, Xian, do you remember what you told me before? Many times, what we see is not necessarily the truth. So now, I want to ask you, has Zhang Qianshan ever mentioned your family property proactively over the years? Has Zhang Qianshan ever returned your family property over the years? Over the years, do you still remember what was included in the inheritance left by your parents? Each question struck at the heart. In an instant, Lu Xianxian felt as if thunder had struck her, and she fell to the ground in shock. Could it be that teacher Zhang? She couldn't help but shiver and dared not think further. At this time, the audience in the gallery couldn't sit still again. Although Lu Xianxian did not give any answers, they already knew all the answers. Damn, I almost misjudged Zhang Qianshan. Someone regretted. I didn't expect that when Zhang Qianshan was young, he already had such cunning. Do you think his confession now is also an act, or does he have a backup plan? Someone boldly speculated. Only one person still stood firmly on Zhang Qianshan's side at this time. Nonsense, Zhang Qianshan is not that kind of person at all. Professor Qi was so anxious that he wanted to rush to the defendant's seat if someone hadn't stopped him in front of the gallery. Zhang Qianshan, get up. I want you to explain clearly and tell these wolves what really happened back then. At this moment, in the footage, Zhang Qianshan also frowned. What do you mean? He asked coldly. I mean it literally. Lu Yong laughed and said, You're still a teacher, don't you understand plain language? I can understand human language, but the things you're saying, do you even consider yourself human? Zhang Qianshan roared. Such a young child, the whole family wiped out. And you, as her relatives, almost killed her before, and now you want to take over her inheritance, take away the last things her family left for her. You two are worse than animals. Humph. Facing Zhang Qianshan's accusations, Lu Yong sneered and said, Our family matters are none of your business, or is it that you also have thoughts about her inheritance? Nonsense, how could I have thoughts? Since that's the case, then it has even less to do with you. Lu Yong impatiently said, You see, you have no thoughts, but I do. And I am also Xianxian's uncle, so Xianxian's inheritance is my inheritance. Let me tell you, what I want to take now belongs to our Lu family. You, an outsider, cannot interfere. What about Lu Xianxian? Aren't you considering her? Zhang Qianshan questioned. Lu Yong laughed heartily. Xianxian is still underage, everything is decided by the guardian. And I am her most legitimate guardian. You. Zhang Qianshan's anger surged, coupled with days of exhaustion, almost suffocated herself. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded. This is a school, what's all the noise about? I don't know when. The pure and lovely Lin Weiguang had already walked out from the school building. As soon as they saw her, the eyes of the two from the Lu family immediately lit up, and they suddenly grinned, not knowing what they were thinking. Lin Weiguang frowned and secretly glanced at Zhang Qianshan standing beside her. She knew Zhang Qianshan's character, so she didn't believe a word of these statements. So without waiting for Lu Yong to finish, she asked, Isn't it just about money, so how much do you want? So direct, so unexpected. Lu Yong almost thought he had misheard, and continued to explain, This is not about money, it's about him wanting to take away. I'll ask again, how much money do you want, to make you go away a little further? Away from us, away from Xianxian. Lin Weiguang continued, with a proud look on her face. So this time, Lu Yong also stopped pretending, and directly put forward a figure, 600. 600 is too little, Xianxian's parents left so much, it should be at least 1,000. Saying this, Lu Fei, who had not spoken much, also stepped forward with a smile, even reaching out, almost about to slap Lin Weiguang in the face. After all, from her appearance, she looked like a city person. I don't have money. Unexpectedly, Lin Weiguang shook her sleeve and turned to leave. You're playing with me. Lu Fei was suddenly angry. He pounced straight towards Lin Weiguang. But before he could reach her, Lin Weiguang swiftly moved and hid behind Zhang Qianshan. Although she hid, her mouth didn't stop. Look at you, in such a desperate state, and still talking about Lu Xianxian's guardianship. I think, you clearly just want to take advantage of this opportunity to make a profit. If Xianxian were handed over to you, who knows what kind of situation she would end up in. Hearing this, Lu Yong was also very angry, pointing at Lin Weiguang and saying, Stop talking nonsense. Xianxian is a member of our Lu family. Humph, a member of the Lu family. Zhang Qianshan clenched her fists and nodded vigorously. Okay, then let me ask you, in your heart, is Xianxian important, or is Xianxian's family property important? Of course Xianxian is important. Lu Yong quickly replied. If that's the case, why weren't you both there when Xianxian's parents died? Zhang Qianshan's gaze suddenly became sharp as he made this statement, causing Lu Yong to turn red and stutter. At that time, I had some things. Is that so? Zhang Qianshan sighed, shaking his head. You actually can have Xianxian's family property, but I have a condition. From today onwards, you have to cover Xianxian's living expenses, education fees, and everything else. What, we have to pay for all that? Upon hearing this, Lu Yong exploded again, glaring fiercely at Zhang Qianshan. Are you crazy? Don't you see that none of the girls in this village are able to attend school normally? It's already good enough if they have enough to eat. Lu Fei chimed in, exactly, and all the other teachers have left the school. Why are you the only one left here? After saying this, he seemed to understand something and became sarcastic. Teacher Zhang, do you have some ulterior motive? I'm curious, do you still have a position now? Upon hearing the word position, Zhang Qianshan's expression changed slightly. Indeed, every school requires a position. And Zhang Qianshan's teaching qualification actually ended when the support teaching program ended. Furthermore, not only was there no news about new support teachers coming, even Zhang Qianshan's support allowance had been stopped for over a month. To put it bluntly, the authorities had not only given up on this place, they didn't even know that he was still here. In other words, he had no position. Seeing Zhang Qianshan's expression, Lu Fei understood. You don't even have a position, and yet you're pretending to be a teacher. Get lost. You have no right to meddle in Qianshan's affairs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianshan clenched his fists again. He felt despair and resentment in his heart. Was it really so difficult to change Qianshan's fate? However, Lin Weiguang, who was standing behind him, glanced at him and said loudly, "Who said we don't have a position? Teacher Zhang has a letter of appointment. Is that so?" Lu Fei naturally didn't believe it and said again, "Then show it to me." "Not now, we have to wait a few days." Lin Weiguang shook his head, speaking with certainty. "The approval for the appointment needs to come from above. The application has just been approved, and it's still being stamped in the city. We have to wait a few days for it to be sent over." Wait a few days? What a joke. Lu Fei didn't believe it. Either show the letter of appointment, or get lost. Right. Lu Yong straightened his back. Otherwise, it's none of your business in our village, an outsider like you. How about this, give us 10 days, and the letter of appointment should be here by then. Lin Weiguang continued, "You don't know, Teacher Zhang is a student of Huqing University. Have you heard of Huqing University? It's the most prestigious university in the country. And our teacher is the current national scholar, Meng Qingqiu, a prominent figure in the capital. The students taught by our teacher are even considered small figures by the mayor. Impressive, right? For a small matter like the appointment, as long as our teacher makes a phone call, it can be resolved immediately. Anyway, Xian can't leave here. Can you two not even wait for 10 days? Fine, we'll give you 10 days. Faced with Lin Weiguang's outburst, Lu Yong sneered a few times. I, Lu Yong, am putting it out there now. If you can't produce the letter of appointment in 10 days, then start crawling out of Lujiakan from this school. After making the threat, Lu Yong and the others immediately left. As their figures gradually faded into the distance, Lin Weiguang finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Zhang Qianshan. TSK, senior brother, you're not doing so well. You actually let yourself be bullied by someone like that. Thanks, Zhang Qianshan said with a bitter smile. I didn't expect them to bring up the establishment. So what now? Can you solve the establishment issue in 10 days? It's difficult, Zhang Qianshan sighed heavily. You see, the reason he's still here is entirely due to his own stubbornness. To put it plainly, apart from himself, he has almost no one to rely on in this matter. I'll do my best, Zhang Qianshan said with a despondent look, while Lin Weiguang smiled. Senior brother, since this matter is so troublesome, why don't you just come back to the capital with me? By then, you won't have to worry about these bothersome matters anymore, and the teacher will be very happy to see you. All the problems will be easily solved. When I left, Professor Meng repeatedly urged me to bring you back, Lin Weiguang said, a hint of cunning in her eyes. After all, that last sentence was something she made up herself. Not to mention that she had no idea about the 5-year agreement between Zhang Qianshan and Professor Meng. She came to Lu's village because she genuinely felt that it was a pity for her most admired senior brother to stay in the mountains. In other words, she secretly ran away without telling the teacher. Did the teacher really say that? Zhang Qianshan asked in confusion. Of course, Lin Weiguang said confidently. But I can't leave, Zhang Qianshan said. Why? Lin Weiguang asked again. Because Xian is here. She's too young, she can't survive without me. Because Lu Ting is here. On the 15th of August, I have to accompany her to confront the developer and demand justice for her deceased parents. Because this is the mountains. Zhang Qianshan looked at the continuous mountain ranges and continued speaking to Lin Weiguang. Weiguang, do you know? Some people are born outside, they naturally don't need to leave. Some people are born in the mountains, if they want to leave, they are destined to exert more effort. Moreover, they are girls. With tears in his eyes, Zhang Qianshan said, they need me. The people here need me too. In the mountains, there can't be no teacher. Yes, in the mountains, there can't be no teacher. At this moment, inside the courtroom, almost everyone was stunned. They stared blankly at the big screen, letting Zhang Qianshan's voice echo in their ears. Well said. In the mountains, there can't be no teacher. In the audience, a chubby middle-aged man suddenly clapped his hands. Like Xian and the others, he also came out of the mountains. When he was young, his family was poor, they had nothing to eat or wear, and life was very difficult, let alone education. If he hadn't been lucky enough to encounter the college student who came down to teach, he might still be living in the mountains. In fact, he was not the only one. There were many people like him in Disxia. From this perspective alone, Zhang Qianshan was truly great. At this moment, Lu Xianxian, with tears streaming down her face, choked up once again. Teacher, please tell me, when I was 7. However, before she could finish speaking, Lu Ting, the plaintiff, also spoke up. That sounds nice. But in reality, over the years, what have you actually taught? She pointed at Zhang Qianshan and said, this guy, as a teacher, has never supervised my studies. He has never even given me a proper lesson in cultural studies. Tell me, can a teacher who always lets students study on their own truly live up to the title of teacher? Furthermore, I have never eaten a meal he cooked, never drank water he gave me. Lu Tingmei remembers very clearly that for a long time, they ate the rations left by senior brother Zhang Qianshan and senior sister before they left. As soon as the words fell, the crowd was in an uproar again. Not teaching cultural classes, always self-study? That's too much. Just as everyone was puzzled, the screen jumped to the time for class. Inside the classroom, Zhang Qianshan stood at the lectern with a handwritten lesson plan. Closest to him was Lu Xianxian, who was listening attentively. A little further away was a bewildered Lu Tingmei. Further still was Lin Weiguang, who had come to listen in. As a newcomer, Lin Weiguang was not in the mood to be a teacher. She was simply curious about what the students at Hope Elementary School were learning and what her most admired senior brother would teach. Then, she was puzzled. Because in class, Zhang Qianshan didn't teach Chinese or math, but instead took a piece of chalk and meticulously drew patterns. The familiar double helix was the deoxyribonucleic acid. And there was a single helix, which was ribonucleic acid. Zhang Qianshan drew the nucleus, mitochondria, Golgi apparatus, and ribosomes outside the double helix structure. He told Lu Xianxian that this was an animal cell, the basic building block of life. Lu Xianxian nodded as if she understood. So Zhang Qianshan drew a protein shell around the ribonucleic acid structure and told Xianxian that this thing was called a virus, and many times people get sick because of it. Xianxian, the cause of cancer is actually diverse, including genetic factors, environmental factors, and lifestyle habits. The biggest difference between cancer cells and normal cells is that cancer cells will proliferate indefinitely, then metastasize, and spread. Zhang Qianshan spoke earnestly, and Lu Xianxian listened attentively. As for Lu Tingmei, she seemed to have been forgotten. Lin Weiguan looked at Lu Tingmei and saw a pile of books in front of her: biology, chemistry, geography, history. Not only were there various types, but they were also not the normal textbooks used by other schools. What was even more absurd was that among them was a handbook on plants. Lin Weiguan knew the author of the handbook, a big shot in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. The books were good, but was Zhang Qianshan really not mistaken in having his students study this? No wonder, after an afternoon of classes, Lu Tingmei was almost in tears. She couldn't study. Finally, when class was over, Zhang Qianshan said to Lin Weiguan, "Stay here and have dinner later." After that, he ran out on his own. Lin Weiguan didn't run around, but instead stared blankly at Xianxian, who was reading a book. During this time, Lu Tingmei wanted to ask Lin Weiguan several times if she could teach her about studying, but Lu Tingmei held back. Lin Weiguan continued to stare blankly until Zhang Qianshan brought the food to the table, and then she came to her senses. Each person had a bowl of porridge, half a steamed bun, and a large bowl of potato stew with vermicelli on the table. Lin Weiguan frowned slightly and pushed her bowl aside in frustration. "What's wrong?" Zhang Qianshan, who was eating his porridge, looked over. "How can anyone eat this kind of thing?" Lin Weiguan said irritably, "This is my first meal here, can't you give me something better to eat? Isn't this good? I even stewed some vegetables." After saying that, Xianxian, who was eating happily, nodded repeatedly. Indeed, at Lu's village, porridge, steamed buns, and pickles were the standard dinner, and if there was a little cabbage, radish, or something else, it was considered an improvement in the meal. If you wanted to eat something better, like chicken, duck, fish, it had to be from a wealthy family in the village, or during major events, or if you were lucky enough to come across wild game, like catching a fish in the river. The school had limited resources, and all these things were left over by the seniors. At this point, Lu Xianxian picked up her mixed flour steamed bun and said timidly, "Teacher Lin, this is delicious, have some." Seeing the earnest look on the girl's face, Lin Weiguan hesitated and took it. She looked at Xianxian, then at the steamed bun, finally gritted her teeth and took a bite. "Pa! What is this?" she complained as she threw the steamed bun away. Bang! Zhang Qianshan, who was eating, slammed the table in anger. "If you don't want it, just leave it. Why throw it away?" He then picked up the steamed bun and ate it in 3 bites. After being scolded, Lin Weiguan looked aggrieved and ran out angrily. Soon it was midnight, and everyone had returned to their rooms. Zhang Qianshan had just laid down when he heard footsteps in the yard. He got dressed and looked out the window. In the faint moonlight, he saw Lin Weiguan eating the steamed bun. Seeing this scene, the people in the courtroom burst into laughter. Soon, they felt a sense of inexplicable sadness. On one side was Lin Weiguan from the big city, on the other was Lu Xianxian, who had hardly ever left the mountains. On one side was Lin Weiguan, who casually threw away the steamed bun, on the other was Zhang Qianshan, who picked it up and ate it. Although they were eating together, it felt like they were in 2 different worlds. If this were in the capital, Zhang Qianshan wouldn't have to endure this hardship. Someone sighed. At this moment, both inside and outside the courtroom, Zhang Qianshan's reputation began to improve. A teacher who could live and eat with students was truly rare. Don't get it wrong, Zhang Qianshan is not what you think. Hearing someone discussing Zhang Qianshan, Lu Tingmei suddenly spoke up. He's one way to our faces, and another behind our backs. It seems like he's living with us, but secretly improving the food. Don't forget, Xianxian's inheritance, he never returned it. Otherwise, where did all that money and those things go? Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Zhang Qianshan was really good at hiding. What about the matter of the establishment? Was it resolved in the end? Someone asked loudly. I don't know about that, Lu Tingmei shook her head, then sneered, but it must have been resolved, otherwise those 2 surnamed Lu would have come to trouble Xianxian, and Xianxian's house wouldn't have ended up in Zhang Qianshan's hands so smoothly. Bang! In the audience, the old professor slammed his cane again and shouted, You're talking nonsense. How am I talking nonsense? Xianxian didn't get the inheritance, isn't that a fact? Lu Tingmei retorted. At this point, Shi Jin looked towards the judge's seat and said loudly, Please fast forward to 9 days later, that's where the truth lies. The judge, with a furrowed brow, said, For the fairness and justice of the law, we need to see all the facts and the truth. The request to fast forward the footage is denied. On the big screen, the images kept changing. From the second day, Lin Weiguan gradually got used to life here. She woke up, ate, and went to class with the other children. Occasionally, she would sneak out and wander around outside. Lin Weiguan was increasingly puzzled by Zhang Qianshan's teaching methods. Not to mention that 6-year-old Lu Xianxian was studying biology and medicine, but even more outrageous was that Zhang Qianshan just threw a bunch of books at 10-year-old Lu Tingmei. Come on, at 10 years old, it's a critical stage for the entrance exam. If you don't teach the subjects, at least give them some proper textbooks to read. Lin Weiguan wanted to ask about this several times, but ultimately held back. After all, in a few days, if Zhang Qianshan still couldn't get the renewal letter, there would be no reason for him to stay here. Therefore, every time Lin Weiguan saw Zhang Qianshan riding his bike to the market early in the morning and returning lonely in the evening, he felt secretly happy in his heart. Finally, on the 9th day, Zhang Qianshan made breakfast, took a thick stack of documents, and pushed his bike out. As he was leaving, Weiguan also came out of the house. Senior brother, are you going to the education bureau? Can you solve it today? It's difficult. Zhang Qianshan sighed and said to Weiguan, Don't run around when I'm gone, stay here and take care of things. They are both young, they like to run around and play when they have nothing to do. Help me watch them, don't let them go into the mountains, or go to the river. The water has risen these days, the river is fast, make sure they don't go to the river to play. Oh. Lin Weiguan yawned and casually responded. Then he watched Zhang Qianshan pedal away towards the market. Finally, it's coming. In the courtroom, because of Professor Qi's previous remarks, everyone became nervous. This was the 9th day, the most crucial 9th day. They all wanted to see how Zhang Qianshan managed to stay. Generally, if people from Lujiazwan wanted to go to the market, they would first go to the town and then transfer to another vehicle. But Zhang Qianshan didn't want to spend money on transportation, so after reaching the town, he continued to ride his bike to the market. Finally, around noon, he arrived at the entrance of the City Education Bureau. Zhang Qianshan parked his bike, took the documents, and went straight in. Hello, I need to handle some business, apply for a teacher's renewal. Seeing his dusty appearance, the girl in charge of reception at the entrance looked at him with disdain. She pinched her nose, waved her hand, and placed a slip of paper on the table. Go over there, window number 4. Zhang Qianshan picked up the slip of paper and went directly to window number 4. The person in charge of handling the business was Xiao Zhang. Zhang Qianshan had been here before and had interacted with Xiao Zhang. I am Zhang Qianshan, a volunteer teacher at Lujiazwan Hope Primary School, and I want to apply for a renewal letter. Inside the window, the young Xiao Zhang glanced at him, frowned, and said, The application must be handwritten, 20,000 words. Zhang Qianshan flipped through the documents and selected a letter to push over. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhang didn't even look at it, just glanced at the title and the first page, then pushed the documents aside. Personal resume? Zhang Qianshan pushed another resume over. Educational plan for Lujiazhuang Hope Primary School. Zhang Qianshan pushed over the educational plan. This time, Xiao Zhang fell silent. Is he trying to deceive me? How come he has all these things prepared? He looked at Zhang Qianshan with some speechlessness, and after a long time, he said, "Go back, I can't handle your matter. I have all the documents, why can't you handle it?" Zhang Qianshan's face showed urgency. However, Xiao Zhang calmly said, "The leader above said that Lujiazhuang Hope Primary School is already prepared to be cancelled." What? Cancelled? Zhang Qianshan was thunderstruck. He looked at Xiao Zhang with red eyes and asked loudly, "If it's cancelled, what about the students who are still studying?" Students? How many students are there in Lujiazhuang? Xiao Zhang shook his head and said, "And there is also a school in Pingshan town, where they can stay and study. It's easy for you to say, Lujiazhuang doesn't have much money to begin with, and the town is far away. Not to mention how long it takes to travel back and forth, accommodation is also a big expense. People in the mountains can't afford that. This is not something you and I can manage, let the students' parents solve it themselves." But what if they can't solve it? That's not my concern. Xiao Zhang waved his hand and continued to look at Zhang Qianshan. "And you haven't answered my question, how many students are there in Lujiazhuang Hope Primary School now?" "2, Zhang Qianshan replied. "Oh, 2 students, and you're the only teacher?" Xiao Zhang laughed and said, "Then what's the point of having a school? Even if there are only 2 students, they are still students." Zhang Qianshan said seriously. "Alright, stop messing around and go back quickly. The matter of Lujiazhuang Hope Primary School is settled." Xiao Zhang waved his hand and shouted to the back, "Next." "No, I can't leave. This matter must be resolved today," Zhang Qianshan said, leaning on the table with both hands and shouting. "What, do you still want to obstruct official business?" Xiao Zhang's face turned completely cold, and he pressed the intercom. "Security, there's someone causing trouble at window 4. Soon, several uniformed men hurried over and tried to pull Zhang Qianshan out. "I don't want to go, let go of me." Zhang Qianshan struggled desperately, but all his efforts were in vain against the well-trained security guards. Just as he was about to be dragged out, a man in a Zhongshan suit came down from upstairs. It was Lu, the head of the Education Bureau. "Lu!" Zhang Qianshan shouted loudly. "I am Zhang Qianshan from Lujiazhuang Hope Primary School." Lu stopped and turned to look at him. "You're the one who's been causing trouble these past few days?" he said to the security guards. "Always causing trouble, throw him out." The head spoke, and the security guards looked at each other and then forcefully lifted Zhang Qianshan and threw him out. Bang! Zhang Qianshan fell heavily on the cement ground. He was full of unwillingness, but quickly got up and tried to stop Lu. Before he could stand straight, a security guard kicked him in the stomach, and he slowly crouched down, holding his stomach. In the courtroom, Lu Tingmei was finally moved. She couldn't bear to look at the screen anymore and turned to look at Zhang Qianshan, tears in her eyes. The audience was choked with sobs. To be able to do so much for the students, would such a teacher really be a despicable demon? Pretending to be good, a cold voice suddenly came from the plaintiff's seat. Lu Qiannan glanced at Zhang Qianshan on the defendant's seat and said to everyone, "The reason this bastard is willing to stay is entirely because of the shameful deeds he's hiding behind. Otherwise, why, in all these years at Hope Primary School, has Zhang Qianshan never admitted any male students?" Hiss. That's right. Everyone realized it again and glared at Zhang Qianshan in anger. This bastard almost fooled them. What kind of Hope Primary School only accepts female students, a girls' school? At this moment, in the Education Bureau of Wulong City, the former Xiao Zhang had already accumulated enough qualifications to become the leader here. As for the former head Lu, who now held a higher position, had long gone to the provincial office. In the corridor, Zhang, the current head, leisurely lit a cigarette and leaned lazily on the railing, looking proud as he gazed at the distant street. After all, he now held a significant position in the education sector of Wulong City. From top to bottom, anyone with children who wanted to go to school had to consider his opinion. Head Zhang, a young female colleague, quickly approached. The principal of Pingshan Town Primary School just called to inquire about the progress of the proposal to introduce new media facilities. This is the 3rd time he's called about this, Zhang, the head, said without an immediate response, as the smoke swirled around. After the cigarette burned out, he turned his head and asked, "How many students are there in Pingshan Town Primary School now?" "More than 60. Just over 60 students, and they still want to introduce something. Isn't it just a waste of money?" With a furrowed brow, the bureau chief lit another cigarette and continued, "Tell him directly, this matter won't pass. Also, let's have another meeting later to discuss whether we can also shut down the primary school in Pingshan Town. Shut it down? The female colleague was shocked and hurriedly said, Chief, that's the only primary school near Pingshan Town. And there are more than 60 students there. Before the female colleague could finish, the bureau chief impatiently waved his hand and said, it's just more than 60 students, they can transfer to the city. Anyway, the schools in the city have better conditions, sufficient resources, and more quantity. And not to mention 60, even if it's 600, dividing them among the schools will be easy. It also bypasses the issue of school districts, allowing all students to enjoy better education. We are working for the welfare of Pingshan Town students, understand? Hearing this, the female colleague fell silent. After a while, she looked at the bureau chief and cautiously said, what about tuition fees, accommodation, and meals? In Pingshan Town, the income is generally not high. That's not something you and I need to consider. The bureau chief flicked the cigarette butt and walked towards the office. Let the parents solve the money issue themselves. But, seeing the chief about to leave, she gritted her teeth and said loudly, wasn't that how you felt about the Hope Primary School in Lujiazwan back then? What? The bureau chief was shaken and froze on the spot. If possible, he hoped to never hear that name again. So he turned around, his face dark. On the big screen downstairs, Zhang Qianshan's case is being live-streamed across the internet. One of the main contents is all the memories from his teaching period. With that, the female colleague grabbed her materials, clicked her high heels, and went downstairs. Damn it! Bastard! The bureau chief threw away the remaining half of his cigarette and entered the office without looking back. He also wanted to watch the live stream, to see what secrets Zhang Qianshan would reveal. At this moment, in the scene, Director Liu had left, the security guards had also left, and the staff in the Education Bureau had gone for lunch. Zhang Qianshan, clutching his stomach, finally regained some strength. He stood up and walked back into the Education Bureau. The little girl at the door was gone, but Xiao Zhang, who brought the meals, was still at his post. Why can't the Hope Primary School in Lujiazwan continue? Zhang Qianshan's roar startled Xiao Zhang, who was eating. Xiao Zhang looked at the emotionally charged man with disdain and said coldly, it's just a school with 2 students, it's simply a waste of national resources. But those 2 students are still students, and they are both excellent. Don't talk to me about that. Before Zhang Qianshan could finish, Xiao Zhang interrupted. I don't have time to waste with you. There are plenty of excellent students in the world, and we don't need those 2. With that, he picked up the walkie-talkie again and said, Security, window 4, please come and handle it again. No, I'm not leaving. I must get the contract today. Zhang Qianshan wanted to continue to argue, but the security guard behind him shouted again and they all threw him out. Not only that, the leader even stomped heavily on Zhang Qianshan several times, muttering, so annoying, can't even eat lunch in peace. Then he left in relief. By now, Zhang Qianshan's face was covered in bruises, and he was in great pain all over. He looked at the bustling street beside him in a daze. When will the children in the mountains be able to dress as neatly and nicely as the city kids? When will Xian Xian and Tingmei be able to truly walk out of the mountains through their own efforts? When exactly? No, I have to stay, I must stay. Zhang Qianshan shakily took out his phone, gritted his teeth, and made the call. Zhang Qianshan? The other party asked in confusion. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Qianshan's emotions suddenly erupted, choking out, Teacher. What's wrong? Seeming to sense that something was amiss, Professor Meng's voice also became serious. Zhang Qianshan, did something happen to you? So, Zhang Qianshan recounted in detail what had happened at the Education Bureau. As soon as he finished speaking, the call abruptly ended. Then, just a few minutes later, when Zhang Qianshan was already in despair, his phone rang again. I've already informed the Provincial Education Bureau, and the Education Bureau of Wulong City should receive the notice soon, Professor Meng said. Professor Meng fell silent for a moment, then softly reminded, when you're away from home, be sure to take care of yourself and your health. Don't go hungry, don't get cold, stay warm, wear more clothes at night when it's chilly. Professor Meng's voice also choked up. I'm in Zhongjing, hoping you can come back soon. The call ended again, and Zhang Qianshan took a deep breath and stood up once more. He strode into the Education Bureau and headed straight for window number 4. Why is it you again? Aren't you tired of this? When little Zhang saw Zhang Qianshan, he was furious and shouted loudly for the security guard to kick him out. However, at that moment, Director Liu happened to return from outside. Zhang Qianshan, so you're here. He walked over quickly. Upon hearing this, little Zhang was taken aback. You're here should be why are you still here, right? So little Zhang continued to shout, Zhang Qianshan, I'm telling you, you're going to die here today, and there's no way the elementary school matter will be approved. Get lost quickly, don't show your face. At this moment, The young little Zhang had not noticed that Director Lu's expression had changed. He glared at little Zhang, wishing he could slap him across the face. Little Zhang, how dare you speak to someone like that? Director Lu growled softly. Director, didn't you say earlier? Halfway through his sentence, little Zhang saw Director Lu glaring at him fiercely and quickly shut his mouth. I'm telling you, Zhang Qianshan is an outstanding talent who came from Huqing University in Zhongjing. As a staff member of the Education Bureau, is this the attitude you use to treat talent? After Director Lu finished speaking, he turned to Zhang Qianshan and said, I'm sorry, the people below don't know any better, please forgive them. Little Zhang, what are you standing there for? Quickly cooperate and get all the procedures done. At this point, little Zhang's face was half red and half white. He dared not say another word and went back to his desk to handle the procedures. Seeing this scene, Director Zhang sitting in front of the computer also sighed deeply, full of shame. Then he muttered to himself, it's all the old director's arrangement, it's not entirely my fault. Little did he know, downstairs in the Education Bureau's lobby, there were many employees working. These employees, looking at the screen, were full of anger. Their director Zhang turned out to be such an unsympathetic worm. At the same time, Director Zhang's door was knocked on. Two uniformed prosecutors came in, looking serious. Director Zhang, please cooperate with the investigation. Within 10 minutes, Zhang Qian was taken away in a police car. And in the courtroom, the people present were also expressing their feelings. Some said that the officialdom was too rigid and lacked compassion. Others said that power was always the ultimate rule, otherwise Zhang Qianshan at that time would not have been able to stay. However, standing there, Lu Tingmei wiped away her tears and said, I've secured the position, and Lu Xianxian's family property is also secured. It's a pity that over the years, Zhang Qianshan has never mentioned this matter. That house, those furniture, and that money. You should know, the conditions at the school were so poor that even the room Lu Xianxian lived in leaked, but Zhang Qianshan didn't let her go back. Zhang Qianshan, he's just a hypocrite. Hearing this, Zhang Qianshan's face was full of pain. He struggled to stand up from the seat, but as soon as he exerted force, his weak leg caused him to sway and almost fall. Seeing this, Lu Tingmei sneered. Look at you now, you must have done something bad to deserve this. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's gaze once again focused on Zhang Qianshan's lame leg. This time, Zhang Qianshan's face turned red and he didn't explain further. Only the old professor, Qi Jin, quickly rushed in while the security personnel were not paying attention. He helped Zhang Qianshan, who almost fell, and then raised his crutch high and struck Lu Tingmei hard. I'll kill you, you white-eyed wolf. Seeing this, Lu Xianxian quickly intervened. At this point, Lu Qiannan also spoke up. What's the point of arguing? Just keep watching and we'll find out what happened. In her words, the scene on the screen continued to play. When Zhang Qianshan rode back to the school, it was already afternoon. Smoke rose from the houses in the mountains, and the faint smell of food could be heard in the small campus. Zhang Qianshan parked his bike, carried 3 steamed buns, and walked into the classroom, where he met Lin Weiguang, who was drinking soup. Senior brother, you're back. Come and have some fish soup. She looked at Zhang Qianshan. Apart from the steamed buns in his hand, it seemed that he didn't bring anything else. In other words, the matter of staying at the school had not been resolved yet? Lin Weiguang was delighted. If that was the case, Zhang Qianshan would have to return to the capital with her. Weiguang, where did the fish soup come from? Just as Lin Weiguang was about to go to the kitchen, Zhang Qianshan stopped her. Oh, Xianxian and Tingmei caught it by the river. Lin Weiguang said truthfully. By the river? Zhang Qianshan frowned and asked, you let them go to the river? At his question, Lin Weiguang quickly shut her mouth and looked at Zhang Qianshan with a forced smile. Where are they now? Zhang Qianshan asked again. They. Lin Weiguang looked outside and said uncertainly, seems like they're playing outside. Seems like? What do you mean by seems like? Zhang Qianshan's face turned pale, and he shouted, Weiguang, I asked you to look after them, is this how you look after them? What else can I do? Lin Weiguang pouted. Kids are playful, I can't watch them all the time. I didn't ask you to watch them all the time, but at least you should know where they are, right? Zhang Qianshan shouted, and during this time, the river has risen. If you're not careful, it could be dangerous. You actually let them go fishing. Weiguang, can't you have a little sense of responsibility? Senior brother, why are you so fierce? In Zhang Qianshan's shouting, Lin Weiguang's eyes turned red, and she looked aggrieved. I even thought of you and saved some fish soup for you. I've had enough. With that, Lin Weiguang turned and ran out angrily. As the sky darkened, the classroom became even darker. Zhang Qianshan was trembling with anger. After calming himself down a bit, he put down the steamed buns and ran towards the river. Everything else could wait, but the river was really too dangerous. Xianxian, Tingmei. Zhang Qianshan shouted as he ran, and finally, he saw a familiar pair of cloth shoes in the distance. They belonged to Lu Tingmei. Zhang Qianshan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression became even more desperate, because next to those cloth shoes, there was a friction mark caused by slipping and falling. Zhang Qianshan trembled all over, unable to believe it. He picked up the cloth shoes and, with weary steps, ran along the direction of the river. Xian Xian, Ting Mei. In the midst of the roaring, his voice gradually became hoarse. As he ran, his steps also slowed down. But even so, Zhang Qianshan dared not stop, because he was racing against time, and also in a struggle against the god of death. As long as he could find them earlier, their chances of survival would be greater. Looking at the rushing water beside him, Zhang Qianshan clenched his fists tightly. He regretted why he didn't call his mentor a few days earlier. He resented why he didn't explain more to Lin Weiguan before leaving. Night fell in the blink of an eye, and the distant water surface was as black as ink. Zhang Qianshan's face was full of despair as he knelt to the ground. The scene came to a halt, and silence fell inside and outside the courtroom. Looking at Zhang Qianshan's despairing face, the people present had complex emotions. They were not nervous, after all. Xian Xian and Tingmei were standing well in the courtroom at this time. They were just puzzled. Why would Zhang Qianshan be desperate when a student went missing, even though it was a teacher-student relationship? After all, from any perspective, this was not his responsibility. What happened next? Someone suddenly spoke from the audience. What happened next? Lu Tingmei's face was full of anger, and she sneered. What happened next was the first time I knew how cruel Zhang Qianshan really is, she said, looking at Lu Xianxian, who wanted to explain, and continued, Xianxian, you may not think it's a big deal, because Zhang Qianshan covets your family's property, so he hasn't gone too far with you. But after you left, do you know what Zhang Qianshan did to me? Lu Tingmei gritted her teeth, getting angrier as she spoke. And Lu Xianxian on the side also became flustered, her eyes turning red. Seeing this scene, the people present were in an uproar. Zhang Qianshan, he's a beast. It's possible that from that time on, he gradually revealed his perverted desires. Perverted desires? What perverted desires? Hearing this, the crowd became nervous. In the scene, Zhang Qianshan finally gave up. He stood up despondently from the riverside and carefully headed back in the direction. No, that wasn't the way back. When Zhang Qianshan turned a corner at a crossroads, everyone realized that his destination was the village head's house. Lu village head. Sure enough, before reaching the door, Zhang Qianshan had already hoarsely shouted. Lu village head quickly came out and was even more surprised to see Zhang Qianshan's appearance. Teacher Zhang? What's going on? Are you okay? Never mind me, think of a way. Xian Xian and Tingmei went out to catch fish at night and still haven't come back, Zhang Qianshan hurriedly said. At this time, they went to the riverside? Lu village head's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. Without Zhang Qianshan saying much, he turned and went inside to get a megaphone, shouting, everyone, pay attention. If anyone sees Lu Xianxian and Lu Tingmei, please bring them to my house quickly. If anyone sees Lu Xianxian and Lu Tingmei, please bring them to my house quickly. Echoed through the night. Zhang Qianshan wanted to go out and search again, but was stopped by Lu village head. It's late at night, don't run around. If something happens, who can save you? But Zhang Qianshan clutched the cloth shoes in his hand and said, what if I happen to run into them? You still can't go. Lu village head growled softly, Zhang Qianshan, this is the mountains. The place where the accident happened is still by the riverside. Do you really think you can find them by searching randomly? Listen to me, wait here for me. Even if they are both lost, you can't get yourself involved. But if Zhang Qianshan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu village head. There's no if. Lu village head was serious, and even exerted more force in his hand, as if afraid that Zhang Qianshan would run away. Indeed, the mountains are not like the city. There are no street lights here, and not so many pedestrians. Many roads are dirt roads, and there may not even be a fence on the roadside. As for the riverbank, it's even more dangerous. A few years ago, someone in the village fell into the water in broad daylight, and by the time the body was found, it had drifted several kilometers away. Searching for people by the river at night, isn't that like asking for trouble? Just as the two were at a standstill, in the distance, 2 figures, one large and one small, were slowly walking towards them. They were covered in mud, looking dirty, and carrying a basket of fish. Seeing Lu Xianxian and Lu Tingmei, Zhang Qianshan breathed a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. The village leader also relaxed and turned off the loudspeaker. Zhang Qianshan looked at his 2 students, holding back the urge to cry, go back to school. Then, he waved to the village leader and headed towards the school. The 3 returned to the school. Where did you go? Inside the dormitory, Zhang Qianshan asked the 2. We went fishing, young Xianxian replied truthfully. The river is rising now, so let's not go for the time being, Zhang Qianshan added. Xian Xian blinked and nodded. Then, Zhang Qianshan continued, you go take a shower and rest early, we have classes tomorrow. Okay. Seeing Xian Xian leave, Zhang Qianshan shifted his gaze and stared at the silent Lu Tingmei. What about you? Do you have anything to say? Humph. Lu Tingmei turned her head, looking indifferent, not knowing what she was thinking. I'm asking you, do you have anything to say? Zhang Qianshan suddenly raised his voice, and then raised his hand, smack. Fast, fierce, heavy, and loud. Lu Tingmei couldn't dodge it, and a bright red palm print appeared on her tender face. She looked at Zhang Qianshan with fear and confusion in her eyes. I'll ask you again, do you have anything to say? No. This time, Lu Tingmei finally spoke. Her face was burning, and if it weren't for her stubborn nature, she probably would have cried long ago. Good, Zhang Qianshan took a deep breath, looking serious, and said, why did you go fishing? Because Lin Weiguan wanted to eat, Lu Tingmei replied. Tell me, why did you go fishing? Zhang Qianshan asked again. I said, because Lin Weiguan wanted to eat. Lu Tingmei answered again. Then, smack. Her cheek was slapped hard again. Lu Tingmei was angry, she glared at Zhang Qianshan, her eyes almost spitting fire. Don't you understand my question? Zhang Qianshan's voice grew colder. You clearly dislike Lin Weiguan, yet you went fishing specifically for her? Do you think I would believe this answer? Lu Tingmei, I'll ask you one last time, why did you go to the river? This time, Lu Tingmei did not answer. So Zhang Qianshan said, kneel down for me. With red eyes, Lu Tingmei didn't move. Zhang Qianshan took a deep breath, and from behind, fiercely kicked Lu Tingmei, who refused to yield. Smack! Lu Tingmei fell to the ground, gritting her teeth. Don't get up, kneel all night, or you'll regret it. After that, without even looking at her, Zhang Qianshan closed the door and left. In the dim room, Lu Tingmei, alone, couldn't hold back any longer. She knelt on the ground, silently sobbing. In Lu Tingmei's crying, the people in the courtroom exploded. They were full of anger, accusing one after another. Zhang Qianshan, are you sick? It's just a child making a mistake, and nothing serious happened in the end. Was this necessary? She's only 10 years old, this kind of punishment, no, this kind of abuse. Aren't you worried about causing psychological trauma to her in the future? To be honest, if my child was forced to kneel in front of a teacher, I would go to the school to confront them. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, at this moment, Lu Xianxian also looked puzzled and confused. Fishing in the river is very common in the mountains, almost every child has done it. Although many parents often say not to go to the river, they often turn a blind eye when it happens. So in Lu Xianxian's view, Zhang Qianshan's punishment is indeed too harsh, even inexplicable. Now you finally know, Lu Tingmei sneered, raising her head angrily. Don't be fooled by this hypocrite's appearance, in reality, he is a complete violent maniac. Even for a small matter, he would beat and scold me, punish me severely. As she spoke, Lu Tingmei clenched her fists tightly. I guess for this pervert, he would enjoy it in this process. With these words, everyone was shocked once again. Zhang Qianshan's purpose for staying in the village, could it really be to satisfy his perverted desires? After all, the world is vast and full of wonders. There have been news reports before, someone imprisoned and tortured another person to death due to certain special preferences. Is Zhang Qianshan also such a person? At this moment, two voices came from the plaintiff's seat again. Yes, he is that kind of person. Lu Qiannan said, you don't know, what happened to Lu Tingmei was just the beginning. Later, when facing us, he even. As she spoke, Lu Qiannan's eyes turned red. Beside her, another sweet-looking girl bravely stood up, her face full of sorrow and indignation. It's this bastard Zhang Qianshan. Not only did he throw Lu Qiannan into the mountains on a snowy day, he even did that kind of thing to us. At the mention of that thing, the people in the audience were once again furious, immediately recalling the previously discussed electronic report on Weibo. Could it be that not only Lu Qiannan, but even Xinzhenju? You should know that when Zhang Qianshan was teaching in the village, his students were all minors. According to the provisions of the criminal law, as long as the victim of sexual assault is a minor, regardless of the victim's consent, it is a crime. Unforgivable crime. Such a good teacher for rural education. It's a pity he went astray. Is there a possibility that he became a rural teacher just to go down this wrong path? In any case, this disgusting bastard should just die. In the discussion of the crowd, Zhang Qianshan looked at Lu Tingmei and said, Tingmei, seeking death is not the way. What? Lu Tingmei frowned. Zhang Qianshan continued, that night, your purpose for going to the river was not just to catch fish, right? What? In an instant, Lu Tingmei was thunderstruck, unable to believe it. The statements of Lu Qiannan and Xinzhenju were being broadcast in real time outside the courtroom, and the previously circulated screenshot of the electronic report on Weibo was once again trending among netizens. Not only that, some people began to dig up information related to Shinjinju. As an important figure in Dacia Aerospace, the chief designer of the Tianluodiwang Starlink project, the information they could find about her was quite limited. However, even so, patient netizens still found a video. It was an official interview by Dacia, hosted by Dacia's 10 Science Education channel, featuring Shinjinju and other main designers of the Tianluodiwang project. In that interview, when the host asked if they had anything to say to their teachers, the other designers expressed their gratitude and thanks, but Shinjinju, surprisingly, just smiled and said nothing. At that time, most of the audience thought that Shinjinju's teacher might not have made any outstanding contributions to her, and a few netizens thought that Shinjinju was a young girl who didn't know how to be grateful. But now, when everyone looks back at this video, they suddenly realize as if they have been enlightened. No wonder she didn't thank him at the time. No wonder she didn't know how to be grateful. It turns out that Zhang Qianshan, this bastard, is not only not her mentor, but also a nightmare in her childhood. Think about it, among these girls, although Shinjinju's appearance is not the most outstanding, she is still one of the best. If placed in the school, she could even be at the level of a school flower. Faced with such a good-looking and powerless little girl, how could the beastly Zhang Qianshan not have other thoughts? Zhang Qianshan, this beast, is really too despicable. In the comments section, some people are going crazy, some are pitying. Of course, more people simply posted 5 words. Zhang Qianshan, death penalty. Zhang Qianshan, death penalty. Zhang Qianshan, death penalty. For a while, the words supporting Zhang Qianshan's death penalty once again trended. At this moment, the screen is still progressing. Zhang Qianshan had just left the school and met Lin Weiguang, who was returning from outside. Under the moonlight, Weiguang's face was full of tears. Zhang Qianshan stopped and looked at her. Why did you let them go to the river? Humph. Weiguang turned her head in a huff. I'm asking you, why did you let them go to the river? Zhang Qianshan shouted. Why are you shouting? Weiguang's temper also flared up, looking at Zhang Qianshan with anger in her eyes. They didn't have an accident, did they? They didn't have an accident, but they almost did. Zhang Qianshan clenched his fists. However, Weiguang still didn't react at this point. So Zhang Qianshan, with patience, continued to explain, you may not know, but Lu Tingmei originally intended to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Weiguang was stunned, looking at Zhang Qianshan with disbelief on her face. Saying this, Zhang Qianshan handed her a piece of paper. In the dim moonlight, the words suicide note could be vaguely seen. It's too hard to live. Her parents and sister have all passed away, and she wanted to go too. Weiguang, you think you're smart, but you really don't understand. You have no idea how much pain and helplessness you would bear after losing all your family members. When I first met you, Lu Tingmei had already decided not to live. As she spoke, Zhang Qianshan became emotional, and Weiguang finally became nervous. She hurriedly asked, where is she now? I made her kneel in the room. Why make her kneel? Weiguang was in pain, her face full of anxiety. I'll go and call her up. No, you can't. Zhang Qianshan shouted again. It's easy to seek death, but it's hard to live. And she thinks death is too beautiful and too simple. So I want her to know that because it's hard to live, she should live well. So even if she resents me, hates me, wants to retaliate against me, as long as I can support her to live, I won't care. Hate me or blame me. At least let her have the thought of striving to live. Looking at the serious man in front of her, Weiguang was shocked. At this moment, in the courtroom, Zhang Qianshan's words echoed in everyone's ears once again. Even if she resents me, hates me, wants to retaliate against me, at least let her have the thought of striving to live. Looking at the words recorded on the paper, the female journalist's fingers trembled slightly. Suddenly, she seemed to have realized something and quickly raised her head. Sure enough, Lu Tingmei, who had been standing straight, was now crying in pain. Zhang Qianshan is indeed a good person, someone said with red eyes. Humph, who knows if he's just pretending, someone else insisted, continuing to argue. After all, Lin Weiguang was there at the time. If Zhang Qianshan didn't find a reason for himself, he might not be able to stay. And even if we take a step back, his way of education has a big problem. After all, no matter what, Lu Tingmei was only 10 years old at that time. This kind of corporal punishment is too harsh. In their discussion, Lu Tingmei, who was sitting in the plaintiff's seat, wiped her eyes and cried softly. Teacher Zhang, it turns out he really did treat himself well. It turns out that at that time, he wasn't really so biased, and he didn't just care about Lu Xianxian. At this moment, the scene continues. After leaving Lin Weiguang, Zhang Qianshan stood at the door for a while before returning to the small room where Lu Tingmei was. Inside the room, Lu Tingmei was still kneeling. When she saw Zhang Qianshan, the tears on her face had already been wiped dry, and she stubbornly stared at the wall in front of her. Lu Tingmei, Zhang Qianshan called out. Lu Tingmei remained motionless, so Zhang Qianshan continued, you have to remember, I punished you because you went fishing with Xian Xian. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingmei's breathing suddenly became rapid, and her invisible anger surged. She looked coldly at Zhang Qianshan and said resentfully, then why only punish me? Because she is she, and you are you. Compared to you, I like Xian Xian more. Zhang Qianshan remained expressionless. You are biased. Yes. Why are you biased? No reason? Aren't you afraid that I will hate you? Lu Tingmei gritted her teeth. So what? It's not like I care. Zhang Qianshan took a deep breath and casually said, Lu Tingmei, just look at yourself now. I told you to kneel, so you must kneel. I told you to get out, so you must get out. What? Hate me? Want to resist? Fine. But you have to have the strength first. With that, Zhang Qianshan walked to the door and closed it. You have to kneel honestly, and you are not allowed to get up until dawn. Otherwise, I heard that the bamboo outside is strong and durable, and I really want to try it on you. In Lu Tingmei's despairing eyes, Zhang Qianshan turned and left. But before he had taken a few steps, he stopped and looked back at the room where Lu Tingmei was with a pained expression. Mei, I'm sorry, he murmured. You can resent me, but you must live well. In the courtroom, seeing this scene, the crowd was once again in an uproar. I told you, Zhang Qianshan is really a good person. The man who had previously supported Zhang Qianshan continued, you guys don't think about it. Starting from Lu Xianxian, every time he does something that looks like abuse, there is actually a reason behind it. Nonsense! Someone immediately retorted, disdainfully saying, it's just luck that he happened to find a reason. I think Zhang Qianshan is really smart, he's good at manipulating and distorting the truth. Nonsense, I think you are the one who is good at manipulating and distorting the truth. Hearing this, those who supported Zhang Qianshan were immediately angry and began to accuse. Ridiculous, a bunch of fools. Zhang Qianshan can even commit sexual assault, let alone this mere abuse. As the two sides argued heatedly, Lu Tingmei sighed and looked at Zhang Qianshan, saying, I did misunderstand this matter. When my family died, the developer didn't give an explanation for a long time, and I had thoughts of suicide several times. But starting from that night, Teacher Zhang's words were like a thorn in my heart, difficult to remove and endure. Every time I wanted to commit suicide, my hatred for him would grow like wild grass, and then I would desperately want to live. Speaking, Lu Tingmei choked up, regardless of whether Teacher Zhang's behavior is right or wrong. But the things he did to me that night, the words he said to me, indeed saved me countless times later. Judge. Lu Tingmei raised her hand and said loudly, please allow me to apply to prioritize the retrieval of my memories. But when I was 7, Lu Xianxian wanted to raise her hand to refute. Lu Tingmei continued, Xianxian, please, I'm begging you. You still have half a year before you turn 7, so can we look at mine first? Well. The raised arm slowly lowered, and Lu Xianxian nodded slowly. Then, at the judge's seat, the judge's gavel fell, and a loud shout rang out. Staff, please take note, retrieve the relevant memories of Zhang Qianshan regarding Lu Tingmei. On the big screen, the image suddenly stopped, then went blank. Lu Tingmei looked at Zhang Qianshan and said, Teacher Zhang, for so many years, I have always had doubts in my heart. Where did you take the inheritance of hers and Xianxian's family that we have been living on? Why did you break the appointment on August 15th that year? I waited for a whole day in vain. And, what about the money I earned when you forced me to work as a child laborer? In the defendant's seat, Zhang Qianshan did not answer. At this moment, the familiar image reappeared on the large screen in the center of the courtroom. After the rain, on a mountain path, two figures appeared. Lu Tingmei, do you remember what I just said? When we get to school, you'll follow Zhang Qianshan. Wherever he goes, you go. And, don't come to my house for no reason in the future. Your uncle and I are going to work, and you're always causing trouble. Aren't you tired? The middle-aged woman kept talking, and behind her, the expressionless Lu Tingmei, just over 10 years old, remained silent. When they reached the school gate, seeing her expression, the middle-aged woman frowned, raised her hand, and patted her on the back. Stop making that stinky face all the time, as if I owe you something. Strange, why is no one here in broad daylight? Could Zhang Qianshan have gone back to the capital? Oh, he's over there. After speaking, the woman's face lit up, and she waved at the figure in the distance. Teacher Zhang, you didn't leave after all. That's great, you can take care of this child from now on. The scene continued to play, and just as everyone couldn't help but want to comment, a muffled sound suddenly came from the defendant's seat. Thud. Zhang Qianshan, leaning on the chair, suddenly fell. His eyes closed tightly, his breathing weak, unconscious. The staff quickly entered. Report, the poison injected earlier has started to take effect. Upon hearing this report, the people present immediately became chaotic. Lu Xianxian, who was closest, immediately stepped forward to carefully check Zhang Qinshan's condition. A little further away, Lu Tingmei did not immediately come over, but her hands were also tightly gripping her clothes, looking at a loss. However, besides the two of them, the other students didn't have much of a reaction. They leaned on their respective seats, and some even secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It finally happened. Lu Qiannan sneered, "Damn demon, it's time for him to go to hell." Xinjinju also said, "I've been waiting for this day since he did those things to us in the past. It's karma." At this moment, a young girl named Lu Xiaomei nodded vigorously, even saying, "Xianxian, don't look, no matter how well he hides, it doesn't change the fact that he committed a crime." "Yeah, Xianxian, don't save him. Our time is so precious, letting this bastard live for another minute is a huge waste." Led by the three of them, the plaintiff's seat suddenly became noisy. Indeed, among the plaintiffs present, each one of them has a distinguished identity, each one is a pillar of the Great Xia. In their hands, there are important scientific research projects that influence the world, or important national-level projects, or control super enterprises worth billions. In other words, every minute they are delayed is a huge loss for Great Xia and the world. However, Lu Xianxian did not listen to them. Not only that, with her emergency assistance, Zhang Qinshan finally woke up. The moment Zhang Qinshan opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Lu Xianxian, who was full of anxiety, and then Lu Tingmei standing beside her at a loss. When he turned his gaze to the plaintiff's seats and saw the students with frosty faces, the tears on his face finally couldn't be stopped. At this moment, the audience was moved. However, Lu Qiannan said, "The crocodile's tears are not worthy of sympathy. Qianan, maybe there is also a misunderstanding." Lu Tingmei shouted, seeming to want to say something. However, Lu Qiannan coldly snorted. "Enough, there's nothing more to say." She glared at Zhang Qinshan. "I remember it very clearly. The day I was adopted by Zhang Qinshan, the moment this bastard took off my clothes. I swear, I will make this demon go to hell. I may forgive other things, but I will hate him for this one thing for the rest of my life." Hearing this, the audience expressed their support. Indeed, everything else can be forgiven, but the sexual exploitation of underage girls is something that can never be forgiven. While the crowd pointed fingers at Zhang Qinshan, Lu Xianxian had already helped him up. "If the antidote is not injected, Teacher Zhang, you may not live for 3 days. Still 3 days. Hearing this, Lu Qiannan looked regretful. He can have the antidote if he wants. At this point, Xinjinju continued, "As long as he can obtain the forgiveness of all of us, I agree to the injection. He must obtain the forgiveness of all of us. Yes, but in my opinion, it's better to just wait for death. I won't forgive him anyway." These students echoed one after another, then turned their gaze to the presiding judge in the judgment seat. Indeed, the presiding judge nodded and said, "Please continue reading the memory." Watching the screen finally restore, Lu Tingmei took a deep breath and stared at the screen intently. "It's finally coming. Let me see what happened on August 15th. At the school gate, the thin and black Lu Tingmei was following her second aunt, greeting Teacher Zhang. "Dumb girl, say hello to Teacher Zhang." Her parents and sister were all working at the construction site, and when the building collapsed, her father and sister died on the spot. Her mother broke a leg, and she came back for 2 days and then left again. She said she was going to seek justice from the developer and was beaten to death. "Teacher Zhang, you are from the city and her teacher, she only has you left, my useless second aunt. Teacher Zhang, you are teaching here, you are a teacher, you won't refuse to accept this student, right? I can't control this child, if you don't take care of her, just let her go. Even if she starves, thirsts, or is beaten to death, it has nothing to do with me. Alright, let's go, we'll talk later." After her second aunt finished speaking, she quickly left, as if she was avoiding the plague, leaving behind a vigilant Lu Tingmei. As for Zhang Qinshan, he neither agreed nor disagreed, just asked indifferently, "Have you eaten?" Under the screen, hearing these familiar words, Lu Tingmei's tears flowed again. "Have you eaten?" It's so ironic. It seemed to amuse her. Lu Tingmei wiped her tears and said with a smile, "Look, the first thing he asked me when we met again was whether I had eaten. It's ridiculous. I've been with him for so many years, but when have I ever eaten a meal with him?" Lu Tingmei looked at Zhang Qinshan, and her previous emotions were once again suppressed. "Everyone else says that you have raised me, that you are my foster parents. Raised, nurtured, educated. When have you ever nurtured me? From childhood to adulthood, I have never eaten a meal with you. And when have you truly educated me? In class, you always only teach Xianxian, and for me, you always let me study on my own. Is this your nurturing grace towards me?" In her impassioned words, the onlookers also became excited, glaring at Zhang Qinshan. Not nurturing, not educating, is such a person worthy of being called a teacher? Worthy of being called foster parents? Just as they were about to accuse him, someone suddenly spoke up, "Look, where is Zhang Qianshan going?" With his reminder, everyone's attention returned to the screen. The footage continued, quickly jumping to the night after Zhang Qianshan obtained his position. In the darkroom, Lu Tingmei was beaten, then forced to kneel, and warned to kneel until dawn. Zhang Qianshan, who emerged from the small room again, cried for a long time before going to wash his face. He walked outside. Where was he going? The onlookers also became puzzled. Why, on such a late night, was Zhang Qianshan not resting at the school and still thinking of going out? Could it be that he's planning to go fishing? Someone joked. Maybe he's going out to clear his mind? Someone else cautiously speculated. Do you think he's going to Lu Xianxian's house to see what other assets are there? Someone else asserted, seemingly making a reasonable point. After all, the direction he was heading was towards Lu Xianxian's house. However, amidst the speculations, Zhang Qianshan suddenly turned and went to Lu Zhishu's house. He knocked on the door, and someone came out. Who is it? Lu Zhishu stood at the door, looking at Zhang Qianshan with suspicion. It's so late, is there something wrong? Lu Zhishu, can we apply for poverty assistance now? Zhang Qianshan awkwardly smiled and asked, poverty assistance? Lu Zhishu looked puzzled. Zhang Qianshan quickly said, it's not for me to apply, it's for Lu Xianxian and Lu Tingmei. Seeing the increasing confusion on Zhishu's face, Zhang Qianshan felt a bit embarrassed and continued to explain, the rice in the school is running out, and I don't have much savings, and my teaching salary has been suspended. Zhishu, I have no source of income now, and there are still several mouths to feed in the school. With a wry smile, Zhang Qianshan made it clear. Lu Zhishu sighed and said, you can apply, but whether it can be approved is unclear. What do you mean? Zhang Qianshan frowned. The previous ones haven't been approved? No. I remember there's land subsidy. It hasn't been issued for half a year. What about the food subsidy? None either. Lu Zhishu said helplessly, our place is really poor, unlike the villages outside. Many subsidies are on the surface, but the local finances just can't issue them. Otherwise, Lu Xianxian's family probably wouldn't have reached this point. When it came to Lu Xianxian, Zhang Qianshan fell silent. He looked at Lu Zhishu and finally gritted his teeth. Zhishu, can you lend me some money first? Wow, so Zhang Qianshan's plan was this. In the courtroom, someone suddenly spoke, and everyone's gaze immediately turned towards him. Lu Xianxian is an orphan, and Lu Tingmei is also an orphan. What does that count for in the village? They're standard recipients of the 5 guarantees. According to policy, anyone defined as a recipient of the 5 guarantees can receive a certain subsidy every year. In addition to the existing land and food subsidies in rural areas, Zhang Qianshan isn't doing teaching, he's basically using the students as tools. When satisfying their own desires, they even want to squeeze out all the value from them. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. If it's really as he said, then Zhang Qianshan is truly a cunning and deep person. Not only thinking about Lu Xianxian's family property, not letting go of any possible welfare on them, but even wanting to use this opportunity to ask Lu Zhishu for money. Joking aside, facing a teacher who is involved in supporting education, will Lu Zhishu really ask for the money back? While everyone was angry, Lu Zhishu in the picture didn't move, but instead looked at Zhang Qianshan with some silence. The village of Lujiakan is not big, and the conditions of each family are actually not much different. Lu Xianxian's family has no money, and how much better off can Lu Zhishu's family be? However, not long after, Lu Zhishu resolutely turned around, rummaged through his belongings, and took out a handful of loose change with some reluctance. He counted out 50 yuan from it and carefully placed it in Zhang Qianshan's hand. This is all I can give, I can't give more. Zhang Qianshan nodded, rummaged in his pocket, took out the paper and pen he carried with him, and earnestly wrote, July 29, 2005, Zhang Qianshan owes Lu Zhishu 50 yuan. Lu Zhishu frowned, Zhang teacher, I gave you the money to support your students, why are you making a note? It's not a gift, it's a loan. With a copy for each party, Zhang Qianshan tore off one and handed it to Lu Zhishu, saying seriously, I will pay it back. Oh, forget it, you don't have to pay it back. Lu Zhishu waved his hand. I will definitely pay it back. Zhang Qianshan insisted. Seeing him like this, Lu Zhishu smiled and said, take it and use it first, we'll talk about the rest later. If the school really lacks food, you can borrow from the village, each household can spare some food. Okay. Zhang Qianshan put away the notebook, as if he remembered something, and looked at Lu Zhishu again. By the way, Zhishu, can you see if there are any suitable temporary jobs nearby? It doesn't matter what kind of work, as long as it can pay normally? It's not easy to find this. Lu Zhishu shook his head. It's because we're too poor. If a family has something to do, they usually do it themselves and are reluctant to hire someone. And I'm not particularly familiar with the town over there, I'll ask around for you later. Okay, thank you, Jishu. After saying this, Zhang Qianshan left, feeling pressed for time. He planned to go to another family to ask. Yes, the reason he came out tonight was to solve the problem of the students' meals. According to the original plan, he was going to find the village secretary first and ask about welfare and subsidies. If he couldn't get welfare and subsidies, then he would simply go from house to house and borrow. After all, there's not much food left in the school kitchen. If Zhang Qianshan doesn't solve this problem soon, the students will probably be hungry in a few days. 50 yuan, just 2 bags of rice. Xian is still young, Tingmei eats a lot, and they are both in a critical stage of physical development. No, we can save in other areas, but we absolutely cannot skimp on food and drink. Both of them need to have proper nutrition. Thinking of this, Zhang Qianshan put away the money and knocked on the door of another household. Ha, Teacher Zhang? A man asked. Hello, I want to ask, do you have any savings at home? Can you lend me some? Seeing that the other person didn't speak, Zhang Qianshan continued, if you don't have spare money, borrowing some food is also fine. The wooden door slammed shut, leaving Zhang Qianshan with a flushed face. Although he has been poor since he was young, this is the first time he has actively gone to a stranger's house to borrow money. This family didn't work, so Zhang Qianshan composed himself and knocked on another door. This time, a middle-aged woman opened the door. Hello, I want to ask. Zhang Qianshan had just finished speaking, and the other person's brow furrowed. You, a city person, come to ask us country folk for money? Look at my house, look at this house, do you think I have money? Zhang Qianshan, I'm telling you, if you can't handle teaching, just go back. It's all the same whether those girls go to school or not. They will all get married sooner or later. No, it's not the same. Zhang Qianshan hurriedly said, for them, studying is the only way out of the mountains. Ha, just these 2 girls, can they really get out of the mountains? The woman looked disdainful and slammed the door shut. If you think it's different, then it's different. My attitude is, occasionally come over for a meal, that's fine. I can't help with anything else, and I'm not willing to. Girls are just a waste of money, not as good as raising a dog. Hearing this, Zhang Qianshan trembled with anger, but he suppressed his emotions and continued to knock on other doors. Knock, knock, knock. What do you want? I just want to ask. No. The door in front of him closed again, but Zhang Qianshan was not discouraged and continued knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Are you annoying? Didn't I say no? I don't want money, just some rice. I will pay you back. Please, help me out. Bang! The wooden door was suddenly pulled open, and the middle-aged man with a stout figure looked at Zhang Qianshan impatiently. Wait here, he said and went inside. Then, he came out with a large bowl of rice. Thank you. Zhang Qianshan was about to reach out, but the man suddenly raised his hand and threw the bowl of rice on the ground. Zhang Qianshan was stunned, with a bewildered look on his face. The man laughed. What are you looking at? Pick it up yourself. You wanted rice, right? I brought it out for you. Seeing Zhang Qianshan squatting on the ground, picking up the scattered rice, the man laughed even more recklessly. Let me tell you, I'm not happy right now. You said you were going to teach. Why did you have to deceive my daughter into going to school in the first place? If I didn't stop her, who would do the household chores at home? Who would cook for the family? If she doesn't know how to do these things, how will she get married in the future? Zhang Qianshan, take your time picking up the rice. Slam! The door closed, leaving Zhang Qianshan squatting on the ground. In the dim moonlight of the mountains, Zhang Qianshan's face was covered with tears, and he trembled all over. It wasn't until he cleaned up the scattered rice on the ground that he went to knock on another door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, I just want to ask. No. The woman inside the door had no expression. Please, even if you beg, I won't give you any, unless you kneel down and kowtow to me. Slam. Zhang Qianshan knelt down on the ground and said again, please, just lend me a little, I will definitely pay it back. Alright, I'll give you a little, but you really have no backbone, kneeling down like this. Knock, knock, knock. Hurry up and leave, I don't even have enough for my own family. Knock, knock, knock. Let me tell you, kneeling won't help. You city people like to do good deeds because you lack nothing. Zhang Qianshan, don't use your moral standards to judge us. This is the mountains. Knock, knock, knock. In the dark night, Zhang Qianshan knocked on each door, asking one family after another. He begged, knelt down, and even got hit when his emotions got the better of him. He was cursed at and received many cold glares. But even so, Zhang Qianshan persisted, asking everyone in Lujiazhuang. Finally, when he returned to the school exhausted, the bag in his hand was filled with 70 to 80 pounds of rice, and the notebook in his pocket had many more names. Some people gave directly, some gave after scolding him. Some even scooped a bowl of rice and threw it out the door, then watched Zhang Qianshan pick it up grain by grain. But even with all this, Zhang Qianshan still took out his notebook and carefully recorded everything. After putting away the rice bag, Zhang Qianshan collapsed on the ground, exhausted, and fell into a deep sleep. The matter was settled, and he could finally rest. In the courtroom, the people who had been accusing Zhang Qianshan were instantly silenced when they saw this scene. Not only that, when the images on the big screen were broadcasted, there was crying inside and outside the courtroom, and across the country. At this moment, whether it was Lu Tingmei or Lu Xianxian, or the other students in the plaintiff's seat, they were once again shocked. It turned out that the occasional complaints about the food during that time were actually begged for by Zhang Qianshan, who gave up his dignity and knelt down to beg for each grain. Lu Tingmei was tear-stained, incredulously clenching her fists, questioning Zhang Qianshan, "Why didn't you tell us about these things?" However, Zhang Qianshan just coughed lightly, sighed, and closed his eyes. "Because he didn't want you to know, didn't want you to bear too much burden while eating, didn't want you to feel inferior when facing others, to feel lower than others." In the audience, the old Professor Qi Jin coldly spoke, "You wolves, look at him carefully. See how Zhang Qianshan voluntarily gave up his dignity for your self-esteem. See how he knelt down, how he begged, how he picked up the grains of rice that others had thrown on the ground. Look at him, he's only in his 20s. He is a doctoral student at Huking University, and his teacher, Meng Qingqiu, is like a father to him. He should have had a bright future. If it weren't for you wolves, he wouldn't have had to stay in the mountains, going from house to beg for help for you. Does he owe you anything?" With these words, the students present all lowered their heads, full of shame. And Lu Tingmei, at the center of the storm, looked dazed, tears streaming down her face. In fact, she held an antidote in her hand. And not just her, all the students had one, except for Lu Xianxian. After all, when they designed it, they hoped to sentence Zhang Qianshan to a suspended death penalty from the first injection. If someone gave up during the process, they would give Zhang Qianshan some time to defend himself. Of course, the time limit was only 3 days. Within 3 days, all the antidotes, 10 in total, had to be injected, for Zhang Qianshan to be saved. Otherwise, he would have to wait for death, executed by his own students. Listening to Professor Qi's roar, Lu Tingmei trembled and looked at Zhang Qianshan. "Why didn't you show up on August 15th? Were you also?" "These things are not important," Zhang Qianshan slowly spoke from the defendant's seat. "Tingmei, after I die, you must go find Lin Weiguang for me. Tell her, I'm sorry. And tell her, I don't blame her for leaving back then." "Professor Zhang, no." Lu Tingmei suddenly became stubborn. "You have to tell me what happened on August 15th. Bang! That's enough." Qi Jin at the audience seat banged his cane heavily. "Wolves, keep your eyes down." At this time, in a virus research institute in Zhongjing, Lin Weiguang sat at his desk, tears streaming down his face. "I left without saying goodbye back then. I never knew you didn't blame me." When the screen lit up again, it was already the next morning in the picture. When Zhang Qianshan woke up, he was slightly dazed at first, then suddenly turned his head. Fortunately, the rice in the kitchen was still there, and everything else was still there. He breathed a sigh of relief and got up from the cold floor, went to wash up, and prepared for class. When Zhang Qianshan arrived in the classroom after tidying up, both Tingmei and Xianxian had already arrived, but Lin Weiguang's desk was still empty. Zhang Qianshan sighed slightly, then stood in front of Lu Xianxian to test her on the knowledge points from the previous day. It wasn't until mealtime that he put down the chalk and went to the kitchen. "Professor Zhang, it's really strange." As the porridge was served, Lu Xianxian looked at the grains of rice in her bowl with curiosity on her face. "Why are the colors of these rice grains different?" Zhang Qianshan, who was eating porridge, glanced at her and smiled, saying, "Because there is new rice and old rice." "Xianxian, do you know how to distinguish between new rice and old rice?" "I don't know." Xianxian shook her head. However, behind her, Lu Tingmei glanced at them and said, "The dark yellow is old rice, and the bright white is new rice. Before cooking, the old rice breaks when bitten, and the new rice is not easy to bite. In addition, new rice smells good, while old rice has a sour smell." "Right." Zhang Qianshan nodded gently, looking at Lu Tingmei with some appreciation in his eyes. However, Lu Tingmei just hummed softly and turned her head away. Facing this situation, Zhang Qianshan didn't particularly mind. After finishing the porridge in a few mouthfuls, he filled a bowl and went to Lin Weiguang's room. "Knock knock knock. Weiguang, are you eating?" "Knock knock knock. Weiguang, are you eating?" "Not now, the next meal will be in the evening. Also, when are you going back?" "When we get to the capital, remind the teacher of the 5-year agreement we made before. Within these 5 years, if Lu Xianxian still can't achieve anything, I won't stay here to teach, I'll go back to the capital. But within these 5 years, I still have to stay in the Lu family, so I'll rely on you to help me with the teacher." "Knock knock knock. Weiguang? Weiguang, After knocking for a while with no response, Zhang Qianshan frowned and then pushed hard. Click. The door was not locked, but the room was empty. Zhang Qianshan glanced inside and quickly saw a note left on the table. Because of my mistake yesterday, I almost killed Tingmei. So now, I have decided to make it up to her. Senior brother, I have already inquired everything from Lu Jishu. You teach well here, and I will take down that unscrupulous developer. Below the text was the three-word signature of Lin Weiguang. Zhang Qianshan's heart trembled, thinking it's not good. He quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks, took out his phone, and made a call. Beep beep beep. No one answered. He called again, and this time, finally got through. Lin Weiguang, where are you? Zhang Qianshan said urgently. Of course, I'm in town. Lin Weiguang's voice sounded proud. Senior brother, I'm fast enough, right? You just wait at the school, and when I settle things, I'll come back immediately. No, you come back right away, Zhang Qianshan ordered. This time, Lin Weiguang was a little unhappy. Why come back? Didn't I say, I'm going to find the developer and seek justice for Lu Tingmei's parents? Seek justice? How are you going to seek it? With what? Zhang Qianshan shouted. Didn't Lu Jishu tell you how Lu Tingmei's mother died? I know, she was beaten to death. And you still dare to go? What's there to be afraid of? Lin Weiguang stubbornly said, I'm not a fool, I can just call the police if anything happens. Sigh, if only it were that simple. Zhang Qianshan sighed and said, I heard that the developer who caused the death of Lu Tingmei's family has a big business and complex connections, and who knows how many people are involved. Lin Weiguang, just come back, don't get yourself into trouble. Zhang Qianshan, can you stop being so timid? Lin Weiguang was angry on the phone. Lu Tingmei is already in such a miserable state. Do we have to continue to suffer because of the powerful forces behind her? Alright, I won't waste time talking to you. I'm planning to solve it today and come back in the evening. Hang up. Wait. Seeing that the other end of the phone was about to hang up, Zhang Qianshan quickly said, wait for me? No need, you stay at the school. You haven't had lunch yet, at least have a meal before you go. Sure. Lin Weiguang paused for a moment and then said, I think there's a ramen restaurant across the street. Let's go eat first. Hang up. Hey, wait for me, I'll be right there. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Zhang Qianshan hurriedly set off to borrow a bicycle from the village party secretary. Teacher Zhang, are you going out? In the courtyard, Xian and Tingmei were playing. Seeing him looking urgent, Lu Xian asked. Yes. Zhang Qianshan said to them, study well, I may not be back until tonight. So long? Are you going to the town? Lu Tingmei frowned. Yes. Zhang Qianshan looked at them, thought for a moment, and asked, do you need anything brought back? Lu Tingmei hesitated and didn't speak for a long time. So Zhang Qianshan said, I'll go out first, we'll talk about the rest next time. Can you help me bring some books? At this moment, Lu Tingmei suddenly spoke. What? Zhang Qianshan turned around. Physics and mathematics. Lu Tingmei continued. Have you finished reading the previous ones? I've almost finished. What about other subjects? Not needed, I just want to study these. Why? Because. Lu Tingmei paused, gathered her courage and said, because I want to build a house, a big house that won't collapse. Hearing this, Zhang Qianshan sighed softly. He thought of her parents, thought of the developer he was about to face, and nodded. Okay. Zhang Qianshan said, wait for me to come back. In August, the weather became increasingly hot. When Zhang Qianshan rode his bike to the town, his clothes were almost dripping with sweat. When he found Lin Weiguang, she had only eaten half of her noodles. It wasn't until she sat down in front of her that this carefree girl noticed Zhang Qianshan. Why are you here? She asked. Finish your noodles, then come back with me, Zhang Qianshan said. Lin Weiguang frowned. Didn't I tell you to wait for me at the school? Lin Weiguang, use your brain, okay? Lu Tingmei's parents and sister have all lost their lives. Do you think you, alone, can solve it? So what? Lin Weiguang stopped her chopsticks and said seriously, brother, you're too cautious. It's just a developer, right? I don't believe that I, a high-achieving student from Hucking University, can't handle a developer. And, Lin Weiguang sighed, I neglected it last night, didn't consider Tingmei's emotions, and didn't even notice when she went out to seek death. I'm running out now, just to make it up to her. No, it's too dangerous. Zhang Qianshan said sternly, Weiguang, this matter is not as simple as you think, you can't solve it. Ding! The chopsticks in his hand hit the bowl. Lin Weiguang glared at Zhang Qianshan, who are you to say I can't solve it? I haven't even started yet. Zhang Qianshan, let me tell you, just because you're scared, don't think I have to be scared like you. Just because you're timid, don't drag me to be timid with you. It's just a developer. I want to see what this developer can do to me. You. The atmosphere froze instantly, and Zhang Qianshan trembled all over. Lin Weiguang's stubborn temper. At this moment, outside the scene, the audience and the listening seats had already divided into two factions. Some supported Zhang Qianshan, thinking that this matter was indeed too dangerous, and Zhang Qianshan's dissuasion was right. After all, the real estate industry was too deep, and many developers, on the surface, were philanthropists, but behind the scenes, they colluded with a group of thugs, specifically dealing with problems they found tricky, such as violent demolition, evicting homeowners who were defending their rights, and beating some unpaid construction workers. Reports of these incidents were endless, and there were plenty of them online. Of course, there are also people who support Lin Weiguang, thinking that this girl has courage and determination, unlike Zhang Qianshan who was so timid. And what she said is also right. Clearly, she hasn't even started yet. How can she be determined to fail? At this time, Lu Tingmei frowned in the plaintiff's seat. What a coward. Not even as good as Aunt Weiguang. After saying that, she seemed to remember something and her gaze fell on Zhang Qianshan's lame leg. Look at yourself, always cautious in life, and in the end, you still ended up with a lame leg. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Indeed, in the picture, Zhang Qianshan had two intact legs. But now, looking at the lame leg, it's really a twist of fate. If fate wants you to be lame, you have no choice but to be lame. Someone said sarcastically, and the people around burst into laughter. Hearing this laughter, Lu Tingmei's confidence also rose, pointing at Zhang Qianshan and saying, "No wonder Aunt Weiguang left without saying goodbye. If I were as timid as you, I would run away too. What do you know?" The old professor couldn't stand it anymore and picked up his cane to hit someone. And in the picture, the argument between Zhang Qianshan and Lin Weiguang had already attracted the attention of others. Just as the two were at a standstill, the owner of the noodle shop walked over. What's there to argue about for a young couple? They say that a quarrel at the head of the bed ends with intimacy at the foot. The shop owner smiled at Lin Weiguang and continued, "He just said he wanted to take you back. Are you trying to run away from home?" Hearing this, Zhang Qianshan felt a bit embarrassed. However, Lin Weiguang glanced at Zhang Qianshan and said sarcastically, "Mrs. Boss, give my husband a bowl of noodles too." "Okay." The shop owner responded, thinking that the matter was over, and went to the kitchen to cook noodles. Lin Weiguang continued, "Anyway, no matter what, I'm going. Don't worry about me." "No." Zhang Qianshan's tone was firm. "You said you want to find the unscrupulous developer. Okay, I ask you, how are you going to find them? Even if you really find them, then what? You can't even convince me now. How are you going to convince the developer?" Faced with this series of questions, Lin Weiguang blushed and stammered for a long time without being able to come up with a reason. Zhang Qianshan continued, "Look at you, you can't even answer these questions, and you still say you're going to find the developer. Hurry up and come back with me. Don't make trouble the first time you go to the countryside, or the teacher will blame me later." "Oof." Lin Weiguang pouted and looked angrily to the side. "You don't need to worry about me." "Fine." Zhang Qianshan took out his phone and lit up the screen. "I'll call the teacher now and tell him that not only can you not help, but you're also causing trouble." "You can't call." Seeing that Zhang Qianshan was really going to make the call, Lin Weiguang quickly stopped him. When she left Zhongjing before, she had already informed the old professor that the project was over and she wanted to go out and relax for a few days. If the old professor was really notified now, wouldn't everything be exposed? Coincidentally, the shop owner also came over with the noodles. Seeing Zhang Qianshan grabbing his phone to make a call, Lin Weiguang firmly held it down and said with a smile, "A young couple living together must first learn to be tolerant." "Young man, you've just gotten married. How can you still be so stubborn?" "Yes, the boss is right." Zhang Qianshan also chimed in, leaving Lin Weiguang and the shop owner stunned. Zhang Qianshan looked at them and said slowly, "In this matter, I am indeed in the right." In the courtroom, everyone burst into laughter. This guy Zhang Qianshan is really too stubborn. While they were joking and teasing, information about the unscrupulous developer was also being exposed on the internet. Nanshan South Land Development Company, Ltd., was once investigated by the local police for defaulting on payments, illegal fundraising, and hiring criminal forces. However, due to the influential connections and ruthless methods of its controller, Zhang, many cases were eventually dropped. It wasn't until August 2005, during the nationwide crackdown on crime, that the company was forcibly dealt with. As for its controller and related senior management, they were sentenced to death or life imprisonment for multiple charges including murder, rape, and illegal detention. What happened next? Did Lin Weiguang ever return? Someone in the audience asked with concern. As the developer's information was disclosed, more and more people began to realize how correct Zhang Qianshan's initial choices were. Lu Tingmei, standing at the plaintiff's seat, couldn't muster a smile as she looked at the earnest Zhang Qianshan and the fearless Lin Weiguan on the big screen. It was then that Lu Tingmei once again remembered the words Professor Qi Jin had said before. Zhang Qianshan was only in his early 20s at that time. Isn't it normal for someone in their early 20s to be as spirited as Lin Weiguan? But what about Zhang Qianshan? At that age, she had to bow and scrape in front of others just so they could have a meal, sacrificing her dignity. Thinking of this, Lu Tingmei's heart wavered once again. The scene continued to unfold. After the boss's wife left, Lin Weiguan pushed the noodles and said, "Let's eat first, don't waste it." Looking at the green vegetable and shredded pork noodles in front of her, Zhang Qianshan was stunned, then picked up her chopsticks and started eating heartily. Since starting teaching in the mountains, he had been eating and living with his students, and even such shredded pork noodles had become a luxury. Seeing him eat quickly and drink up the soup in the bowl, Lin Weiguang sat quietly in front of him, lost in thought. At this moment, Zhang Qianshan's phone suddenly rang. He wiped his mouth with his arm and answered it directly. "Lingling?" Zhang Qianshan looked puzzled. "Zhang Qianshan, when are you coming back?" asked Zhou Ling on the other end of the phone. "I made a promise with my teacher to come back in 5 years." Zhang Qianshan felt a warm feeling in his heart. Although there had been some unpleasantness before, the fact that the other party could still call meant that she still cared. 5 years? Upon hearing this answer, Zhou Ling exploded instantly. "Are you crazy? Do you really want to stay in that ghost place for 5 years? Then she screamed and accused, "I'm still your girlfriend, and you didn't even ask for my opinion before making a decision?" "Lingling, it's not that I didn't want to tell you, but you didn't answer my calls before," Zhang Qianshan patiently explained. "Oh, when? It couldn't be when I was out shopping with my best friend." Zhou Ling said casually, "Forget it, never mind." "Zhang Qianshan, come back quickly. I've already talked to your teacher before calling you, saying that you don't want to teach anymore, and I'll help convey the message and you'll come back soon." "What?" Hearing this, Zhang Qianshan frowned. "Lingling, why did you?" "Why? Of course, to come back as soon as possible and marry me." Upon hearing this, Lin Weiguan was stunned once again. At this moment, on the other end of the phone, Zhou Ling said matter-of-factly, "We're not getting any younger, we've been in love for years and still dragging it out, isn't that a waste of time? And my mom said, women age easily, so it's better to have a baby earlier, and it's easier to recover. Let's set it for August 15th. You come back first and marry me. By the way, my family asks for a dowry of 660,000. You should prepare in advance, so it won't be embarrassing if it's not enough." "Dowry?" Zhang Qianshan was also stunned. "Isn't there no dowry in Shanghai? What do you know?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ling cursed, "Others are others, my family is my family." Then she changed the subject. "Don't worry, Zhang Qianshan, I've calculated everything. You can come up with this money. I went to see your house with an agent a few days ago. The house can be sold for about 2 million. If you sell the house, minus the 66,000 dowry, you can still buy a wedding house in Shanghai. Then you can accompany me to study in the future and spend our own little days together. What about my students?" Zhang Qianshan's breathing became rapid. "Students? What students? Oh, why are you still thinking about your broken volunteer teaching? And the kids in the mountains are very stupid. Even if you teach them well, they won't amount to anything. Instead of wasting time there, it's better to come to Shanghai and accompany me." Hearing this, Zhang Qianshan was so angry that he wanted to throw the phone away.